wrap up the first week of Belmont at the Big A here in South Ozone Park, New York. We have a great card for you today, as well as some stakes action at the Grade 3 Pebbles a little bit later on today, as Gina Romantica will look to make it 2 wins in a row after posting an upset at a big price in the risk-averse last time out. But as is often the case, there's strength in numbers. Chad Brown sends out 3 in that field, and that does include Bahamian Club, a allowance winner last time out. Live racing for you at Churchill Downs today as well. Fireworks yesterday, particularly in those 2-year-old stakes. And it was our friend Tom Amos who made a trip to the winner's circle after the Iroquois with the improved Curly Jack. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Clemanes. It is an absolutely glorious day here in Queens. The sun is shining, still feels like a summer day, which we're still getting used to here at the Big A as we wrap up the first week of our Belmont at the Big A fall meet. Today's feature is the Grade 3 Pebbles. Will go as race number 9 today, a mile on the turf for the 3-year-old fillies. Taking a look at the field, as mentioned, Chad Brown with 3. That does include Gina Romantica, who did win the risk-averse last time out, has an outside post to deal with today. I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Richard Migliori, one who knows a lot about riding races here at the Big A. As we look at that Pebbles field, Richie, do you have any concerns with the outside post for 7-2 morning line favorite?
I do. I think outside posts, present its own a group of problems, if you will, and you've got to figure out a way to save ground. It's so important in turf racing, but in particular at Aqueduct to save ground.
Now, there are a few coming out of that risk-averse. In fact, the top 3 finishers, which did take place at the end of August up at Saratoga. It was the first time on the turf for Gina Romantica, and obviously she handled it quite well, beating her stablemate Faith in Humanity. Moray was her first time on the grass, and I'd been really excited about her trying the turf. She ran a good race, too, and we'll get a chance to see these 3 fillies rematch this afternoon, Richie.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a horse like Faith in Humanity could take a step forward. This is only her second start. She kind of drew clear. Gina Romantica was in traffic, had to wait, but sometimes that traffic just intensifies your late turn of foot. I mean, she was impressive. She was finding her best foot late, but trips make a difference, and Faith in Humanity should set up to get a good trip because she has natural speed.
Gina Romantica, a $1 million plus daughter of Into Mischief. Again, she had a couple of races wins on the main track. That was her first start on the turf, and Flavian Pratt had showed a lot of confidence in her, and clearly she handled the grass just fine, looking to face some tougher competition this afternoon and make it 2 turf stakes wins in a row. Meanwhile, Amore, as this one was also trying the turf for the first time last time out, and she has pedigree for it for trainer Todd Fletcher. But on top of that, as we see our producer Terrence with his kids visiting this filly, she's a sweetheart around the barn.
I love that, and I think this is so integral to the future of our industry, to get children close to horses. You can see the wonderment in their eyes, and most horses are pretty nice with kids.
They are.
So even the ones that could be a little bit nippy around kids, they seem to be more curious than they do anything else.
They show that kindness as well back at the barn. It was a special day for Maddie and Nolan having the chance to visit that very sweet filly, who we'll see going in to the Pebbles a little bit later on today. You can join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit matches. We welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us in New York. Maggie, of course, looking forward to that rematch of the risk-averse today in the Pebbles, but there are some other interesting fillies that will line up in the starting gate.
And Acacia, doesn't it just seem right that the Pebbles is here at Aqueduct this year, as she won the 2nd ever Breeders' Cup Turf against the males held here at the Big A. As we'll take a look at 2 fillies, you guys mentioning Faith in Humanity having some tactical speed. These 2 fillies, they are likely to show some early speed as well, as we will talk about Breeze Easy and Sail By here. We'll go back 3 starts ago for Breeze Easy in the Soaring Softly, where she was making her stateside debut, and she kind of had a little bit of a rough trip, which led to her being favored in the Wild Applause. claws, which she was hounded the whole way and setting the pace, going that kind of dog-legged one-turn mile. I usually say a turn and a half going a mile there at Belmont Park, but now she gets to go around 2 turns. And as she cut back last time out, going 5.5 at Saratoga in the Galway, she even wanted to get a little headstrong then. She strikes me as a filly that has a bit of a light mouth. So I'm wondering, with Javier Castellano aboard, will they just decide to put his hands down and just let her go on to the lead? And maybe she can take them gate to wire, but she will have some pace pressure, I would think, by Sail By, who is tactical and gets a little class relief after facing Haughty and With the Moonlight last time out in the Lake Placid. So looking forward to this Pebbles. It's a contentious race, Acacia, and surely the highlight on this Sunday card.
Indeed it is, Maggie. Thank you. Can't wait to see all of those fillies go postward, as that Pebbles, as mentioned, will go as race number 9 today. As Maggie mentioned, named for the Breeders' Cup Turf winner of 1985. Here's what else is on tap. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. That Pebbles, the highlight at Belmont at the Big A. We're fast and firm. A fast main track. We're dealing with 2 at Churchill Downs. That feature a big purse for that allowance in race number 9 a little bit later on today. A lot to look forward to, and that does include the opener beneath the Twin Spires, race number 1 from Churchill Downs, after this on America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get ready to start our live racing action. We hope you're following along, and you can get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Pass performances. Go to naira.com/TV schedule to download your free pass performances on all of the races for today's show. The opener at Churchill Downs is our first order of business, 7 furlongs on the main track in this maiden claiming race for $20,000. Just one scratch of the 1 down to the inside. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. We'll meet the field, Richie, starting with the 2, Jin and Sin.
Dropping to her lowest level, gets John Court. Does have speed at times, but from the inside, I would expect John Court to use that speed.
Here's the 3, Stupendous at 9-2.
Yeah, has run okay at the maiden 30 level, was claimed for 20. His horse has been kind of nibbling on the edges. Certainly has races that makes her a contender.
A little bit of a drop in class and a slight turn back. Here's a first-time starter, a Fleet Arlene.
And for Jimmy Baker, very capable trainer. She's taken a little bit of money and eye-catching 5 furlong work in a minute and change.
a filly out of a mare who was good on dirt and turf. Here's one going back to the dirt, Sweet Valeria.
Yeah, only one start on the dirt, but that was maiden allowance, and it was her first start. She'd have to improve, though.
Off a layoff, here's Bird Hunter.
Dropping down from maiden allowance at Remington Park to maiden 20. This should be quite a bit easier.
Another class dropper here is Contessina, currently your favorite.
I like her very much. I think her race for maiden 30 points are out, and she came back maiden allowance. I think much more appropriate spot today.
And here's Start Class. Big price to the outside.
Yeah, it would be a surprise. We'd have to run a race that we just haven't seen yet.
That's the field for the opener at Churchill Downs. We'll welcome in the fourth member of our team, Paula Duca, here with us at Churchill Downs. Paula, great work by you and Gary Stevens yesterday throughout all the fun stakes we saw at Churchill. One more day to wrap up the week.
Yeah, and nothing like to kick off a Sunday with a little Katy Perry. I don't have my Daisy Dukes on, though, Acacia. But it was a great day yesterday. And a lot of people asked me after that race, what do you think about Curly Jack? And I'll tell you what I think about Curly Jack. Go back and look at that race. I thought it was a lot better than people think. I think a lot of people are thinking that race fell apart with obviously all the steam on Echo again and Damon's Mound. But if you look at that race, Curly Jack was part of that early pace. Edgar Morales had the right mind to take back off that pace, then re-rally and go buy horses, and to stave off another challenge as well. The pedigree might not scream, obviously, going to the Kentucky Derby, but Tom did say after the race he probably is not going to race this horse. He thought he could train this horse all the way up to the Breeders' Cup. That's how confident he is. So I think Curly Jack, and another congratulations, obviously, to Kenny McPeak with the win in the Pocahontas. I think that filly is getting a little better, although her going around 2 turns a little later on in life might be a little struggle. Let's get to race number 1 here. Listen, there's 6 out of the 10 races here are maidens. So you got to look at them on the track a little bit, and some of these horses are dropping. I will say this, I'm not a giant fan of the 7, Contessina. And the reason why is if you look, you know, she was in for maiden 30. Now we're in right now for maiden 20. And then she jumped up the maiden special weight level. So a lot of people are probably thinking, okay, she's dropping back down. Well, she's kind of already been at this level, and we've seen what she kind of is. I was actually surprised the 3 in here, Stupendous, was not your favorite in here. I get that the 2 might be your speed in here and the filly to catch, but I just can't play her off those last 2 races. I like John Bull Hancock's here, horse, the 3 Stupendous, and you got to give a little shout out to Joe Johnson. He's actually on a horse a little later for Gary Red Dog Hartledge. If you remember, they had a filly called On Fire Baby who won the 2014 Fleur de Lis, and yes, Katy Perry is still doing her thing, Acacia.
I can hear her in the background, and all I can think of now is Paul and Daisy Dukes. Something I never thought I would hear together.
Well, I tell you what, watching Paul, he looks like he's having fun there. It looks like a beautiful day at Churchill Downs. And people that maybe aren't as familiar with Paul's baseball career as they should be, go to YouTube and check out some of his highlights. I mean, I can go down that rabbit hole and get lost. He was a tremendous ball player.
Absolutely. And even better person as well. It was a lot of fun to be able to check in with Paul and get all of his insight throughout this meet at Churchill Downs. Paul brought up some questions about your current favorite, the number 7, Contessina, in this opener. She is 9-5, does go back down to this level, and she had, as Paul mentioned, plenty of pace to close into last time. Do you think she's a little bit vulnerable here, Richie?
Well, I think Paul makes a good point. I mean, she did run well for the maiden 30 level first time out, gave them confidence to give her a try, a little bit tougher company. Gets back to a more appropriate level, as well as I think to turn back in distance. She's out of a successful appeal mare. So many times John Kimmel and I thought we could stretch successful appeal out, and at the end of the day, he was a sprinter, a very good sprinter. And I think, though, he passes along more of those characteristics, even though that's on the Grand Dam side. I mean, on the Dam side, he's a Grand Sire, excuse me. But I think it's a very valid point. I thought the 3 had a good look, too, and at the disparity in price would definitely lead me towards the 3 at 4-1. I think there's not a lot to separate the 2.
There is Jin and Sin, who's currently 5-2, has been at the claiming ranks for a while, but this is the lowest level that she will have contested. And as you pointed out, she does have some speed.
She has some speed. The inside, John Court's a rider that allows horses to use their natural weapon, which in this case would be her speed. Turning back, she has foundation. Even though she hasn't run since July, she has run around 2 turns. She's run a mile twice in the past. I would expect John Court to be pretty aggressive from the inside. And sometimes with lower level races, being aggressive is good because horses can be easily discouraged when they're at their lower levels. You know, they get a little too much kickback in their face, find a reason not to run as opposed to finding a way to get through adversity.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Sometimes you maybe just don't necessarily trust horses to run by their foes in the stretch and take away that factor when you put them on the front end. We'll see how it plays out. Race number 1 beneath the Twin Spires, ready to kick off our live racing action on America's Day at the Races. We send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call of race 1 live at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Contessina breaks alertly. A Fleet Darlene is there. Jininson down toward the inside, showing speed as well as they race up the chute and come for the main track. And it is a Fleet Darlene with a narrow lead in between horses. Jininson trying to keep up second and down toward the inside. Contessina advances up into second now. Jininson is back racing in third. Sweet Valeria comes away while fourth. Stupendous is down inside fifth and 5 lengths off the lead. Bird Hunter's in sixth, already 6 or 7 behind. And the early trailer is Start Class. Down the backstretch run, the opening quarter knocked out in 22 and 3. A Fleet Darlene, fleet-footed onto the far turn, leads by a length. Contessina hard on her heels in second, and these two have gone 6 clear now. 3 furlongs to go. They're 6 lengths clear of Jin and Sin, who couldn't keep up in third. Bird Hunter comes alive on the outside. A lot of ground to make up, though, as they come for the top of the stretch. A Fleet Arlene rolls off the turn in front by 3 now. Contessina fully extended, but is still second. 5 lengths back to Bird Hunter. Down to the final furlong, and a Fleet Darlene has kicked it into high gear. 5, 6 now, 7 in front with a 16th to go. And it is all a Fleet Arlene. This race was never in doubt. Gallops home to win it by 8. Contessina settles for second. Bird Hunter was third. And Sweet Valeria finished fourth.
Richie talked about the benefit of having early speed for maidens at this level, and it came from a first-time starter. She sprinted away from this field, Richie, under Joe Johnson.
You know, she kind of tipped her hand in the morning with that 5 furlong breeze in 1 minute and 4/5. This was an impressive race. Now, if you're Jimmy Baker, her conditioner, you are holding your breath, crossing your fingers and toes that she didn't get claimed, that she gets to go back to your barn, because then she'll have a starter allowance condition as well. She was much the best, and good to see Jimmy Baker, a terrific horseman. I've known since he groomed horses for David Whiteley. His dad, George Baker, trained a great mare, Politely, so a horsemanship runs in the family there.
We'll stick with the theme of the maidens, but it's the 2-year-olds in the spotlight at Belmont at the Big A, as this is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion general sire, Into Mischief. And we do have the number 4, Phelpsy, a son of Into Mischief, in this opening race. We're going a mile on the main track. Plenty with experience. In fact, just one of the field is a first-time starter, and that's part of the entry. Big Wakes and Ohana Honor, both campaigned by West Point Thoroughbreds, currently even money. That is a look at the Gunrunner son, though, Point Proven. This is an interesting race, Richie, for these 2-year-olds.
It really is an interesting race, and it's always interesting to see who takes a step forward off of having a race under their belt with experience.
Even money on the entry right now as we get a Paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll start with the one who doesn't have experience here, and that is breaking more towards the outside, the plain one, Big Wicks, as he's a son of Medaglia d'Oro. They paid $575,000 for this colt as a yearling, and he has a lovely pedigree. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner and winning those races on all 3 surfaces as well. dirt, turf, and synthetic. And two, the half sibling was decent as well, winning on all three surfaces. And if you go back, the dam's a half to the venerable Bon Raison, who worked his way up the ranks to be quite an effective stakes horse. But Big Wicks comes in here, and debuting the mile is never the easiest, especially when you're the lone horse who doesn't have any experience in the field. And I will say that the horses who have run have a bit more fitness to them, at least upon appearances. And he is as fit as he possibly can be for a first-time starter. It's just you can tell that he hasn't run before. He's being the utmost professional, and physically this looks as though this is what he wants to do. But I would just side with the horses who have a little bit more foundation under their belt, as we'll check in with number 3, Skellig, who took all the money first time out. And oftentimes when there's smoke, there's fire, even if they didn't necessarily show it in their debut. He's such a laid-back customer, and he's so long and lanky that I think stretching out to a mile is only going to help this horse, who was chasing wide throughout last time out and just never really picked up, just kind of ran evenly. It took a while too to switch leads, which I think with him just returning quite quickly from that debut would just hint at being green. So I like the stretch out and distance for him. The only knock I have is that I thought he would need to strengthen up a bit in that debut, and he hasn't really done that. So I wish he put on a bit more conditioning from the first to the second start, but he does come back in here with a bullet drill over at Belmont, going the 47-3 back on September 11th. The horse I like most though here, based upon appearances in the paddock, is number 6, Expected Value, one of 2 for trainer Chad Brown. I love the stretch out with this son of Flatter. He's a very classic looking thoroughbred. He's very elegant, he's very well balanced, and everything is where it should be for a horse stretching out in distance. I like his disposition, and I like the education that he got first time out. I hope that he does break a bit better, but last time he was trying to break from the rail, and he just kind of hesitated a little bit, and then he picked his way through traffic, ran on in between, took a lot of kickback, and never really gave it up. Kept coming, though being beaten 13.5 lengths by Echo Again, who maybe didn't return with the most stellar performance yesterday in the Iroquois, but maybe that's apples and oranges. But Acacia, I really like the appearance here of Expected Value, who I think has moved forward from his debut.
2-year-old colt getting some more distance to work with today. Maggie, thank you. You, meanwhile, can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. The early pick 5 kicks off here. We'll talk more about these 2-year-olds on the other side of this quick timeout. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific it repeats itself. Echo Town.
big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsledowns.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this absolutely beautiful Sunday afternoon. We wrap up the week of live racing, and what a way to kick it off than with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day at Belmont at the Big A. And only one with experience, only one without experience, I should say, and that is Big Wicks, a first-time starter who will kick off the post parade, does debut. That's called by Medaglia d'Oro.
Yeah, part of an entry and making the debut distance of a mile is difficult, but I like the horses of Christophe Clemence that train up in Saratoga. They seem to really be well meant first time.
Here's the other part of this entry, also in the West Point Silks, Ohana Honor.
I think this horse is going to really appreciate stretching out. He's by Honor Code out of a mare that did win the top flight going a mile, and the outside draw is good for him.
And she's been a terrific producer, too. Montepulciano went by. Here is Skellig.
Skellig, was well meant on debut, took a lot of money, stretches out here. Kind of interesting.
4-1 right now on that John Terranova runner. Here's Phelpsy, son of Spendthrift Farm Stallion into Mischief.
Yeah, and I think another one that probably appreciates stretching out, get an opportunity to get in a better rhythm.
Point Proven. He is a horse that took quite a bit of money on debut.
He did. Now he adds blinkers. He looks good on the racetrack. Like maybe the race, moved him forward. We'll see.
Good notes from Maggie in the paddock on expected value.
You like to hear that maybe a horse then will go forward as well. He didn't take a lot of money on debut, not taking a lot of money here for a Chad Brown runner, but I think he's well drawn and stretching out could help him.
Flavian Pratt going to stay aboard as well. Meanwhile, there is Luis Saez. He won the first 3 races of the day yesterday, sweeping the early pick 3. He'll be aboard the first-time starter, Big Wicks, and of course has a big day coming up, riding Amore in the Pebbles a little bit later on. And while this is a firster, Richie, I was there for this last work. He worked this horse up in Saratoga. How important is that for a jockey, having the familiarity, being aboard in the mornings?
I think it helps immensely with a first-time starter. A lot of riders ride horses for the first time they've never ridden, but there's proven form, there's races to look at, more information to glean from race replays. When you're riding a first-time starter, not knowing how they act, how their temperament is, things that may spook them, how they are around the gate, how they are to handle. Now, obviously, Louis knows him, confidence to leave the lead pony, warm him up himself. It helps immensely to have that kind of confidence going in because you have some experience with a horse.
Meanwhile, the other part of the entry will be ridden by Javier Castellano, Ohana Honor. And Maggie, there are often buzz horses up in Saratoga. I think this one got a lot of buzz for the way that he looks with that flaxen tail.
He is very interesting looking, and if you talk to my husband, or an English person for that matter, they call that a badger tail. When it's, it starts out black, as bay or dark bay horses it typically have, but then they got the silver highlights. I mean, they're very fashionable. And too, he has a very interesting blaze too. It kind of starts more in the middle of his face and goes straight down. So a very striking son of Honor Code, and obviously trained by Shug McGee, actually a half brother of this one, Space Launch, trained by Christophe Clemence. So it's kind of all in the family with this entry. But Ohana Honor, he looked great first time out. Remember, he was the one who drew in off the also eligible. So that may have led to his price being maybe a little bit bigger than you typically see West Point horses. But you're taking the worst of it now at 4-5, coupled with Big Wicks today. And I liked him first time out. He was really fit for Shug, who sometimes you get the impression that his youngsters need a start. Not really the case. He saved ground most of the way, but just wasn't any match for gate to wire winner Bourbon Bash that day. So he has every right to win here. I definitely don't mind the stretch out in distance, but again, to reiterate, the price is what's wrong with him. As we'll move on to the inside runner, that is Montepulciano, who will switch to the dirt today after a slew of very fast dirt work since his debut. And he did feel like that Todd Pletcher first-time starter that he was on the turf just because they wanted the mile and a 16th distance, not the surface necessarily. And he was green that day. Paddock, trackside, today, completely different. It's the same thing as we saw, I believe, yesterday with the Todd Pletcher horse. Just, Acacia, you had mentioned he was acting up in the paddock, and a complete professional second time around, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with Montepulciano, who is more dirt meant in his frame, in his foot, and he is by not this time, who can be pretty a versatile influence, but it's more dirt on the bottom side, although there weren't any killers. But I gotta say, he's improved for the most part mentally, and with those strong workouts coming in here, he could be a serious factor. And Acacia, he is the co-second choice as of now.
Taking some attention indeed, Maggie. Thank you. Yeah, steady on yesterday. One of those 3 winners for Luis Saez showed a lot of mental improvement. Second time out for Todd Pletcher. This colt, by the way, Richie, as Maggie had alluded to, certainly not bred for the turf, but sometimes you have to run a horse in a spot where maybe they don't necessarily prefer it to get a little bit more distance.
Well, it certainly gives him foundation, right? He has that race under his belt. He showed speed. He stopped. He definitely has more of a dirt pedigree. The Grand Dam Foolish Kisses was a stakes winner on the dirt. The Sire, not this time. Strong stats, 17% with turf runners, but going long, 23% with dirt runners going long. And I like Montepulciano, not just because I like the wine. I thought he looked really good in the post-grade warming up.
You say it very nicely, too. Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher does send out 2. The 5-point Proven took money on debut, and he is by Gun Runner. Actually, in the second generation, though, the dam is the sister to Breeders' Cup winner Shared Account. The dam of Breeders' Cup winner sharing, so there's turf on that side. There's a strong pedigree, and yet he didn't run a step on in his first race.
No, he really didn't. But we've seen a lot of Todd Pletcher runners come back second time and really improve. They change a few things up. They add blinkers. The fact that I read Ortiz Jr. sticks, a rider that usually has options, although he's riding a great deal for Todd. So sometimes you just got to stick with your relationships more than just trying to ride the best horse.
Certainly makes sense. Follow the horse and follow the trainer if they have the horse. It's our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. A great way to kick off the afternoon at Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle standing by.
Waiting for Expected Value and Ohana Honor. They are in the gate. And they're off. Going out for the lead is Skellig as Montepulciano now moves up at the rail. Point Proven is racing in third. Then it's the entry, Big Wicks and Ohana Honor, followed by Phelpsy, who is gaining some ground towards the inside. And farther back is Expected Value, who is the early trailer, in seventh as the field moves up the backstretch. And it is Skellig who leads here by 3/4 of a length. Montepulciano second by a head. Point Proven on the outside in third through a quarter in 22 and 4. It's almost 4 lengths back to Phelpsy, who races in fourth, followed by the first-time starter Big Wicks in fifth. Then comes Ohana Honor, and Expected Value is at the back. Up front, Skellig continues to show the way with a half-mile remaining. It is Skellig by a length. Point Proven on the outside. Montepulciano down at the rail. The opening half, 46 and 2/5 seconds. Phelpsy getting closer in fourth. Big Wicks is down at the rail. Now Expected Value has picked it up from the back of the pack, and Ohana Honor is the trailer. It is Skellig and Point Proven. They are 1-2 as Big Wicks now moves into third. They are at the top of the stretch. Skellig trying to do it wire to wire here. It's Skellig in front, now clear by 3. Point Proven is all out in second. And then it's Big Wicks. Ohana Honor is down towards the rail with Expected Value on the outside, and they're inside the 8th pole. It is Skellig still there. Point Proven driving. Expected Value is gaining out in the middle of the course. Here comes Expected Value, and here comes Ohana Honor splitting horses in deep stretch, and it's a photo finish to start the Sunday card. Was it Expected Value, or was it Ohana Honor?
A thriller in the opener at Belmont at the Big A. Expected Value flying outside Ohana Honor, who seemed off the bridle and out of it early. Richie kicked in late, closing well.
Yeah, they put on quite a show here to see who gets the job done. The 6-horse Expected Value on the outside had a little bit of an edge. Inside.
Ooh.
Inside got a lot of the bob
got the
there.
Bob, all about who got the nose down on time.
Ooh, that's a tough tell. It looks like the 6 was in front of him. He did get a long bob, but maybe not quite enough. I will tell you, go back and watch Javier Castellano on the 1A Ohana Honor. He earned his money wherever. If he finished first, he finished second. This horse was not running at all, off the bridle, showing no interest whatsoever, and he kept imploring him, and then finally he dropped his head and came running. But that's when a rider is really earning his money, a bicycle horse. The 6 got a nice trip on the outside with Flavian Pratt, who has been riding extremely well since he's gotten to New York. Again, another great welcome addition to this jockey colony, and it was the 6 Expected Value.
6-1A 5-3, as it looked like the number 3 Skellig might be home free, and he started swishing his tail in the stretch. He looked a little bit agitated there too, and he was caught, and when it ended up finishing 4th.
He looked like he was very happy when he was kind of free running and doing it under his own volition, and then when he started to be asked to do more, it was almost like he said, wait a second, I'm doing the best I can. Almost like he resented urging a little bit. Some horses, you're better off being a passenger than a pilot.
You can see there's the 3 Skellig, as he was the one trying to set the pace. You'll have the closers coming into your screen too. At this point, late run in between horses from the 1A Ohana Honor and outside Expected Value. You see Expected Value go back to his left lead, Richie. Sometimes when horses are trying so hard in the stretch too, maybe a little bit of greenness as well, they kind of flip back to that inside lead.
Yeah, sometimes when they're really reaching for it, and sometimes when they're hitting the front, they lose a little bit of focus, and you'll see them jump back to their left lead as well. But it actually might have helped him. He kind of bobbled. His head went down a little bit more.
He did. Flavian Pratt kept his momentum going forward as well. Expected Value, the winner of the opener at Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Marathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Thanks for spending your Sunday with us here on America's Day at the Races. Race number 1 was your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and it went to Flavian Pratt in here, an expected value. As Flavian, we saw you far back early on, but they were rolling. They were going 22-3 for that opening quarter. What's it like when you're that far back and the field is that far in front of you?
Well, as you said, it felt like we were going a good clip, but I didn't want to be that far, and lost interest in the race. So yeah, it was a bit of a worry when I was that far back. Yeah.
He seemed to generally appreciate the stretch out from the 6 to the mile here, and even hinting at maybe wanting to go a little bit further than this. Did he give you that impression?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll go further. But yeah, it definitely was a big change from 6.5 to a mile. Yeah.
And we'll see you aboard Gina Romantica later on in the Pebbles. She switched to the turf favorably last time. You were on her too on the dirt. What is her stride any different between the two surfaces?
She moved well on turf and on dirt, but she definitely had a much better turn of foot on the grass. So it's it was a good run last time. Hopefully we can repeat that.
Any worries about the outside post going a mile?
No, I mean, it's never great, but I think if we can break well and get ourselves tucked around the inside and not be too wide, I think we'll be fine.
Well, congratulations. You kicked off the day in the right kind of way. Best of luck later.
Thank you very much.
Flavian Pratt, of course, making noise as we have switched racing from Saratoga to Aqueduct, or I should say Belmont at the Big A, Acacia.
He's just continued on with that strong momentum. Maggie getting up as we take a look at the Run Happy photo finish. This was a tight one, and as you mentioned, Richie, when we saw expected value kind of switch back to his left lead, he lurched his head forward a little bit. That helped him in the final jumps.
He did, but that was such a great example when a horse is coiled up and another horse is reaching out. That's when you can get beat on a bob, but he was clearly in front. Expected value at $10. We would be remiss not to mention that was Maggie's top selection there as well.
A nice call at a good price in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll switch gears now and head back over to Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires. Again, we had a terrific day of graded stakes races yesterday at Churchill, and we'll continue on with the 2-year-olds. In race number 2, we're going 6 furlongs in this maiden claiming for $50,000. It's 2-year-old fillies at Churchill Downs here. 1-2 right now on Frigid Lady, dropping in class for trainer Steve Asmussen, as this one is your heavy favorite to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, she's run competitively, hitting the board in all 3 of her starts, 4th and 2/3. So the drop in class looks like it certainly should help her find the winner's circle.
Here's the 4 Captive Star, first-time starter for Ian Wilkes.
A trainer that doesn't crank him up to win first time, but the mare has had 6 winners from 7 starters and 2 debut winners, so some precocity there in the family.
Here's the 5 Unified Decision, the other one for Ian Wilkes, this one with experience.
Yeah, also dropping in class and getting blinkers on, a little bit of a makeover there.
Another first-time starter is next, My Lady Luna.
Yeah, out of an unraced mare who is not produced yet, a slow but steady work tab.
9-1 on that one. Taking some attention is a class dropper for yesterday's Iroquois winning trainer Tom Amos. Here's She'll Never Know.
Philly took all the money first time out, sprinting on the dirt, tried turf in Saratoga, maybe getting back to the more appropriate surface, and certainly a major player on the drop.
And another class dropper, as is the theme in this race. Here's Marsan.
And turning back in distance, a well-traveled filly, raced at Churchill Downs, Del Mar, Ellis Park. Full circle back to Churchill Downs now.
Filly by Carpe Diem, back where she started her career, showed speed going long last time as she cuts back to the 6 furlongs here today. 2-year-olds maiden claiming 1-2 on Frigid Lady. I realize that she is the horse to beat on the drop, but that's a very short price in this field, Richie.
Very short price, for a filly that, yeah, she's shown some ability, but in maiden races, it's hard to take that kind of a price on a horse that has had 3 chances and was fairly well beaten in all 3, even though it is a drop in class.
2-5 now. The number 7, She'll Never Know, finished 4th on debut in her first start at Churchill. She was such a heavy favorite that day, and it should be worth mentioning at that time in the spring, early summer for Tom Amos before we went up to Saratoga, he had so many 2-year-old winners at that time as well. So that could be a reflection of the price.
Well, yeah, maybe Bruce. Well, it's Tom Amos for the first-time
Right.
starter. You know, we got to jump on board. But I thought she ran incredibly well there that day in a restricted maiden allowance race. I think this is a very appropriate spot for her. And I like those red and white colors of Joe Politi, the
Serengeti Empress.
Serengeti Empress. I was going to say Empress Serengeti. Thank you.
And she's accompanied by Harley, America's favorite lead pony.
That's enough right there to put me over the top.
Locked to like 2 to 5 on your favorite Frigid Lady. 2-year-old fillies in race number 2 at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Frigid Lady was off near the back of the pack. Good beginning for She'll Never Know. Mersan is there, and Unified Decision down toward the rail. These three hook up early. 2.5 back to Captive Star, who comes away fourth. My Lady Luna is racing fifth, and Frigid Lady is the trailer in sixth and is already 5 lengths off the lead. And that leader is Mersan, who comes on to take over and goes over toward the rail with 4 furlongs to go. She'll Never Know advances up to be second after an opening quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Far turn run. Mersan shows the way. Skitters clear by a length and a half. She'll Never Know is on the chase in second. Unified Decision is back to third. Frigid Lady launching her rally now and is circling up on the far outside. Then it's My Lady Luna and Captive Star. Top of the stretch, Mersan. They're swarming in. Frigid Lady with a sustained rally has gone from last and is first at the 8th pole. But She'll Never Know moves with her despite being in tight. She'll Never Know and Frigid Lady shoulder to shoulder. Mersan fights on toward the rail. Final 16th now. Frigid Lady short lead. She'll Never Know's a tough customer. Coming back at the inside. Coming back to win. She'll Never Know determined over Frigid Lady, Unified Decision, and Mersan.
She'll Never Know the winner, but you have to commend this filly for the tenacity that she showed right here, Richie, for a 2-year-old filly in only her 3rd start to be in tight like she is here with horses on either side of her and keep going. That was very impressive.
Showed a lot of courage. She was in tight. A lot of young horses will be too intimidated. When finally the inside horse fell away a little bit and gave Edgar Morales a little bit more opportunity to ride her a little more free, not have to be so concerned with that filly inside of him taking her ground, she dropped her head and ran. Maybe Serengeti Empress goes to the barn and gives him pep talks about courage, because that was her kind of fight, her kind of courage. She'll Never Know. Nice ride by Edgar Morales, who won the stake on Curly Jack yesterday for Tom, and Tom continues to beat, marches on. Mr. 4,000 working his way to Mr. 5,000.
He's well on his way. She'll Never Know with the win over your heavy favorite Frigid Lady, who came from off of it as they made it exciting down to the wire. Talk about exciting. That's what we saw yesterday here at Belmont at the Big A with 2 big graded stakes. The Jockey Club Derby, the Caesars Jockey Club Derby took place right here as we saw for the first time in 32 years, Richie, Frankie Dettori, an international sensation, riding since his win on Fire the Groom, and it took him 32 years to come back, and he got right back to the winner's circle with Nation's Pride, picking up 2 of the 3 legs of this turf triple.
Man, you could see why Frankie Dettori wants to continue riding now so many years later. When you ride horses like this, that when you get out in the clear, they can give you a last quarter in 24 seconds going 1.5 miles. This was a super impressive performance. Got a beautiful trip under Frankie. Got to that coveted inside pocket position, but you could see it was always just a matter of finding racing room, and it was over in a twinkling.
It was great to see Frankie here and see a flying dismount as well, which was pretty fun at the Big A.
Flying dismount isn't as high, and he lands a little gingerly now compared to years ago.
He did, but he still did it, which was exciting to have here. And I mean, he even said to me after the race, he noticed when he sat on Nation's Pride versus when he rode him in the Belmont Derby 2 back, he's a thicker, stronger horse now, and that was evident. He's absolutely flourished when he's been stabled here training up at Saratoga. And there's the flying dismount. He said it was a little on an angle. He said it wasn't on an angle. Meanwhile, the Jockey Club Oaks earlier in the day, Frankie Dettori nearly had 2 as he was on Toscana Belle, the French-bred filly coming in from Germany. She ran a big race, but it was McCulloch to get the win, also taking 2 out of the 3 legs of this turf triple.
Yeah, what a nice daughter of Frankel this is. Not only does she have turn of foot, which was able to kind of almost get first run on the runner-up, she has stamina, and that's a formidable combination in turf racing. I mean, she was very resolute. The runner-up was game, but McCulloch's a special talent. Again, a filly that not only can quicken, but can stay.
Irad Ortiz aboard McCulloch. She was beaten by Godolphin and Charlie Appleby's With the Moonlight in the Saratoga Oaks when she was forced to play her game. There was no With the Moonlight in this race, and she ran valiantly over Toscana Bell, who made a nice account of herself in her U.S. debut. Again, Frankie Dettori was aboard the runner-up, but it was McCulloch to get the win, as in both the boys and the fillies divisions, we've seen horses take 2 out of the 3 legs. You could argue that if Nation's Pride had broken better in the Belmont Derby, he might have won all 3.
Well, I think it was clear that if he had broken in the first one, he would have won it. But also, classic
Causeway.
Causeway, he's shown
Yep.
that he's legit on the turf. It wasn't a fluke that first run, get an easy lead. He's shown up and run. He's just facing a better horse.
Facing a better horse and maybe just a little bit too far yesterday, going the 1.5 miles. Back here today, meanwhile, we get ready for race number 2, Belmont at the Big A. 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a $16,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life for fillies and mares. There's a look at the field. True Empress currently even money as she takes a huge drop in class. For more on this field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Acacia, going into this race, I was all about True Empress because I just haven't necessarily loved the appearance of Shamalama Ding Dong, and two, furthermore, thought that she's just more of a turf horse. Well, but she comes back off a bit of a freshening and does take that precipitous drop. She is number 3 in here. And she looks better than what I've seen from her in the past. Finally, she's carrying the weight that you'd like to see. Her energy is fantastic. And two, to boot, she's run her fastest race to date on the dirt. Now, some of the subsequent effort after that one last year up at Saratoga wasn't quite as good, but still, I think at this level, she looks great here in the paddock and could be a serious threat with the class drop against True Empress, who, yeah, has some more confirmed dirt form, but Shamalama Ding Dong does have that decent race back in July of 2021 at Belmont. Do want to talk about number 1 Sweeter in here, who comes back off of a layoff and protected. So when horses come back off of 6-month plus layoffs and come back at the same level or higher, they can run once here at NYRA without the claiming tag hanging over their name. And I think it's always a positive as she'll come back here for Chris Engelhardt. She's really grown and really filled out now as a 4-year-old. She's made an excellent impression on me. Now, we'll see, is she fit enough? But at least judging her here in the paddock, she looks defined and toned enough against this field to be effective here. The only thing with her, though, is that I just often worry that 6 might be just a little too short for her, as she doesn't have too much tactical speed. Acacia.
A fair point for sure, Maggie, as Sweeter tends to come from pretty far off of that layoff since November of 2021. There is your even money favorite, Richie, True Empress, getting the leg up from Eric Cancel. A big drop in class for that filly. We'll kick off the post parade, though, starting with the layoff runner, Sweeter.
Yeah, I like the fact that she does show up protected, that she can't be claimed. It shows a little confidence. But she's another one that's a bit of a deep closer. Where's the speed coming from here?
Here's another class dropper and back to dirt for infringement.
Yeah, a horse that doesn't show speed going further distances. Another one that doesn't add any speed to this affair.
She's a big price. Here is a filly that has shown some speed, and John and Brielle's favorite name to say, Shamalama Ding Dong.
Well, I honestly think that she can be the pacemaker here and lead them wire to wire because there's not a lot of speed signed on.
Handle the Truth up next.
Another one that's more of a closing type, should be maybe a little bit closer because of the lack of pace in here.
No pony in the post parade, as is typical for her. Here's True Empress, your favorite.
Yeah, True Empress makes a lot of sense. She's dropping in class, but she's also a filly that lags early sometimes, so maybe Eric Cancel can get her a little bit more involved today.
And here's the 6, My Delicious.
Could turn out to be the speed if Shamalama Ding Dong doesn't want it, but if I'm Dylan Davis on Shamalama Ding Dong, I am going to show that I'm aggressive and I want it, and then let everybody else adjust around me. But My Delicious has shown speed at times.
That's the field for race 2 at Belmont at the Big A. We'll take a quick break, talk more about this second race when we come back. Stay with us after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree, with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales. Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Our program, as always, brought to you by Run Happy, a sire whose progeny can carry his speed from all distances on all surfaces. Getting ready for race 2, Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at Sweeter and Handle the Truth. I want to remind everybody, you can bet Belmont at the Big A with Naira Bets today. Sign up, get started. Use promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match to play all the action and a whole lot more. There is Shamalama Ding Dong taking a big drop in class. We're going back to her race back in July, Richie. This was her first start when with Christophe Clement, and she was very game this day. Can she run back to that effort is the question.
Well, if she can, I think she'll win. I mean, she's, again, showed speed this day. She was game. She didn't finish the deal. She was outgamed late, but I thought she ran a winning effort this day and as good a dirt race as pretty much anybody in the field, particularly because she has speed. The fact that she, has that tactical advantage and she could be forward, even if somebody like the 6 My Delicious went on a mission, she's not going to be out of the race. She's going to be involved.
Well, we'll see if she gets the run of the race today. For more on the rest of this field, let's go trackside and check in with Maggie.
I definitely had the same kind of notion about this race as Richie has brought up with regards to Shamalama Ding Dong. But let's check in with the horse who has held strong as your favorite. That's number 5 in here, True Empress, another one showing up for the tag for the first time. And True Empress is one that, she never really went on from 2 to 3, but again, this is the right spot for her to be in. She got a lovely warm-up with Eric Cancel aboard, really framed herself up really nicely. And it's just the fact that, well, A, she doesn't have that much early speed, as Mig was alluding to, and the price. I just would much prefer to take Shamalama Ding Dong in here, although my one knock wasn't with her. It was Dylan Davis just kept her with the pony. Now maybe she's tough to ride and maybe she needs to be with the pony, but I would have liked to see just a bit more of a warm-up with her. To be honest, she did everything right out in the racetrack and moved well, but that was just my one knock for a horse that potentially could steal this gate to wire. But Acacia, I was really stuck between the 3 and the 1 in here. Sweeter looked really good on the track too.
And she's a nice price, sweeter at 8-1, Maggie, as Maggie brought up the point back in the paddock, and it is an important one. The fact that when you have a horse coming in off of a layoff like Sweeter is, and you have the opportunity to run for the waiver, meaning that they cannot be claimed, even though they belong at this level, it speaks to a little bit of a level of confidence. Chris Englehart brings this filly back. She ran for the 16,000 last time out, but he doesn't want her to be claimed today, and he's looking forward to potentially, running some more races with her. I think it's a good vote of confidence.
Yeah, and I think it's a very valid point, but also understand too, Chris Englehart runs a lot of horses at Finger Lakes too. This is a New York bred that still has some New York bred conditions that maybe if she's not good enough to win them on the NYRA circuit, maybe good enough to win them there. So, probably another reason why he's protecting her. But I agree with you. I do think that it is a vote of confidence when you see a horse that could potentially be in for the claiming price and they choose not to. That means they want to keep her. They don't want to see her go to another barn.
She's 8-1 right now. Trevor McCarthy going to be in the saddle. The number 6, My Delicious, is 9-2. She's taking a lot of money from her morning line as she gets back to the dirt. She's obviously not a turf horse. She's second off the layoff here. Do you think that the reason she's getting so much attention is that she has some speed?
I think that everybody's kind of looking at the race the way I've been looking at it. Tactically, she could have an advantage. She could be a part of the pace. If not on the lead, she's going to be forward in a race that just feels a little devoid of speed. Now, we've seen this go both ways. Race looks like it has no speed in it whatsoever, and 3 or 4 people try for the lead because everybody reads the racing form. Or a race that has a ton of speed and nobody goes to lead because they're all looking at each other saying, well, there's a lot of speed in here. I don't want to be caught in a speed duel. So, you hope that people don't overcompensate. If the race plays out the way it looks on paper from a pace standpoint, to me, the naturally fastest horse early in the race is the 3, Shamalama Ding Dong. And the second fastest horse naturally is the 6, My Delicious.
Apprentice Jose Gomez aboard My Delicious. We saw him get his first stakes win this summer at Saratoga. A really exciting moment as he's continued to turn a lot of heads throughout racing here amongst the top jockeys in the country, if not the world.
116 victories so far this year, leading the way for apprentices in earnings. To me, he looks like an absolute lock to win the Eclipse Award as champion apprentice this year.
See if he can pick up another win here, but the favorite is True Empress with Eric Cancel. Race 2, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
So they'll have to catch him, but I think they will.
And My Delicious. Set now for race 2. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 1, Sweeter, and she trails the field. From the outside, it is My Delicious along with True Empress. Now Shamalama Ding Dong moves up down at the rail, and Handle the Truth is up close. 4 of them are right together here in the early going with Infringement sitting just off of them in 5th. And after the slow beginning, Sweeter is the trailer in 6th. Shamalama Ding Dong and the favorite True Empress, and the 2 of them are right together through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. My Delicious in the red blinkers now moving up on the outside from 3rd. Handle the Truth down at the rail, now back in 4th. And then comes Infringement, and a Sweeter is making a move on the extreme outside. In between horses, True Empress, Shamalama Ding Dong down at the rail. My Delicious on the outside. Now it's My Delicious and True Empress, and the 2 of them are right together. The half went in 47 and 4/5 seconds. On the inside, it is True Empress who is now prevailing here. It is True Empress in front by 2. My Delicious runs in 2nd, then Handle the Truth, followed by Infringement. True Empress with the lead. Handle the Truth now moves to 2nd. It will be True Empress to win it here by a diminishing length. Handle the Truth was 2nd, and farther back, My Delicious finished 3rd.
Favorite, a winner, True Empress, as she kicked away, but she was shortening up a little bit at the wire. Richie, a late run from long shot, handled the truth to make a couple scary moments there.
Yeah, handled truth finished well under Omar Hernandez Moreno. But Eric Cancel did everything right. You're on a big favorite. Race not a tremendous amount of speed. Even if your filly doesn't have a lot of natural speed, he put her right in the game. Don't get her chance to get in any trouble. Put her right where she needed to be. She was always traveling. Maybe that's why she got a little bit late, because it kind of changed her style. When you're on the best horse, ride him like this. Good ride by Eric. True Empress, well placed. George Weaver and his team get it done. It got a lot closer at the end than I even realized the first time.
5, 4, 6, 2. 4-5 on True Empress, 42-1 on Handle the Truth. Good on you if you had that exacta, but the favorite, a winner, True Empress, just better and outclassing these on that significant drop in class. And yeah, big late run from that long shot. We'll bring you prices when we come back, and more live racing from New York and Churchill Downs after this. And we'll talk about letting the Derby dreaming begin. Tom Amoss had a big day yesterday with Curly Jack in the Iroquois. Picked up some points on the road to Kentucky.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes, and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Looks like a beautiful sunshine-filled day at Churchill Downs as well. Race number 3 is our next order of business there. Mile and a 16th on the main track. It's a $20,000 claiming race for non-winners of 2 in life. There's a look at the board. Current 2-1 favorite on the number 3. Meet the rest of the field though, Richie, starting with the 1 Kiss Principal. Scandalous.
Yeah, gets a good inside post, drops back to the level of being claimed. So it's not really a drop in class, just getting back to that level. Joe Johnson, first winner of the year earlier in the card.
Blinkers on that one too. Here's Moondog.
Yeah, Moondog gets back from the turf. Feels like he would have to improve just a little bit to handle maybe the horse just outside of him.
Here's your favorite. Layoff, big drop in class, Mr. Creed.
Well, the layoff's the question. Returns to gelding. Brendan Walsh pretty good at getting horses fit, and the drop in class should help.
Next will be the 4 Tonal Impact. This horse was 9-5 on the morning line.
Yeah, he's been running on turf more recently, but has dirt races good enough to be an impact here?
First time on the dirt for Mike Maker. 5-2 now. Next, we'll go to Mega Charlie, maiden winner last out.
Yeah, it took him a long time to break his maiden, gets back down to the $20,000 level. The thing on his side is, I think this is the controlling speed in here.
He does look to be just that. And here's the 6, Yono.
Stretches out, does add blinkers, gelding, kind of the complete makeover. Maybe this horse shows a bit more speed on the stretch out, but didn't have any speed sprinting.
That's the field for the third race. Brendan Walsh's layoff horse is your current favorite. As we check in with Paul LaDuca. Paul, does it look like Mega Charlie will try to take them gate to wire here?
I would think so, Acacia. You know, ever since they put the blinkers on this gelding by Cinco Charlie, he's obviously improved. Now, he's coming in here from Prairie Meadows and a gate-to-wire winner when Ken Tohill was aboard. Now, Giovanni Franco is aboard, and, of course, our good friend G. Stevens, who represents Giovanni as his agent. Randy Morse basically told him in the morning, your horse is going to be in front at the top of the lane. It's going to be up to your jock the rest of the way home. We'll see if he's good enough. You know, the other layoff horse in here, I mean, the layoff horse in here, the 3 Mr. Creed, you know, Richie makes a good point. Brendan Walsh is very good with these types. And when you look at this horse, you know, they only paid $30,000. So is this dropping for 20 realistic? And you've been sitting on this horse for a year, you know, almost not a year, but hasn't raced since December. Gelding, a lot of new things in the drop. So, you know, he makes a lot of sense. I thought the 4 was the horse to beat, to be honest with you. The worry is how far back is he going to be? Keisha made a good point as well. This is the first time on dirt with Michael Maker. I think when they claimed this horse, obviously Michael's always looking for that turf horse, and it just didn't work out with Tonal Impact. And he's shown no speed in his turf efforts. It seems like he gets out of the gate, he really doesn't want the turf. And his dirt races go back to, he lays over this group. The worry is there's just no pace in here. I think he's going to be dead last. We saw the favorite get left in the last race in Circle, and Edgar Morales, I want to give him congratulations before I go back to you, Acacia, to Edgar Morales. He got his first graded stakes win, and he just found out he's going to be a new father here pretty soon. Pretty good weekend for him and Mr. Amos.
Oh, that is so exciting. Congratulations to Edgar Morales and his family. As Paul mentioned, a huge day for him, and he and Tom Amos have teamed up for a lot of great wins together. A big weekend professionally and personally.
Yeah, congratulations to Edgar and his family. And Tom Amos, our colleague, said yesterday, now it's going to get harder to get Edgar Morales because the cat's kind of out of the bag.
Yeah.
The guy can ride.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Edgar. As we'll see who gets the win in this upcoming race. The number 3, Mr. Creed, is your favorite. As Paul mentioned, there's just not much speed signed on here. We did see Tyler Gaffleone give Mr. Creed a big warm-up away from the pony, though.
Yeah, and you would expect that being a bit fresh, too, off the layoff, right? Not running since December, he'll be a little bit more forward. That's horses tend to, when they come off of layoffs, to be a little bit more aggressive naturally. But Mr. Creed makes a lot of sense to me on the drop. I'm really intrigued with the 5, Mega Charlie. I just think that he's going to be loose on the lead, and speed is always dangerous.
The number 4, Tonal Impact, meanwhile, again, first time on the dirt for Mike Maker. As Paul had mentioned, oftentimes you will see Mike Maker claim a horse and immediately take that horse to the turf, which is just what he did. And this is one that had actually run on the turf in the past, has been in just about everybody's shed row throughout his career as well. But you would think that he should be fine going back to the dirt because he's never run on the dirt at this low a level.
No, and just what we saw here at Aqueduct in the last race, right? We had a big favorite trying the getting back to the dirt, getting down to the lowest level that didn't have speed. And then all of a sudden had more speed. It's sometimes just the company you keep is going to put you more forward. I like when horses are popular at the claim box. There's usually a reason for it. These horse people are very in tune with watching horses, how they're doing, what they're doing. And if they're popular, it's because people see something attractive about them. And this horse is pretty consistent. He shows up and runs pretty much every single time.
What is that old adage? You want to keep yourself in the best company and your horses in the worst company?
That's it. If we can pull that off, we're in good shape.
9-5 right now on the number 3, Mr. Creed, for race 3 at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for Total Impact, Mega Charlie and Yono. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mr. Creed comes out running. Yono is there from the outside, and Kiss Principal down toward the rail. Mega Charlie comes on from the far outside. Mr. Creed, though, wins the race to the opening turn, is down on the inside showing the way. Mega Charlie comes up on the extreme outside, is keyed up and tugging at Giovanni Franco. They come on to challenge for the top spot, so these two, Mega Charlie and Mr. Creed, will go head-to-head to the backstretch run. Yono comes on to grab third. Kiss Principal in tight toward the rail fourth. Moondog comes away fifth, and Total Impact is the trailer in sixth. To the backstretch they go. Opening quarter, 24-2. Manageable pace so far. 5 furlongs to go, and it's Mega Charlie short lead. Mr. Creed keeping pace at the rail, neither in a hurry at this point. 2 lengths back to Yono and Kiss Principal. They're together third and fourth. Then it's Moondog fifth, and Total Impact is sixth. Hustled along from there. Heading for the far turn, Mr. Creed comes on through. Mr. Creed took a lead there, but it was brief. Mega Charlie comes right back at it at the outside, and these two are head and head round the far turn. And Yono's not far behind them third. And Moondog is coming on 4 wide fourth. Total Impact is right in behind the leaders. Needs to find a way through in tight and awkward there. Kiss Principal's down inside as they turn for home. Mr. Creed comes away with the lead. Yono's right there and alongside second. Farther back, Total Impact trying to get on track. Moondog, Kiss Principal giving it up late there was Mega Charlie. 1 furlong to go. Mr. Creed still there. Here comes Total Impact rallying to the front. And Total Impact with a burst of energy scores by 3 on the wire. Mr. Creed held second. Yono was third, and Kiss Principal finished fourth.
It was Total Impact, not in the prettiest way, Richie, but he got up in time, rallying with the right setup, and he was being very tough for Gerardo Corrales, trying to get him to switch his leads, and he never ultimately did.
No, but he gave him a good ride by saving ground and tipping out once he made the curve in the stretch. You can see kind of an awkward stride on him, leading with that left foreleg as he rallies up to grab Mr. Creed inside the 16th pole. Kind of an oddly run race. The complexion of the race was completely changed when the 5 Mega Charlie looked like he slipped behind, didn't break particularly well, was keen, kind of pulled Giovanni Franco up to engage Mr. Creed, who was then committed to the lead and set it up for Total Impact in the final run from Gerardo Corrales, who gave a nice ride on a southpaw.
I like that. As Gelding by Tonalist picks up the win as Total Impact. First time on the dirt for Mike Maker. Bring you prices when we come back. We'll also look ahead at what's to come at Belmont at the Big A. The return of Kinchin, the horse. Don't worry, the person. He'll be here with us as well.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just win to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Here's Curly Jack. Here's Jace's Road. Here's Hone down the outside. In behind it's Hayes Strike. There's 1 furlong to go. And Curly Jack has come away with the lead. Jace's Road rallying inside. Hone down the center. Final 16th. It's Curly Jack digging in. Hone trying to get by second, but it will be Curly Jack.
Curly Jack in yesterday's Iroquois, as we just mentioned, first graded stakes win for jockey Edgar Morales. For our colleague Tom Amos, getting Curly Jack to the winner's circle, this son of good magic, as he picks up some points on the road to the first Saturday in May, Richie, and obviously it's a long way to go before then. It's never too early to start dreaming.
No, absolutely, and that's what the 2-year-olds are all about tomorrow and the future. And I liked a lot of things that Curly Jack did, the way he rated, he took kickback, he rallied up, he took the lead, and then he held off Hone. Hone made a big run at him, and he dug in, so he showed determination as well as professionalism yesterday.
Big win from Curly Jack, and for his connections. Should be exciting to follow him throughout, and of course leading on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile with that important win going 2 turns in the mile and a 16th. Back here today, Belmont at the Big A, race number 3 up next, a mile on the turf, a maiden special weight for fillies and mares, and the number 7 Kinchin. Many may remember a very special filly named for our colleague Jonathan Kinchin's late father, and she returns to the racetrack. For more, let's check in with Maggie in the paddock.
And let's take a look at Kinchin. We're all excited to see the equine version back here in the paddock, and of course we'll check in with Jonathan a bit later here to share his sentiment about this filly named after his late father. But taking a look at her here, in which she ran well in her 2 starts as a 2-year-old nearly a year ago, I'm still looking at Kinchin version 2021. She has not changed at all physically. She still looks the same size. She hasn't really filled out, and she's still a little bit of a nervous type. You know, she strikes me as one that probably lives on her nerves a bit, and thus that leads to her being a little bit more on the lighter framed side. And so therefore she looks fit, and I certainly don't mind some of her works coming back. She's actually worked quite well on the dirt, but I'm going to take the wait and see approach with her today. I thought there were some more interesting prospects in here that do have some recency. As we'll take a look at Cherie DeVoe's number 2, Rosia Bay. She'll turn back in distance to the mile, and last time out going the 9 furlongs at Belmont back in June, it was strange. She was in a good spot, although she was pretty wide going into the first turn, but still kind of tracking, then suddenly kind of dramatically dropped back going around the second turn, and then once Javier Castellano got into her a little bit, she re-rallied. So blinkers going on today, and I think that makes a lot of sense, just to keep her engaged, keep her focused, and physically too, she's a bit more shorter coupled, so I think the mile makes a lot of sense with her, and she looks ultra fit heading back here off that bit of a freshening. Number 3 is Saria for Graham Motion, and she went up to Woodbine, was the beaten favorite that day, but it just felt as though the winner got the jump on her a bit, was tactically a bit more forward than Saria, making her first start in, well, North America, I should say, but she'll switch to the turf today. She looks like a turf miler. I mean, this is kind of your quintessential physical prototype for a turf miler. That big, massive foot on her, bit smaller, handier, shorter coupled, but not really built downhill and blocky like a sprinter would be, but just a bit smaller and handier than a true routing type of turf horse. And she looks incredibly fit now. She never got a break when she shipped over from Ireland, but I think she could be very effective in this spot. Acacia?
Intriguing, Maggie. Thank you. Filly by Shemrodal for Graham Motion. First time on the turf stateside here, as she did run that second on the Tapeta up at Woodbine last time out, Richie.
Yeah, and now she's getting back to turf. She had that run under her belt. You know, we saw it with the horse that won the stake yesterday, right? Nation's
Pride.
Nation's Pride. How much more professional he got with a run in North America. Just different style, having to jump a little more aggressively.
Absolutely, all about that break as well. We'll see what Sariha does do. Your favorite now to the outside, though, Veronica Green, the quote-unquote other Chad Brown in here. She was second by just a slim margin last time when trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, and that was a big step forward for her. She runs that race back. She's going to be very tough.
We'll meet the rest of the field, starting with the number 1, Whiskey Lullaby.
Showed good speed last time against the boys. Finished third there. Now it looks like she could be loose on the lead here.
Here's the 2, Rosia Bay. Blinkers going on.
Yeah, like Maggie talked about, blinkers can make a big difference, keep this filly's attention a little better.
Great Motion filly, Sariha.
Yeah, filly that ran well last time, has run well on grass in Ireland, could take a step forward.
Here's the 4, Free Chicken. She tried turf last time.
Yeah, she's just going to have to improve. Really, I mean, she was forced out only because she didn't have run, and when you don't have run, you can get pushed around.
Jorge Abreu has 2 in here as well, also sends out Libretto.
I think that's too big a price for this filly. All of her races longer are okay, and if she could take a little step forward at a big price, she could maybe fill out an exotic.
Here's Sister Mac, second-time starter.
She'll need to improve off that first start, but she very well could.
Kinchin off the layoff.
Well, certainly our rooting interest because of the name Kinchin. She does look like she stayed kind of on the small side.
And the other one for Chad Brown, your favorite, Veronica Green.
That makes a lot of sense. Moved up on the turf, got a big number that day, and she could be very tough to beat here, obviously, as your favorite.
That's the field for the 3rd race at Belmont at the Big A. There is a look, though, at the daughter of Lope de Vega, Kinchin, as we'll welcome in the Jonathan Kinchin. JK, I know that this filly is very special sentimentally to you and your family, and it must be really exciting to have the opportunity to see her back on track.
Yeah, no, we're really excited. Austin's right over here fired up. He'll be ready to come watch here in a second. But, yeah, Bob and Chris Edwards were kind enough when my father passed away to name a horse in his honor. And it was a very kind gesture, and it was fun to watch her run at Saratoga. We watched her run at Belmont. Then she had a little time off, and now she's back as a 3-year-old. And from a handicapping standpoint, you know, I look at 2-year-old numbers and expect an improvement when they turn 3. So I'm hopeful that she'll run a little better. I respect my colleagues and Maggie and Richie saying maybe she's still on the smaller side, but there's been small horses that are fast too. But my dad was the first person to ever take me to the racetrack. He, you know, just bet our address, and he was the guy in front of you that was slowing you down for making an intelligent wager. He was just betting the 318 box back in the days at Lone Star Park, and I was actually able to take him to Belmont for Palace Malice's Belmont Stakes. It was the first time that him and I ever went on a trip as adults together to the racetrack, and it's such a memorable moment for me, and he would be so proud of this horse running today. He would be bugging everyone he knows to make sure they tune in, and so I did my best to try to send around a few text messages to his friends and some of our family. I know he's definitely proud wherever he might be, and thank you so much to Bob and Chris Edwards for doing this.
I'm sure he's proud of the filly. I'm sure he's very, very proud of you too, Jonathan. We are all rooting for your father's namesake, filly, making her 3-year-old debut. As we last saw her, Richie, as a 2-year-old maiden facing open company in the Grade 2, Miss Grillo. She finished second that day behind Sail By, who we'll see later on today in the Pebbles. She finished behind Hail 2 on debut, who's proved to be a nice runner for Tom Albertrani as well. And we'll see what she does in her first start as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, listen, she showed a lot of ability at 2. First time out, she was unlucky. She didn't get off particularly well. She got kind of, caught in heavy rush hour traffic, but ran on resolutely. And then she was second in a stake as a maiden. So, yeah, absolutely. She should improve from 2 to 3. Sometimes you do like to see some more of that physical development we talk about, but there have been a lot of small horses that have been very good. One that Chad Brown trained, Namouni, comes to mind. She had a big turn of foot, and she wasn't very, very tall or big.
Meanwhile, here's Veronica Green, still your favorite. She switched to the turf last time out by Tap It Out of a Kitten's Joy mare, and she obviously took to the grass behind Jane Mast, who looks to be a talented one for Cherie DeVoe. And this filly, she finished up well, just beating a neck behind one who had some experience on the turf.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that she finished as well as she did, she looks like a kind of a long striding filly. by Tappan. It took her a little while to get her legs, kind of up underneath her, but she finished extremely well. She certainly has that turf action, doesn't she? Kind of that daisy cutter, just kind of tipping over the top of the turf. It's kind of pretty to watch, but she ran well here, and if there's any improvement at all, I mean, she doesn't have to be improvement. She runs that race back, she's going to be tough.
3-2 right now in Veronica Green. Maggie, she did seem to appreciate switching to the turf.
I was in the paddock, and I actually went out on the pony that race, Acacia, and I was purposely held judgment until I got out on the racetrack, because looking at her, she didn't really strike me as one that should take to the turf. But then once I watched her warm up and her movement, I was like, oh, I get what Chad's seeing here with this filly, because she definitely moves more like a turf horse. And she ran well, and she's coming out of a race that has the potential to be fairly live, as 2 horses have come back out of there to win. She's gotten a little bit hot here. It is kind of warm, to be fair to her. But that wasn't something I noticed about her up in Saratoga, and she did run when it was very hot in Saratoga, mid-late July. So just one thing I noticed about a horse who's a heavy favorite, but has every right to win here and probably should get the job done. Do want to talk about a horse stretching back out in distance. That's number 5, Libretto. And here, I mean, I get, because she's a Fastnet Rock, that they wanted to try sprinting with her, but there is nothing about this filly physically that says she wants to sprint. Now, she's an enormous price on the board. So I like her getting back out in distance. I just wish she looked a little bit stronger behind the saddle. But again, she's 33-1, and she's getting back to a distance where she has shown in the past, too, that she can be effective here. Acacia?
She is intriguing at 33-1. Huge price. Jose Lascano climbing aboard this one, Richie. And she's a filly that's been very sharp throughout her career. On top of the fact that she's by Fastnet Rock, you can understand them trying to sprint. But after 2 tries, it's clear that's just not what she wants.
Yeah, I remember her, when she debuted April 15th this year, right here at Aqueduct. And I thought she ran really well that day, and I thought she would kind of take a step forward. Well, she didn't take a step forward. She didn't take a step backwards. Her next 2 races were basically the same, a little bit even. Now they turned her back to sprints. She didn't want to do that, but maybe that makes her a little bit sharper and going longer. She's just too big a price. I don't know if she's capable or good enough to win, but 32-1 is a ridiculous price for her.
Worth taking another look, that's for sure. And sometimes those horses with that even running style do tend to fare a little bit better going a bit longer. 7-5, though, on the number 8, Veronica Green. This is an interesting race, though, beyond your favorite, as everyone looks for the first win of their career.
Yeah, I mean, I give the 1 Whiskey Lullaby. She's going to be my top selection because I think she's loose on the lead, and she ran very well against Colts last time. Indemnify, Transactional, 2 horses from the Chad Brown barn that ran very well. Now, Indemnify came back, didn't run as well yesterday, but the fact that she's going to be loose on the lead here and back with fillies, she's, I thought, a generous 7-1.
Second off the claim for Jose Camejo, who had a very strong summer up at Saratoga as well. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John Embriel standing by.
Waiting for Free Chickens and Veronica Green. They're in the gate. And they're off. Libretto, and from the inside it is Whiskey Lullaby. And now moving up is Sariha, and gaining ground on the far outside is Sister Mac. So it is Whiskey Lullaby from that inside post who is vying for the lead with Libretto as they go into the clubhouse turn. Sitting just off them is Sariha. Oh, steadying there in behind Sariha was Rosia Bay. They go around the turn, head for the back stretch. And the leader is Whiskey Lullaby by a length. Libretto runs in second. And then it is Sariha and Sister Mac heads apart third and fourth. Rosia Bay is next in fifth. On the outside is Veronica Green in sixth. Then Kinchin, who has made her way down to the inside. And Free Chickens is the trailer. Midway up the back stretch through a quarter, 23 3/5 seconds. Whiskey Lullaby is the leader. The leader by a length. Libretto giving chase in second with Sariha down at the rail in third. And on the outside, Sister Mac is fourth. Kinchin has made progress now up into fifth. Then comes Rosia Bay, followed on the outside by Veronica Green, and the trailer is Free Chickens. Half mile 49 3, midway on the turn. It is still Whiskey Lullaby with Libretto in second, and now Veronica Green makes her move on the far outside. Sarija looks to come through down at the rail. And then it is Sister Mac and Kinchin. Here comes Veronica Green up on the outside to challenge Whiskey Lullaby for the lead. It is Veronica Green, Whiskey Lullaby, Sarija down at the rail. Veronica Green now takes over. Sarija looking to squeeze through on the inside, but Veronica Green will break her maiden here. Sarija was second by a head, and Whiskey Lullaby finished third.
Veronica Green gets the win, her second start on the turf. A big run from the second place finisher, Sarija Ritchie, as she had a lot of trouble into the first turn.
Yeah, she checked severely into the first turn. Her head came up. Flavien Pratt did a good job to get her back into position after that, trouble on the first turn. And she was able to kind of squeeze through here late to get second. But the story was Veronica Green and the move she made around the far turn. She basically just inhaled the field with this Arazi-esque move around the far turn. Big strident daughter of Tappet. She was impressive. To make that kind of run wide around turn and pick up horses, she was very good today.
Big effort from the winner, but we'll take a look at what happened into the first turn. A lot of trouble there. The number 3 is going to get really headstrong and send a steady back, which causes a chain reaction. The 2 bumps out into the 7 and the 4, so Kinchin and Free Chickens really taking the worst of it at the back.
Yeah, 4 horses were affected. Certainly, the 3 Sarahi, who had a steady first. It affected the 2, Rosia Bay, and then in turn got Kinchin and as well as Free Chickens, and eliminated Kinchin completely into the first turn. But the winner was very good, though. Take nothing away from her effort to make that kind of eye-catching sweep around horses. It's one thing to pick up horses, another thing to pick up horses around a turn that quickly.
Yeah, she made that middle move. I read Ortiz saying, listen, I'm on the best horse. It's time to get out into the clear at this point. And she gets the win, making a nice impression, even coming back to the winner's circle. 8-3-1-5 in race number 3 at Belmont at the Big A. Churchill Downs, we turn the page and go to race 4. It's a maiden claiming race for the 2-year-olds. We saw the 2-year-old fillies in this condition earlier on. This one for the boys, going 6 furlongs here. Taking a look at the field, pretty wide open field right now with the tepid favorite at 3-1, the number 9, Gold Luck.
Yeah, it seems like a wide open affair. Gold Luck showed speed on debut. That was on turf, but I'm seeing more dirt pedigree there.
It is much more of a dirt pedigree to seem called by Golden Sense, dropping in class for trainer Brendan Walsh. The number 8 breadwinner, Tom Amos, looks for yet another one. This one taking a drop in class as well. Hasn't run since June.
Yeah, listen, you got to respect Tom's horses, and he places them well. He tried this horse maiden allowance. Now here he is for a tag. Probably well spotted.
Here's the field, starting with a horse that will break from the outside post, the number 1, Treepat.
Yeah, showed some speed first time out, was also drawn the furthest out that day as well.
Remaining half of that entry. Here's the 2, Once Upon a Dream, will break from the rail.
Yeah, first foal out of a mare that did win on debut. I always like to look for that, Acacia, to see if the family has that precocious quality.
Here's the 3, Tis Ride, first-time starter.
Yeah, not taking a lot of money. First foal out of an unraced mare, but by California. No, I'm sorry. Scratch that. I was looking at the other page.
Well, the 3 is trained by Alan Sherman, of course, son of California Chrome's trainer.
I knew there was
Sherman.
a California Chrome connection.
I knew where you were going with that. I knew it. Here's Looney. What a perfect segue.
Yeah, another first-time starter. This one not taking much money either.
Olazabal is taking a drop in class. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Yeah, a big drop in class, but boy, really has not shown very much.
That's the number 5, 24-1. Taking some attention is Easy Big Boy, drop in class.
Well, the drop in class, this horse has shown some life, has nibbled around the edges, and Steve Asmussen with a meaningful drop in class.
I thought that this horse could be a little interesting. 3rd on debut, Talks Cheap for Helen Pitts.
Yeah, horse showed some run on debut, showed a bit of speed, now drops in class, certainly could take a big step forward.
5-1 on that horse. Here's breadwinner, again, Tom Amos on the drop.
Yeah, a horse that, kind of had trouble early in the race and maybe gets a little bit of a cleaner start this time, finds himself in better position, and the drop in class always helps.
Off a bit of a freshening since June as well. Here's the 9 Gold Luck, still your tepid favorite.
Yeah, showed speed on turf, more of a dirt pedigree. Now they try him on the dirt, dropping in class. Makes a lot of sense.
There's Gold Luck. It was a good warm-up under Vincent Chemino. As here's the 10 Ransom Painter.
You know, another first-time starter out of a mare. This is her first foal, and we always look for the board to try to kind of help us point out maybe who's shown something in the morning, and he's just not taking much money.
Big price on that firster. Collectorate is next, another drop in class.
Another drop in class, a horse that stretched out on the turf last time. First couple of dirt races showed brief speed before stopping.
And here's another first-time starter, Dixie Fury. Looks pretty fresh on track.
He looks fresh on the track. Keith DeZormo, terrific horseman. A guy who usually finds these horses for not a lot of money and does really good things with them. Exaggerator obviously coming to mind.
A perfect example, multiple Grade 1 winner. That's the field for race 4. More on the 2-year-olds. Let's go back to Paula Duca, live at Churchill.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, a tough little puzzle to try to figure out, right, with these 2-year-old colts and geldings in here. And I think a lot of the public, at least in the will pays, I think the 6 will come down right now at 4-1, will come down to your favorite. And I think a lot of people are looking at the 2 names on his page, Damon's Mound and Gulfport. Now, Gulfport was the most impressive winner in the last meet here. Obviously, Damon's Mound beat him at Saratoga. Damon's Mound disappointed a little bit, obviously, yesterday in the stakes race, but this is a maiden $50,000 race. So I can understand why the public likes Easy Big Boy, and they're sort of gravitating towards that horse. You know, when I look at some others in here, Talks Cheap for Helen Pitts, I thought ran well first time out. And look who lands there, Edgar Morales. And Tom Amoss has a horse in here, and Edgar rode that horse last time, even though that horse got in a little bit of trouble. But Talks Cheap, this colt by Mr. Speaker, I thought it was okay. Broke from the daunted 1-hole. Richie will tell you, it's not fun to have a first-time starter from the 1. Sat in the gate most of the way. I thought ran okay. At 7-1, you're getting a good price. Then my next horse in here is the 9 Gold Luck in here. I think probably the horse to beat. I just think when you look at this race and you look at the last race, this is a son of Golden Sense, who's probably one of the most impressive first-time winners I've ever seen. You know, they debuted this horse on the turf. Maybe there was just nowhere to run at the time, and they wanted to keep this horse around the surrounding areas, because you look back at some of those drills at Churchill Downs, Acacia, they're very, very fast. I think Gold Luck might be the speed of the speed in here.
It's a great point, Paul. Gold Luck on the drop in class. It is an interesting move. Did debut on the turf, and obviously we're not there, Richie, but watching his warm-up, he looks like he kind of maybe moved a little bit more like a turf horse as well, Gold Luck, and maybe that's what Brendan Walsh saw. Showed some speed, goes to the dirt, but as you said, pedigree would suggest that dirt would be the spot for Gold Luck.
Yeah, but again, your horses do create their own pedigree too, right? So I respect the fact that watching him move, that maybe there was a little bit more turfy action. He does have good works on the dirt, though. Their pedigree's there, and we know he has speed. And one thing all horses, good horses, possess is speed. It's how they learn to use that speed.
We saw the number 7 Talks Cheap. Edgar Morales had his feet out of the irons as that colt looked like he was pretty sharp on track. He has license to improve second time out.
Well, like Paul talked about, post 1, you're in there waiting for everybody else to load for a very long time. He still broke decently or had enough speed to get his position. He's drawn more outside. He dropped slightly in class, although, you know, this is Churchill Downs. That was Indiana. But I think there's potential for a big move forward. And the fact that Edgar Morales winds up here instead of on the Tom Amoss runner, to me, that maybe there's a story there.
Meanwhile, the Tom Amoss runner bred winner does have Francisco Arrieta, a jockey just very, very well at Churchill Downs. This horse, I know that he kind of got sawed off early on, and then he seemed to resent that. It's interesting. Tom actually brought him up to Saratoga, and obviously he had horses there throughout the summer, but we didn't see him run there in Saratoga. He comes back here, maybe a bit of a negative?
Well, I don't know. You know, maybe he just never found the appropriate spot up there, because I don't see a lot of interruption in his training, really. You know, so I'm not going to read too much into it. Maybe we can look at it the other way, that it was a sign of confidence that he brought him there thinking, well, maybe I can get an appropriate race in Saratoga for him.
Absolutely. As your favorite, number 9, Gold Luck, 5-2 right now. Co-favorite with Easy Big Boy, who does cut back in distance and takes a drop in class as well. He was very sharp for a Steve Asmussen runner as well, as typically you're just so used to seeing those horses from that barn. So well schooled, so professional. He was energetic out there today, and he is making start number 6.
Yeah, and I think what Paul said, that jumps off the page at you. You see a couple names like Gulfport, Damon's Mound, well beaten by them. But if he ran those races here, he'll be very tough. His last 2 races are troubling to me. Sometimes when a horse runs as hard as they can and they get beaten off a long ways, they become discouraged, and maybe he didn't run as well in his last 2 starts. He's going to have to go back to his better form.
Called by Cloud Computing. We'll see who gets to graduate today and get their picture taken. 2-year-old in this maiden claiming race in race 4 at Churchill Downs. We'll send it over to track announcer Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call.
Waiting on Talks Cheap, Collectorate and Dixie Fury, and Trey Pat.
I'm good, Scott. I'm good, bro.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Talks Cheap bobbled soon after the start. So too did Breadwinner, who's been shuffled back to mid-pack. Easy Big Boy and Ola Thobble. These 2 come fast out of there. Trey Pat is there, Collectorate as well. And Talks Cheap's not far behind and backs off into 5th. 2.5 lengths back to Gold Luck, who comes on to be 6th. Ransom Painter's racing 7th. Once Upon a Dream is 8th and toward the rail. Breadwinner's 9th advancing, followed by Dixie Fury 10th by 3. Tiz Ride is 11th by a dozen or so. Looney's completely outrun. The opening quarter in a sharp and contested 21 1/5 seconds. 3-ply battle round the far turn. Trey Pat far outside, short lead. Ola Thabo keeps pace with that one. Easy Big Boy couldn't keep up and is back into 3rd. Talks Cheap comes through toward the rail. Gold Luck comes up on the outside. Collectorate gives way as well as they come down to the final furlong. Ola Thobble's back in front. Trey Pat fights on, but Gold Luck continues to rally with a sharp pace to close into. Here comes Gold Luck alongside of Ola Thobble and sweeping to the lead. It will be Gold Luck on the wire by 2. Ola Thobble ran well to be 2nd. Once Upon a Dream rallied for 3rd. Tight 4th there. Easy Big Boy or Breadwinner.
Gold Luck, your winner, 2nd time out and on the main track with that big closing run. Big effort, too, from the runner-up, Richie, and Ola Thobble as a shout out to Greg Wolf and Paul LaDuca for the assist, named for the golfer Jose Maria Olazabal, and that one hit the front and actually ran quite well before getting run down by your favorite.
Yeah, listen, Gold Luck completely reversed his running style, came from off the pace, but got a very fast pace to run at. How about Olazabal's speed today? Never showed any sort of speed, going 7 furlongs, going a mile, turns back to 6, drops in class, and showed a dramatic change in tactics and speed, and was the last man standing. He put everybody away, including Easy Big Boy, who tried to run with him. Wow, where did that speed come from?
Big effort from the runner-up, but your favorite, a winner, Gold Luck. 2nd time out and the drop in class. Lots of changes. Brendan Walsh picks up the win in race number 4 at Churchill Downs. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the man who starts it off, starter Hector Soler, here at the New York Racing Association.
Here comes Taylor. Taylor in the center of the track with good-looking strides, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Taba going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG Duck on Haskell over Taba. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
Come dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. If you've ever watched a horse race, you certainly have seen the man that presses the button that starts the starting gate. In a safe and functioning racetrack, it's an integral part of the day today. As we continue Hispanic Heritage Month, we pay tribute to a man, a native of Puerto Rico, who's living out his childhood dream.
My name is Hector Soler. I am the head starter. What I do as a starter is to make sure everyone have a safe and fair start. Actually, it was a beautiful start and finish was safe. I'm always glad to see that. Very, very important that we get to know horses' personalities in the morning, and we also try to correct that just in case that they don't behave, and we get to learn their bad habit, and we work with them along with those bad habits. We try to correct that in the morning on the schooling section to have the result here in the afternoon.
They're all in, and they're off.
I'll say this is the best gate crew. All these guys put 100% effort into the work. I just love these guys. They really, really make me who I am right now. If I'm a good starter, it's because of them. They make me a good starter. I just love it. Something that you just love to do with so much passion that there is no time to thinking twice about it and get scared. Our goal here is to have a safe work environment here and have the horses to behave their best or do our best, all depending on the situation we face every day with these horses. Nice view. Mission accomplished.
Naira head starter Hector Soler and the entire starting gate crew, just so terrific at what they do. And as mentioned, Richie, a huge and important part of a safe and functioning racetrack.
Oh, absolutely. Doing the best they can to ensure safe starts, you know, and I mean, fair starts for the bettors, giving everybody a fair opportunity, a chance. And the way they know the horses and the way they try to handle the horses, and they're always in there first. When a rider's in trouble or a horse does something wrong, they'll put themselves in harm's way to make sure horses and riders are safe. To me, they're heroes.
They are the unsung heroes often of the racetrack and doing such great work each and every day. As we turn our attention to the 4th race coming up next, we're sprinting on the main track in this non-winners of 2 at Belmont at the Big A. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock.
And I think we have a situation where we're dealing with a horse that one of these is not like the others. And let's check in with Colloquy, the only horse in here who has never run for a tag before and who is also the only one not wearing any blinkers, just something random I noticed. But in against this field, he looks very formidable, and not only on form, but in the physical sense as well, as he is just really well muscled. And a lot of times it's all about relativity. Who are you facing and how do you stack up against them on that particular day? And today it looks like Colloquy is heads and shoulders possibly better than these. I like keeping him at a sprint distance, but I gotta say it does feel as though Christophe Clement has been dropping quite a few horses here at this Big A meet, and they have been underachieving. As we'll check in with the horse to his inside, that's number 6, Moonshining Bright. He was involved in that pace duel that set the race up perfectly for Dr. Love last time, and he was the one kind of on the outside chase, which isn't ever that easy to do, and he does have that tactical speed, which may play favorably into his hands here this time. But often this horse can be a little obnoxious. He can act up a bit in the paddock, and today he has been calm, cool, and collected, just seeming to be focused. Looks great here for Charlie Baker. He's one that you might catch at a bit of a price that's making an excellent impression on me today, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll meet the field. Taco Bean went by. Here's the 340 comments.
Yeah, drops in class. Last time seen for 25. Rallied decently for a fairly well-beaten 4th.
Here's Nicholas James, has speed.
Has speed. Broke his maiden on a crazy speed favoring track first time out back in April, but I think he needs to open up if he's going to be successful.
Storm Shooter dropping back down.
Yeah, dropped down in class, lowest level yet. Makes a lot of sense. Could set up in a good spot.
Moon Shining Bright. Got some nice comments from Maggie.
Yeah, and a horse that has speed. Hopefully he's not the one on the hard chase early on.
And Colloquy, big drop in class.
Big drop in class. Certainly has races good enough, well drawn outside. And that's something we can discuss.
That's the field for this 4th race here as Colloquy does break towards the outside, going the 6 furlongs. Why is that a benefit in this kind of spot?
Well, it gives him an opportunity to find his stride. He's not slow, so he can put himself in a good spot, you know, stalking, but at least he's not under pressure from outside horses. He can get into a good rhythm. And it looks to me like he's a horse that's got fairly decent size, would be a benefit to him.
There's the starting gate crew coming out, getting ready for this 4th race. You could bet Belmont at the Big A with Naira Bets today for a $20 bonus. Wager at least $200 on the races today, and you'll get $20 back, win or lose. Sounds like a win-win. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and start earning your bonus now. There's Hector Soler, Naira head starter, getting ready for this 4th race. And one thing I think is amazing too, Richie, is that all the members of the gate crew, and Hector alluded to this during that feature, that they're well aware of the bad habits, the quirks of all of the horses that are going to come to the starting gate. Even if they're first-time starters, they know if they've shown something in the mornings that they need to be aware of.
Well, you see as he's walking across the infield to the start where the 6 furlong, the gate's set up at the 6 furlong pole, he was looking down at his program. He has notes in his program. So now he'll go behind the starting gate and he'll talk to his assistant starters, whatever the habits may be. You know, the 1 needs this kind of handling. The 2 might need someone to help, you know, pack him in from behind. Oh, the 3 horse might need the stall doors open. All different little things. Oh, the 4's a little funny about his ears. They'll have all of these notes, and they have a little meeting. They'll have a general meeting in the morning to kind of go over any special needs kind of horses around the starting gate, and then a little refresher meeting behind the starting gate. Hey, remember the 6 might be reluctant to load. And again, I'm just throwing out examples.
Sure.
I'm not saying those horses have those particular habits, but it's interesting. There's a lot of moving parts, but the key, like anything else in life, is communication.
And they do that so very well and are always there on hand to make that load as easy as possible for the runners, for the horses and jockeys, and as you mentioned, protecting the betters. There is the number 7 Colloquy, who did break his maiden for New York bred maiden special weight company, going 1 mile and a 16th in May back at Belmont. They cut it back to sprinting last time, which did seem like a good choice for him. However, he's disappointing that afternoon, and now we see him take a drop in class.
Disappointing, but it was a much tougher race. Now, the 6 furlong is a question because he did break his maiden going 1 mile 16th, attending a mild pace. They're going to go quite a bit quicker here. But that's why I also think the outside's good for him, because he's going to get an opportunity to get in that rhythm before he has to deal with kickback in his face. And just the drop in class, the class relief should be key here. I also like a little bit of an old school move here from Christophe Clement. Last workout, a sharp, short workout, what we call a blowout. 3 furlongs in 36. That's basically stringing together 3 every 1/8 of a mile in 12 seconds. And that tends to put a horse a little bit sharper, a little bit more on edge.
5-2 co-favorite right now. Horses finishing up their warm-ups. Let's check in again with Maggie.
We'll take a look at your favorite. Well, they're co-favorites now, but Storm Shooter have been holding strong as the favorite up until the very moment I came on. But Storm Shooter's a horse that he just looked a little bit soft, and I don't even know why, because he had been running quite consistently throughout this year. So, but today, just a bit more tucked up, a bit more defined. But I just thought there were way more interesting horses in here than him, and just maybe a little bit more appealing, though this is the lowest that he has run as far as claiming tags is concerned. So let's move on to the inside, number 2, Taco Bean, who does put the blinkers back on off the claim here for Bob Caceres. Just a shortcut cheater blinker. He was involved in that kind of pace somewhat collapse with Dr. Love winning that race. Same thing as Moonshining Bright. And Moonshining Bright ran finished in front of him. He's fine in here, and maybe he is one that just needs the blinkers on, but and he does pick up a Rad Ortiz, who, arguably it could be the strongest rider that we have seen on this horse thus far. But again, not a horse that necessarily wowed me while looking at him. I thought number 340 Comments, if you could remember the horse that he was from late last year and early this year, and running here at Aqueduct where his faster races have come. I know, voided claim 3 back, really hasn't picked up his feet much lately, but he does get the turn back in here, and one that my eye just kind of kept going back to. He and Colloquy in here were the two that I found just the most appealing based upon appearances in the paddock. We'll see if that has any bearing on how either of them run today, Acacia.
40 Comets. Louis Saez looking to pick up another win. Maggie, thank you, as Louis again had that strong day yesterday, winning the first 3 races, and we see him aboard 40 Comets in those recognizable silks of Mrs. Patricia Generazio. If you've watched any races on the New York circuit, odds are you've seen those silks.
Oh, for so many years, the Generazio family, prolific breeders in the state of New York, and have had so much success over the years. And I like how they spread it around, too. They have a few different trainers. They'll move it around. And the fact that they have so much success with homebreds is critical.
Always the homebreds, and a lot of success over the years, and so much commitment to that New York breeding program. The number 4, meanwhile, Nicholas James, does have that early speed, and they've played around a lot over his races with the equipment that he's worn, and the last few starts he's worn a piece of equipment that we've talked about before, that extension blinker on his right outside eye. And he's got that early speed. As you were talking about the starting gate crew, that equipment is something that they'll be aware of, as well as he can't see any of the horses to his outside.
Yeah, and it's critical that Jose Gomez and the assistant starter make sure that his head is looking straight down the racetrack. If a horse turns their head slightly to the left with that extension blinker, they'll have a tendency to brake a little bit slow because they don't see the brake coming. A horse needs to see those doors move and react to the movement of the doors. Listen, Nicholas James won on a crazy inside speed racetrack back last April, but I think he's the fastest horse in the race. And if I know Pat Reynolds, and I wrote a lot for Pat, he told Jose Gomez to go. And I think if this horse can open up a length or two, get clear, maybe he could find his best form. He's a horse that I think needs to really roll early, though.
2-1 favorite on Colloquy to the outside. There's Hector Soler, Naira head starter, getting ready to press the button and open the gate for this fourth race. As they finished up the load, we'll send it up to track announcer John and Brielle for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And going out for the early lead is a Storm Shooter, joined on the outside by Moon Shining Bright. Now Nicholas James comes on through. Down at the rail, Taco Bean. 4 of them right together, with Colloquy sitting off them in 5th. 40 Comets, the trailer, in 6th. Nicholas James goes on with it, has the lead now over Storm Shooter. And just in behind, Taco Bean, Moon Shining Bright, and Colloquy. Nicholas James narrowly over Storm Shooter. 3 wide, Moon Shining Bright. Widest of all is Colloquy through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. And now Taco Bean sits right behind the front 4. 40 Comets is the trailer, 4.5 lengths from the lead. Up front, it is Storm Shooter with Nicholas James down at the rail. Moon Shining Bright is right there. And Colloquy on the extreme outside. Taco Bean will look for a way through here after a half in 47 and 1. It is Storm Shooter who has the lead. Taco Bean has room now and is coming on through. It is Storm Shooter. Taco Bean now moves into second, a 16th out. Storm Shooter with the lead, and the lead is 3 lengths. And Storm Shooter is on to victory here. Taco Bean was second, and Nicholas James third, and 40 Comets came on to get 4th.
Storm Shooter dropping back down and going back to the dirt, gets to the winner's circle for his second career win. It's been a long time since we last saw him in the winner's circle, Richie.
Yeah, it really was, but he was good today. He fired out of the gate, broke on top. He indulged the 4, Nicholas James, who rushed up to his inside, was able to put him away, kick on. It looked like Taco Bean was all dressed up with no place to go. Coming to the quarter pole, he got clear with plenty of time. He just came up second best to a very good Storm Shooter today, who dropped down to the lowest level of his career, but he found the right spot. Taco Bean ran well, and it looked like Nicholas James was all done at the top of the stretch. He kind of stayed on gamely for third.
He did. 5-2-4-3 in the 4th at Belmont at the Big A. Kicking away was the number 5 Storm Shooter. A wide trip for Colloquy, who just didn't have anything to offer in the stretch. Nicholas James did hold on for third. 7-2 choice with Taco Bean, but no doubt about the winner, the number 5 Storm Shooter, and Jose Lascano, who quietly has continued on a very strong run.
Yeah, absolutely. He just and you know what? He's consistent. He shows up and does a good job consistently.
That's the 4th at Belmont at the Big A. We'll take a quick break, bring you more live racing from Churchill Downs. After this, we'll kick off the Derby City 6 coming up next.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Pebbles with racing room now, and a daring move by Pat Ettery, and Pebbles has taken the lead. It's Pebbles now in front. Strawberry Road coming after her from the outside. Strawberry Road and Pebbles, they're dueling to the finish. Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England Super Filly. Pebbles has won it.
England Super Filly indeed. She became Aqueduct's Super Filly coming off of 2 Group 1 wins. She came on to win the Breeders' Cup Turf here at the Big A, beating the boys that afternoon.
Got some tremendous ride that day, too, from Pat Ettery. Was almost last early. I was last following him. Line up third on Moore Jane, but Strawberry Road vacated the spot. He cut the corner, got through. Terrific horse race.
Back here today at Belmont at the Big A, there's Storm Shooter going into the winner's circle. Of course, coming up later on today, we'll have the Pebbles Grade 3 affair paying tribute to that super talented filly and her big victory right here over this turf course. Today in race 4, it was an $8.20 winner for Storm Shooter. In the 5th race at Belmont at the Big A, we'll be back about the 2-year-olds fillies on the dirt. Churchill, meanwhile, we have race 5 coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track and a $40,000 claiming race for 3-year-old fillies. Currently taking a look at the board, this field of 6 to go postward. And it is the number 3, Can't Be Touched, who is 2-1 on the board after a 10+ length score last time out.
Yeah, I mean, she was big, showed good speed that day. Does she get loose today?
Here's Mohey Lady to kick things off.
Mohey Lady, second time off the D. Wayne Lucas claim. Don't see a lot of Lucas claims. Has an inside draw. It's going to have to step forward, though.
Yeah, a reclaim, in fact, which is interesting, and now owned by Wayne and his wife, Lori. Here's the 2, Dawnland.
Claimed last time by our colleague Tom Amos up in Saratoga. Shows up here for 40. Her race 2 back would make her very tough here.
Here's the 3, Can't Be Touched. Big win last time out.
Big win, speed at Ellis Park. Will that translate here? And does she get a little pressure from anybody? Maybe the complete outside horse, the 6.
Drop in class for the 4, I Cross My Heart.
Yeah, a filly that can lay up a little bit closer, should get more of a stalking trip. Drop in class certainly helps.
She's 3-1 on the board. Here's Feeling Happy, cutting back in distance.
Cutting back in distance, drops in class, takes the blinkers off. We're getting a kind of a complete makeover here for trainer Jimmy Baker, who won a race earlier on the card.
Filly by Run Happy. And here is High Speed. Does she show just that today?
Well, she showed more speed last time. Normally not as much, but last time she did show more speed and was successful doing it. So are they going to feel obligated to try to get more speed out of her? It does look like the 3, Can't Be Touched, should be loose on the lead here.
That's the field for the 5th at Churchill Downs. Can't Be Touched, your favorite. Does she make it 2 wins in a row? We'll soon find out. Let's check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, guys, I get where you're going here. Maybe she can make it 2 wins in a row. I thought this was a wide open group, and I think the board is sort of tipping its hand a little bit. I'll start with the 2, Dawnland for Tommy Amos. I thought she looked best on the racetrack. You know, he claimed this horse at Belmont Park. At Saratoga. After this horse won by a pole at Belmont Park. Now got put probably over her head at Saratoga. Now probably back sort of within her friends, back to 40,000. But maybe she can show a little bit of speed to keep the other one honest in here, and that is the 3, Can't Be Touched. I just don't know if you, no pun intended, can the 3 be trusted? I mean, the 4 crossed my heart. I crossed my heart for Brian Lynch, dropping here. You know, when this horse won for the maiden 20, I thought it was a very good effort, you know, and then Brian Lynch brought this horse back right at Churchill Downs and won. And I think that's key here, especially in a race where it's wide open. This horse has got 2 wins. But am I picking that? No. I think the 6 might be the horse to beat in here, and I think it's getting dismissed in here for high speed. Listen, the Achilles heel for this horse is the gate. I get it. She only won in a 4-horse field last time. She broke third. All of her other races, she has broke dead last. You cannot deny that the blinkers, the last 2 starts, has made her a different horse. Jack Gilligan's a better rider than people think. Doesn't get on a lot of horses. He had one win the other day on a gate-to-wire fashion. I think the way this horse gets out of the gate, maybe loading last, the blinkers have also helped. But I think you guys are right. They're going to have to run down to 3, but I do think the 3 is vulnerable, so I'll go with the 6, the outside horse.
And you're getting a nice price on her, too, Paul. Thank you. High Speed, 5-1 as the number 3, Can't Be Touched. Impressive winner last out at Ellis Park. That was off of a bit of a layoff from March to August. In a field of 6, she won by 10 1/4 under Mitchell Murrell, who will be aboard again today. Chris Hartman brings this filly back, trying to make it 2 wins in a row.
Such a clear example of when a horse gets comfortable. You know, she was going quickly. Those are quick fractions for lower level horses, for claiming horses, but she was doing it the right way. She was framed up. She was running balanced. Her stride was really mechanically sound and correct, and then she just kept finding. And will she find herself in that same position today where she can just get that comfortable again?
She has that early speed. It's a dangerous weapon to have. High Speed, meanwhile, to the outside, ironically enough, doesn't show very much out of the gate. Paul's absolutely right. The blinkers do seem to have made a big difference. In fact, she's 2 for 2 with the blinkers. I think a big reason that she is a bigger price, too, is that she is coming in from 2 wins at Belterra. There could be question as to how those races stack up against this competition here.
You know, it's so great working with people that will say something that kind of open your eyes to something. And what Paul said about High Speed and the outside post, I think, is critical. Because she has broken better her last 2 starts with the addition of blinkers. But I think the outside post also helps that as well, because she's not going to run the risk of being squeezed or pinched back between 2 horses if she's not quite as quick as everybody else, even though she has broken better. So I elevate her because of the outside posts. And you know, Paul kind of just turned the light bulb on for me when he was talking about her.
Meanwhile, the number 4, I Cross My Heart, Paul mentioned her dropping in class. She broke her maiden for 20 at Churchill Downs, and she was a filly. I remember actually seeing her in her first 2 starts down at Gulfstream and had liked her a bit at a big price, and she just kind of seemed to find herself fitting at this level.
Yeah, and you got to like the fact that her 2 wins both came sprinting at Churchill Downs.
See if she could do it again. Here's race 5, Travis Stone with the call.
In the gate, and they're off. Can't Be Touched bounces out on top and is racing for the lead and establishes the front at once, clear by 2.5 already. Dawnland comes on to grab second. I Cross My Heart chasing from third. High Speed is back into fourth, feeling happy on the move from fifth. The trailer is Mohey Lady. No doubt about the leader. It's Can't Be Touched, who's down the backstretch run, still clear. On the chase is Dawnland, second the opening quarter in a swift 21-3. Far turn run, Can't Be Touched holding on to the lead. Dawnland in hot pursuit, second, and inching forward is she. These two, 1-2, round the far turn. I Cross My Heart is honing in from third with a wide run. High Speed is now fourth, feeling happy. Under pressure, fifth. Mohey Lady is at the back in sixth. They're off the turn. Dawnland comes on to grab the lead, top of the stretch. Can't Be Touched suddenly gives way. I Cross My Heart is now second. 1 furlong to go. Dawnland clear by 3. I Cross My Heart, followed by Can't Be Touched, and everybody else. It's Dawnland now by 4. Dawnland, a sharp winner in here. 4 lengths in the end. I Cross My Heart second. Mohey Lady might have grabbed third over Can't Be Touched.
Tom Amoss and Edgar Morales have proved to be a very dangerous combination as they pick up another win together. Dawnland kicking away from this field.
Yeah, always well placed, just off of Can't Be Touched, who fired out of the gate quickly. Dawnland, though, set up shop just outside of her. Perfect trip, perfect ride from Edgar Morales. And Tom Amoss, another winner, having a terrific Churchill Downs stand coming out of Saratoga.
2 over the 4, I Cross My Heart, as was anticipated. The number 3, Can't Be Touched, set the pace, but no doubt about the winner. Dawnland picking up another victory as Edgar Morales, Paul sharing that found out he's going to be a father. I'm sure that has something to do with him riding in top form as well.
Well, when you know you're going to have a mouth to feed or another mouth to feed, more responsibility, of course you're going to want to do the best you can. But I'm sure he's just thrilled and excited, and nice to have a good 2-year-old heading to the Breeders' Cup as well.
Indeed, such an exciting weekend for jockey Edgar Morales. As it's time for me to say farewell on the set here. Always fun sharing the desk with you, Meg.
We had a good time. Look forward to it again next week.
Indeed, as Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. We have a lot more live racing still to come at Belmont at the Big A and Churchill here in New York. It's time for the 2-year-olds once again. There's Peace Cruiser, second-time starter. More after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us here on Fox Sports. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with champion jockey Richard Migliori. Our program brought to you, of course, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Featured later today here at Belmont at the Big A is the Grade 3 Pebbles, who I just had looked it up a little bit. I remember the story from a long time ago. Incredible filly, but she liked her Guinness.
Yeah, well, a lot of the horses in Ireland in particular, they'll put Guinness in their feed, and they eat up better, and it does wonders for their coat, and, hey, whatever works.
A pint a day for Pebbles back in her racing day. That's a feature still to come on the card later on this afternoon. Wide open turf race. A couple for Chad Brown, couple for Todd Pletcher, including an import that looks very intriguing. As we're back in the winner's circle at Churchill.
Yeah, big run here from Dawnland. First time off the Tom Amos claim. Set up a nice trip under Edgar Morales, who is no longer the best kept secret at Churchill Downs as far as riders go. Consistently putting horses in proper position to win. And Dawnland gets it done for our colleague who's having a nice run. Big stake win yesterday with Curly Jack. Nice 2-year-old looking forward to the Breeders' Cup and who knows beyond.
Yeah, Derby prep season officially underway yesterday with that Curly Jack win in the Iroquois. For this barn, Tom Amos, so congrats to Tom. We're going to talk more about that race in the Philly counterpart race, the Pocahontas as well to come. Dawnland here for Amos, owned by David Bernson, Jeffrey Lambert, and Tom's new main man, Edgar Morales, aboard for that win, paying over $9 for the victory. So 5th in the books to start off that Derby City 6. Late pick 5 is next, but we're going to head back to Belmont
at the Big A. Beautiful day on this Sunday afternoon here in New York. And race 5, start of the pick 6, 10 minutes away. Belmont second-time starter, 3-2 favorite from the outside post. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Let's take a look at some of the first-time starters here in the paddock coming out of well-regarded stables. We'll begin with the Chad Brown trainee. That is a 1A tangential, as she is was a OBS April sales purchase for $450,000 after working 10-1. She was asked a little bit, but a really good, efficient stride with nice extension and suspension to it as well. So looking at her, you can see why Chad has opted to run her long here at first asking. Now she's really, really fit and lean. With that being said, as always, I wish she was carrying a bit more condition. She just looks as though she might need to strengthen up here. And 2, watching some of her workouts, now albeit the last one I saw was back on August 28th, and she has had a subsequent gait drill after that. But the 2 gait drills I watched, she was fairly slow out of there, so I'm not expecting her to be firing out and on the lead, especially too, given her demeanor here, in which she's very quiet and very laid back. Now Todd Pletcher will send out 2 firsters. We'll begin with number 3, Aniston. $550,000 for this daughter of Curlin at the Keeneland sales last year as a yearling. She is a full sister to Super Sensationals, a greatest stakes winner, sprinting on the dirt, has also won on synthetic too, and has been fairly effective on the turf. But we see this one debuting going long on the dirt first time out. But I see that with her, what Todd is doing. Now, the one drill I watched was back on August 21st on XBTV, but it was 47-2 out of the gate. She broke very sharply, and I did notice she had blinkers on, which I have frequently said I don't love when Todd Pletcher has blinkers on his horses first time out, but she did work very good in them. So I'm not quite as apprehensive with it about her than I have been about some of the other ones. But overall, while she's decent and I really like her walk in here, I just wish she looked a bit more formed, a bit more developed. You know, there's still some molding to be done with this filly, but we'll see what she can do here at first asking. As we'll also take a look at Todd's other horse, Grand Entrance, who doesn't have quite as fast workouts, as she sits on the board at 9-1, and kind of rightfully so. She doesn't, I mean, she has a decent pedigree if you go back a generation. Or, I'm sorry, she is a three-quarter to Keen Pauline, who won the Black Eyed Susan, as well as Buck Moon, who ran some pretty fast races on the dirt and synthetic. So yes, there is a bit of pedigree with her. They just didn't pay quite as much for this filly, but I really like the way she's put together. Big, strong filly, athletic looking in her appearance, but again, another one that's incredibly laid back and not hinting to me, Greg, that she's going to have that much early speed here, as we are waiting to send them out with Jocks in the paddock.
Maggie, thank you. We will get to the post-parade when we return. Flavien Prat, what an impact he has made since coming to the East Coast full-time. He'll be on Tangential, the first-time starter, and still has Gina Romantica to come in the Grade 3 Pebbles.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part where you can play it all. Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. Match 200, that code to punch in for new members. We get set for the Pick 6 coming up on our Sunday card here. Belmont at the Big A, and it will begin with a maiden special weight here, 1 turn mile, and a horse with experience, especially going 7 furlongs. You would think a big edge, especially as well as the 8-piece cruiser ran for Bill Mott first time out.
Yeah, she was very professional too. Broke sharply, put herself right in the game, stalked, made the lead, and just got caught at the wire. But with that race under her belt, should be quite a bit fitter as well.
And was more than 6 lengths clear of the third-place finisher in that race. She gets the outside post as well with her tactical speed. Looks like everything's setting up perfectly for Peace Cruiser. New audience joining us right now as we get set for the Pick 6 here coming up on our Sunday card. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports Southern California and San Diego. Those already with us on Fox Sports. Great to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races Sunday edition with a Grade 3 Pebbles ahead. Here our feature race at Belmont at the Big A on the grass. Part of this Pick 6, which is getting underway right now with race 5 here. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, champion jockey with you. We start off with a first-time starter here for Chad Brown, the remaining half of the entry, Tangential.
Yeah, Philly, they paid $450,000 for a decent sales work. Half to Carried Interest, which was owned by Carvage Stable, trained by Rick Violet.
The rail to the 2, Treasured Gem, Christophe Clement.
Yeah, tries the dirt for the first time, but the mare Mei-Ling was a stakes winner on the dirt.
Jennifer.
Well, Aniston's in here with 2-year-olds. Maybe she found her friends.
Dam dropped Super Sensational as well. Pretty good runner. Todd Pletcher, first time of the 3. The 4, Binsky for Linda Rice.
Yeah, more of a turf pedigree on the female side, but she ran in a rained-off race at Saratoga and ran well.
Kenny McPeak, Moshiro has Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, gets back to the dirt off of a turf try, has foundation.
Milieu went long on the grass in the debut.
Yeah, kind of was really eliminated in the first turn. No barometer of her true ability there.
Arad Ortiz Jr. for Todd Pletcher, another first-time starter here, the 7.
Yeah, interesting. A half to Keen Pauline. Actually, 3/4 to Keen Pauline. She's by Bernardini out of AP&D. Keen Pauline by Pulpit by AP&D.
And even money on the filly with experience who ran so good in that first out effort. Again, well clear of the third-place finisher that day.
Yeah, it almost looks too easy from the perspective that she has experience and she showed ability and she's got a good outside draw going a mile. But there are some interesting firsters.
Kicks off the Pick 6, minute away from the start on this Sunday afternoon here in South Ozone Park. As we look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Here at Belmont at the Big A, we're fast and firm that Pebbles race 9 in that very competitive Grade 3 on the turf. That's going to be a good one. And that Churchill Downs action, races 6 through 10, still to come. The late Pick 5 beginning in their next race. Let's bring in for the first time for our new audience, Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. As we'll take a look at 2 horses that are actually switching surfaces here onto the dirt from the turf. And we'll begin with the inside runner. That's Treasured Gem. Now, physically, she does look more turf meant, but I kind of see what Christophe Clement is doing. A, based on pedigree, because she is a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. The dam was a multiple stakes winner going long on the dirt. And 2, watching her turf races, she just runs evenly. She kind of has a grinding style. There's not much turn of foot. So therefore, that usually translates a bit better to the dirt. But the horse that I'm ultimately going to go with is honestly the other Bill Mott in here. And I totally respect Peace Cruiser. I think she can most definitely win, and she won't have any trouble with the extra furlong. But Milou here, daughter of Empire Maker, there is more of a dirt pedigree. She's a half-sister to Grade 1 Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint winner Shamrock Rose, and I wrote in my notes I thought she was more dirt first time out. So obviously she's one of those that Bill Mott was just seeking the distance rather than the surface with her, as she was fairly green in there too, you know, hopping up at the start, then wanting to get rank, and she just seems a bit more professional, a bit more focused here in her second start. And I'm just going to take a shot with her because she looks like a filly that should appreciate these conditions. And then number 4, Binsky, she was in that off the turf race where we saw American Rocket, who actually ran really well in the spinaway despite making a right-hand turn out of the gate and rallying well to pick up some pieces. And we also saw another winner come out of there on the turf. But Binsky was one who was entered as MTO, and I just thought that A, she want more ground. She gets it here from the 5.5 to the mile, and 2, she was very green that day, and today she has been just a lot more settled and more comfortable in her surroundings. But I will say Linda Rice has entered her and scratched her about 3 times prior to finally settling on this race. And I just want to circle back to Tangential. Guys, I have a trivia question. Who did this one's half-brother Carried Interest beat in that debut in which he ran a 90 buyer as a 2-year-old? Guys?
Meg, you got anything?
You give me a minute, I'll get it for you. Palace Malice. Wow.
Central Belmont Stakes winner. How about that?
Yeah, he was precocious. He came back. He was second in the fraternity. That's, you know, I find it interesting that Clairvitch Stable owned Carried Interest, and then they go ahead and buy the half-sister. And the late, great Rick Violet trained the brother, who was by Henny Hughes, more of a sprint pedigree there.
5 minorly acting up here. Moshiro, Kenny McPeak. Nice afternoon yesterday, winning the Grade 3 Pocahontas with a 2-year-old filly that he found at auction. We'll have more on that coming up later as well. On the road to the Kentucky Oaks. First points race for both the Derby and Oaks happened yesterday. Still having some issues getting her in here.
He's a pretty good scout of young talent. He's done well over the years picking out nice horses. Curlin, we wound up buying Einstein, right, in South America. Is that right? Curlin for sure.
Swiss Skydiver for $35,000. We're set for the pick 6. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. A good start for Peace Cruiser from that outside post position. Binsky is now moving on through. Treasure Gem is down at the rail, and Tangential on the outside. And then we come back to Milieu, who is moving up a spot from 5th. Farther back, it's Moshiro, Grand Entrance, and the trailer is Aniston in 8th. The odds-on favorite, Peace Cruiser, is setting the pace here and leading by a half length. Binsky to her inside in 2nd, the quarter went in 24 seconds. Milieu is next in 3rd, Treasure Gem and Tangential right together 4th and 5th. It's 2.5 lengths back to Moshiro. Grand Entrance is on the outside, and farther back is Aniston. Peace Cruiser by a neck. Binsky down at the rail, racing in 2nd. Then Milieu and Tangential right together 3rd and 4th. Grand Entrance begins to pick it up on the outside, and Treasure Gem half mile in 48 and 3/5 seconds as they go around the turn with Peace Cruiser and Binsky remaining 1-2 here. Milieu is running in 3rd. Grand Entrance continues to gain on the outside. Moshiro follows the move of Grand Entrance, and then comes Tangential and Treasure Gem. They are at the head of the stretch, with Peace Cruiser and Binsky still going at it. 3/4 went in 1:13 and 4. It is Peace Cruiser on the outside and Binsky down at the rail. The two of them are heads apart inside the 8th pole. Grand Entrance is in 3rd. Now a 16th out. Binsky digs down at the rail. Peace Cruiser on the outside. It's Binsky and Peace Cruiser, and the two of them fight it out to the finish, and it's a head bob. It's a head bob. Which 2-year-old filly broke her maiden? Very tight.
Looks like Binsky gets this one out, dueling Peace Cruiser, who looks so good. First time out, Binsky, race under her belt as well. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
These two young fillies put on quite a show. They basically were never separated by more than what, a half a length, a neck, and they went all the way to the wire like this. And it was very close at the wire. I think Binsky got it, but the outside horse, Peace Cruiser, did get a really good bob there at the end. I just think she fell an inch short.
Yeah, not sure she ever got that nose in front. But, you know, it's great duel to the wire to kick off the pick 6. And I think bet down to 3-5 in the end, the 8?
Yeah, and listen, you understand it too off of that one race. But it shows you, though, how much a race could do a horse good. Binsky, you know, was outrun going 5.5, had to take kickback, finished well today. She was sharper away from the gate, was able to get involved, and good fight down to the wire.
And it's Binsky posted the 4 by a nostril to start off the pick 6 here at 13-1, beating a 3-5 favorite. Long way back to third. Grand Entrance, the 7, and then Moshiro, the 5. 4, 8, 7, 5. Upset to begin our pick 6 on the Sunday card here at Belmont at the Big A. We'll get to the late pick 5 from Churchill when we come back.
The best.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1, regional networks out in Southern California. Thanks for being with us for our Sunday action. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Binsky gives Jose Lezcano 2 today, out-dueling the odds-on favorite to start this pick 6 here at Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, nice run by Binsky. Very game along the inside. Just would not let Peace Cruiser get her nose back in line at a generous 28.80. Binsky, I got to say, Jose Lezcano, consistent. He rides a good race consistently day in, day out.
Great second half of the meet, too, at Saratoga for Jose Lezcano, and picking right up where he left off over the summer upstate. 6th race at Churchill starts the late pick 5 sequence. Maiden special weight here, 1-turn mile for the boys. In the favorite, the 6, that's Masai Warrior. We haven't seen him since mid-March at Oaklawn for Brad Cox, so quite some time off. The last time we did see him, he produced in the 4th start of his career the biggest buyer figure, not only of his career, of what anyone in this field has produced. Start with Absolute Courage, though, and this one for Steve Asmussen.
I like this horse a lot. Only time he ran a mile, 1 turn, was at Belmont. Best race of his life. Came off the layoff. They tried the turf. Back to what he wants to do.
Rampacious for Doug O'Neill. Brief speed sprinting.
Brief speed sprinting. Well beaten both times. Would have to really turn it around.
Chiron, here's the 3 at 15-1.
Yeah, horse that showed improved speed last time in the mud. Kind of feels like he'd have to improve.
We go to the 5, Town Branch. Bill Mott.
Another one that at times has shown a bit of speed. Feels like he has to improve as well, but he does return as a gelding.
The one to beat. So here's Masai Warrior for Brad Cox. Again, haven't seen him since March 19th.
Yeah, Brad Cox is pretty good off a layoff, though. Horse has got good works coming into this, showed good speed last time.
Redemption Time. Brett Calhoun, second-time starter, sprinted in the debut and was 7th in a field of 11.
Yeah, but maybe he'll be better stretching out, although this Damn, a Jealous Woman was a very good turf sprinter. His by Run Happy, whose horse has been getting more ground.
The 8, Fair Dinkum, first time out for trainer Joe Sharp, 9-2.
Sharp works coming in here, particularly a 59 flat out of the gate. Mare did have one foal to win on debut.
Here's the 9. This is Mint. Blinkers on Mike Maker, and his only dirt start at Tampa last year was pretty good.
It was a good dirt start, adds blinkers, gets back to, I think, what is his preferred surface.
Surprised he's that big a price. And then Bourbon on Fire outside, taking money at 9-2 for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, has had plenty of chances, but showed life last time. He's got to overcome that outside post, so what kind of trip does he get?
2 minutes away, race that kicks off the pick 5 sequence. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And listen, Brad Cox is going to have a huge say in this late pick 5. It's just the bottom line, because when you look at the wheel pace here, he has a first-time starter in the next race. I guess you pronounce it Almedo Signs, who I played with, but his name is Signs, if I'm not mistaken. But if you look at the wheel pace and the doubles here, Masai Warrior to his first-time starter in the next race, Signs, it's $5 right now currently. So somebody has smashed that double. And then Brad also has a first-time starter in the last race. So Higgins on the outside. So Masai Warrior here, my one worry would be obviously the layoff. We talked about that a little bit. Obviously, this horse lays over when it comes over to numbers and has probably the best races. But I also looked at the 8 here, Fair Duncan. You know, when you look at the wheel pace, this horse is getting bet a little bit. And when Joe Sharp's horses get bet and they come off that Churchill Downs training track, it's a lot tighter of the training track. And when you work 59 out of the gate, I don't really love having a gate drill being your last drill. But I think if the 8 breaks well, could be a very big contender in here. And I'll tell you right now, the 10 looked phenomenal on the racetrack. And I have a feeling this horse is going to fire today. This horse broke to open space. I don't love the 10 hole because last time this horse had the 11 hole, broke to open space. I thought made a very, very good middle move. This is a horse that's been going longer distances. You know, and Ian Wilkes finally backed this horse up. Julien Leperoux's been riding very well. If this horse can break straight and lose a lot of ground, I think the 10's got a big shot in here.
All right, Paulie, thanks. So, technically you're going to be post 9 with a scratch in here. You got a long run, though, to that first turn. Is the outside that much of an issue here? No,
you know what? I got to correct myself here, too. By the time we got to the second page looking at these past performances, I'm thinking it's a 2-turn race. The 1-turn mile outside post is actually a benefit, except for what Paul said. When a horse has shown that propensity to kind of run to that empty space. But this is something that Julien Leperoux now has an experience with him. He's ridden him. I'm sure he'll get more of his attention this time. Again, something to be on guard for. But, no, the outside post, and I've said it before, so I'll clarify. Outside posts going 1-turn races, a mile, 7/8, I think are an advantage. 2-turn races, they're a disadvantage.
Long way to get position here. With this being just a 1-turn. Julien Leperoux has been riding terrific of late as we get set for post time coming up here. So this will kick off the pick 5 as we look at the favorite, Masai Warrior. Let's go back to his last start. So this was back on March 19th at Oaklawn. Cut back a little bit from a mile and a 16th to a mile here. He ran the biggest figure of his career. He had the lead late in the race, and he just gets caught.
Yeah, but he did all the dirty work, too. He had to fight for every inch of ground along the inside. The gray horse was leaning on him in between. He did enough to beat him, and then here comes a fresh challenge on the outside. And I think he tried to rejoin and meet that challenge, but that horse had a little bit of momentum on him. So obviously he's shown tenacity, the ability to fight, and a 1-turn mile as opposed to a 2-turn mile at Oaklawn. He should be well placed there from a little bit more of an outside draw.
Even money. Off the bench here. Again, that was back in March. The short price. We'll see if he can pick up where he left off. But public betting, and usually from this barn, it's a fairly good bet that they can with Brad Cox, the 2-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer. As I say that, he becomes odds on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot to like here, obviously, and he's coming in off of some sharp works. I thought the one Absolute Courage was very interesting. I would like him more if he had more of an outside draw. The inside post probably doesn't do him a lot of favors going a mile. But look at his races last year as a 3-year-old. Any one of them are fairly good enough to be competitive here. And his one-turn mile at Belmont was very, very good. Sorry, he came back off the bench. They got to run into him on the turf, you know, shake some ring rust off, give a little bit more fitness to him. I think the one Absolute Courage is interesting. I respect the 6 Messai Warrior. If I was betting the race, I would probably take a little bit of a shot with the one.
4 to 5, even with the talent he showed last start. There's some other options in this race. That is a short number. And, you know, he's had plenty of opportunities for a barn that has them ready to go pretty early on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They, you know, they know how to win with first-time starters too. I'll bookend the field. I'll go 110. I probably like the way the 10 looked on the track, and the fact that I made that mistake and said the outside post, what kind of trip he'll get? He'll get the perfect trip now.
6th at Churchill, 1-turn mile to kick off this late pick 5, and Brad Cox, the 6th Messai Warrior, odds-on favorite in his return. Let's go to Travis Stone.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Absolute Courage breaks well. Town Branch racing for the lead, and that one comes on to grab it. Redemption Time comes on to be second. Mint is there to the outside with Bourbon on fire. Town Branch, though, quickest early on and steps out to lead as they meander up the chute and race for the main track. It is Town Branch the leader as they cross over. Redemption Time runs in second. Absolute Courage toward the inside third. Kyron is on the move, fourth, third, and now second, advancing up on through. Farther back in the field, Fair Dinkum comes away fifth and toward the rail. Mint is now racing in sixth. Must-Side Warrior down inside seventh. Bourbon on Fire's eighth by 4, and Rampacious the trailer already a dozen lengths off the lead. Halfway home and 44-4 off a 22-2 opening quarter mile. So this pace is sharp. And it's Town Branch the leader by 2. 3 furlongs from the wire. Kyron is a chasing second. Fair Dinkum comes on 3 wide third. Redemption Time comes on 4 wide fourth. Absolute Courage down inside, losing ground fifth. Must-Side Warrior in a full-out drive sixth at the quarter pole. Town Branch comes barreling off the turn, still in front by 3. Fair Dinkum's trying to come on. Redemption Time's got a shot. Kyron down toward the rail. 1 furlong to go. Town Branch getting desperate now. Fair Dinkum comes on in between. Redemption Time in the outside, finishing with Fair Dinkum. These two head and head to the wire. Fair Dinkum short lead. Redemption Time surges late. Fair Dinkum held on to do it. Narrowly. Redemption Time put in a good run, settles for second. Town Branch farther back in third. Must-Side Warrior or Rampacious.
Fair Dinkum, first-time starter. All over the place in the stretch here, but crosses the wire first.
Well, Tyler Gaffin was trying to get him onto his right lead. He finally got him on his right lead. Now he feels a challenge coming from the outside. Redemption Time, and he angled back out to him to kind of meet that challenge, almost thwarted his forward momentum. Now, he didn't take his path, but he went out to him, and then this first-time starter going a mile first time out, dug in tenaciously. He came out pretty abruptly to him.
It's like a little guy, doesn't he?
Might be little, but he was game in between horses and fighting all the way to the wire, and a tough distance to debut at going a mile. Improvement from the 7 Redemption Time off the layoff. Messai Warrior did not show any of the speed that he showed last time. Looked like he was a bit buried back in the pack early.
Yeah, he was disappointing here. Fair Dinkum, meanwhile, erratic stretch run in the debut, but worth the wait here. A 4-year-old, that's the first start of his career, wins first time out for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, you can see early on in the stretch, Tyler Gaffleone's trying to shift his momentum to his weight to get him onto that right lead. He finally got there. Then he felt that challenge. Then he went back out to him. So he was covering a lot of ground in the stretch, not all forward.
Well, the prices from this one, when we come back, we're going to take a break. Have a good rest of the weekend, mate.
Well, I'll be out reporting in a little while.
But I'm not going to see you.
All right, well,
I'll see you on the air.
All right.
Andy Serling coming up next here on the desk to join me. And we still have to come our feature, the Pebbles. Chad Brown stablemates, Gina Romantica, Faith in Humanity, 1-2 in the Risk-Averse. Meet again. We'll have that for you coming up in the card.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality has won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for sticking with us here on America's Day at the Races, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as we do have horses here in the paddock in this restricted maiden special weight going the 7 furlongs. This is for horses who sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less in their most recent sale. As we do see Todd Pletcher's number 5, Forbidden Secret, making his 3rd career start, the favorite, and rightfully so. He ran fast and he ran well in his 2nd start and first one over a fast track. But let's take a look at a horse coming in from Monmouth, and that's number 6, Going in Style. And they write those races down there as well. But Going in Style got off fairly slowly in that debut, and then kind of, was a little bit green early on, then started commencing a rally about at the quarter pole and really ran on well late. And actually, I know gallop outs sometimes are irrelevant, but he galloped out in front and really kind of was hitting his best strides much later in the race at the 5 furlongs. So the 7 furlongs makes a lot of sense here. I liked him going into this race, and I like him even more now that I've seen him here in the paddock. He's a big, scopy, mature-looking 2-year-old son of Mastery in here, as we'll actually get to another son of Mastery in just a moment. But he looks fantastic, and I think he can certainly build upon that effort first time out at Monmouth for a dangerous trainer in Jose Cameo. Moving on to number 4, Chess Spectacular for Charlie Baker. I like debuting going to 7. This is a big, rangy colt as well, and both sons of Mastery really making good physical impressions here in the paddock. And Charlie can fire with horses first time out. The dam was better going longer, though on the bottom side they have been okay going shorter too, so it feels like the 7 furlongs is perfect for him. He's been the utmost professional so far, probably 90% fit. He will move forward from this effort, but really the firster who caught my eye the most as they walked into the paddock, as we'll take a look at number 1, that's Outlaw Country. I like him too. He's a son of Good Samaritan. So far 2 for 29 with his first time starter, so might need a start going forward, but a nicely put together horse and very balanced, and so far has minded his P's and Q's, as we'll send it up back to Greg, who is joined by Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Andy Sterling with me here, New York Racing Association handicappers. We get set for the late pick 5, and we got the Pebbles to come in part of the sequence.
Great, looking forward to the Pebbles. Pebbles is usually around Columbus Day, but we've moved it earlier this year.
So we look forward to that. Here's our post-parade. Outlaw Country caught Maggie's eye 10-1.
Always respect Maggie's opinion, especially the firsters, because it's not going to necessarily take a Herculean effort to win, but we'll see.
Keen Ice, first-time starter. Mechanic Trains break the ice.
Boy, there really isn't much dam side pedigree on any of these firsters, and this one is included in that category.
Obscured by Clouds, debuting. Jose Lizcano looking for number 3 today.
It may win the name contest. It's kind of a cool name, right? But we'll see. Not much pedigree on this one.
701 Chess Spectacular for Charlie Baker.
There really isn't a lot of pedigree on this one, but you have to respect that he's the one taking some money, or the most money, the firsters.
Of those who've run, this was the most impressive effort. Todd Pletcher's Forbidden Secret, start number 2.
I tried to beat this one and ultimately decided he's probably just found the right field.
Going in style, Flavian Pratt for Jose Camejo.
I think a lot of people are going to be jumping on Jose Camejo horses because they do seem to be running well, and this one can improve second time, but needs to improve quite a bit.
Ulu Maloo, start number 3.
Seems like a horse whose name may be difficult to pronounce going forward and needs to improve as well.
Off who this horse faced in the debut Great Navigator, came back to run second in a stake at Saratoga. Trouble trip last out.
Oh, this horse's last race was one of the most embarrassing losses of the year, and I would say that, having bet the winner of the race, he had the race wrapped up.
Weekend Tizzy first out.
Yeah, I actually thought this might be kind of an interesting firster, though it's taking no money whatsoever. Thought it was interesting seeing this one ship up here for this race.
And then Flashy Alex outside, blinkers on for start number 3.
Those blinkers better come equipped with an engine based on the couple races this one's run.
Yeah, has been beat a ton in the first 2 starts of his career. Pick 5 starts here. You can play with Naira Bets. Match 200. Code to use at sign up, and you'll get that offer, that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. When you go to NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Pick 5 pool, 270,000 and growing here on this Sunday card. We're 5 minutes from a start. Jonathan Kinchin joining us to talk through his pick 5 play.
It's my favorite bet, Wolfie. I'm surprised you got a little tongue-tied there. You know when the pick 5 is. I know you have one in as well. I'm going to start with a single here. I thought if you didn't single the 5 Forbidden Secret, you had to use a ton of horses. I wanted to single. I'm going to single the 5 here. In the second leg, 1, 2, and 8. The third leg, the 4. Most people probably remember this horse at Saratoga. We all needed this horse instead of the short price entry, the 4, Dr. Blute, on to the third leg. I'm going to use the 7, Breeze Easy for George Weaver, the 12, Gina Romantica, not really well posted, but I do think is likely the most talented one. And then to wrap it up in a very, very wide open 10th, the 1, Montauk Summer, and the 6, the Last Zip, doing what I love for turf horses to be doing coming out of their races, was closing into a slow pace last time.
All right, JK, good luck at the pick 5 coming up. 4 to 5 could be, based the way the money he's taken, a single for many in this sequence here. Todd Pletcher's 3rd-time starter now. Was a beaten favorite last start when we saw him in his 2nd try at Saratoga. A Rat Ortiz Jr. report. Here is that race from August 18th.
It's a little tricky to analyze because the winner was improving dramatically for Ken McPeak. The winner had run 3 times and run figures in the mid to low 50s. Suddenly runs a 70 and jumps up and wins here. Now keep in mind, the worst one, the Pocahontas yesterday at Churchill, was a Ken McPeak that had run 2 figures around 50, ran a 70, and then ran a 75, winning a stake. So they can improve and often will, lightly raced horses. Still, you see this horse jumping 31 points. Coming out of a wet track race, but coming out of a wet track race, Greg, where the horse wasn't even bet the first time. A weaker, one of these restricted races, a firster for Todd Pletcher at 4 to 1. But then again, that 68 figure, you want to move Going in Style forward. And I do think Going Style, who broke about a length slow first time, galloped out well, has the look of one that can improve. But even if the figure is wrong on the 5 by 10 points, this horse is going to have to improve, 6, 7, 8 lengths to beat Forbidden Secret. Far from impossible. We see 2-year-olds improve 10 lengths. We see them take steps back. So I'm not going to be surprised, but ultimately, I just didn't want to bet against Forbidden Secret. It felt to me like it was sort of one of those, I'm just going to pick against this one because I don't want the favorite, and I didn't want to do that.
Meanwhile, here's the 8. So here's Iya, and his debut. It came at Monmouth. He was 2nd behind Great Navigator, who came back and ran so good in a graded stake at Saratoga.
Sure.
And then he was the favorite at Saratoga, start number 2. What happens here?
I'm laughing because this was actually my biggest win of the entire Saratoga season. The horse that beat him, because he paid a price, and I hit like a pick 5 or pick 4, pick 5, made some money. But I mean, this race is over, right? I mean, it's completely over. The horse with the blue cap is the one that comes back and beat him. That horse looked like he was going to run 7th top of the stretch. It was a Wayne Lucas horse that came back, tried the hopeful, and obviously couldn't win there. It's very hard. Now, if you want to be optimistic, you could say, well, he is the speed of this race. They're stretching out to 7 furlongs, maybe control in the front end, but, I mean, it's hard to bet a horse off a loss like that.
We shall see here. Start number 3. And he is 5-1 on the board. As you take a look at our analyst selections, 2 minutes to post coming up. Let's head back down to Maggie.
Let's take a look at your 4-5 favorite and Forbidden Secret, who has been a horse who has acted up in both of his starts. He was really bad first time, and then he kind of got it together at second asking, but still was a bit of a handful back behind the gate, as we do see Arad Ortiz kind of continuously keeping him moving. So watch for him and how he behaves at the gate today might give a good indication of how he's going to run. You know, he did do it a little bit last time and he ran well, but you wouldn't want him acting up more than what he did in that previous start. As we move on to another first-time starter, Break the Ice. This one, actually, if you go back a generation, the Dam, a full sister to Tapiture, but there really isn't that much immediate pedigree. The work indicated at the Timonium sale that he probably just wants long. He gets 7 furlongs here, but he might want to go a bit longer than that. He's wearing blinkers first time out. I don't love that. And just doesn't look all the way fit. So definitely wait and see approach. But look, he's 19-1. Let's talk about Ulamalu, who will get on a fast track for the first time. And he's been in maiden special weights for New York breds, and it feels like those maiden special weights may have been okay. Arctic Arrogance actually was pretty impressive for Linda Rice first time out, and that was a muddy sealed track. So we don't know. Maybe he could be okay here on a fast track, though I do remember looking up the pedigree, and a lot of the progeny from the Dam have been better on wet tracks. But this is by far the best he's behaved. He's been very good. He's very fit this time around, and he's sitting up there at 31-1 for a horse that has experience, Greg.
Yeah, there's a few big numbers in this race for horses who have run, but Todd Pletcher with a horse who just missed at Saratoga, and 3-5 on the 5. That's a big part of the reason why.
I think, you know, one of the problems with the 5 is, at 3-5, is that he's a one-number horse, right? Ran that one figure, and it was so dichotomous the first race, albeit the first race being in the mud, that I think it leaves a lot of us a little skeptical. Now, Jonathan and I both picked the horse, and I think he probably feels like me. I don't have anywhere else to go. But it's also very fair to be a little skeptical of this horse, don't you think? At least a little
When
bit.
you say one-number horse, a little different than when you use that term.
Right. No, you're right. When there's horses that ran 10 times, it ran one big number.
And his debut, you could probably throw out. It was a wet track.
What bothers me about his debut is he didn't take any money.
Yeah.
That's what bothered me about it. And did he get bet last time because they knew he was raised second time? Which might be the case. Maybe he worked better, etc. Or did he get bet because there's nowhere else to go? It's interesting to look at it because the horse who's third in that race, I believe, is returning Friday at Churchill Downs, and races we're covering. I was looking at those races earlier, and I thought about picking the 6 on top, going in style. It just felt a little too wise guy-y. But it does feel like Jose Cameo is one of these trainers to keep an eye on. His horses have been running very, very well. The one he shipped to New York had run very well. So I won't be shocked when that horse runs better. I also won't be shocked when he's more professional second time out. But ultimately, I didn't try to beat the 5. But I'm not proud of the pick. When he wins, I won't be proud of it. When he loses, I'll be annoyed I picked him.
3-5, I don't think we'd be shocked in any way if he gets beat here.
Yeah, I put it this way, Greg. You and I don't like to bet favorites, but there are horses where you say, if I had to bet, I could take 3-5 on this horse. I would never bet this horse at 3-5 in a million years. I just didn't have a great alternative.
Late pick 5 starts here. Forbidden Secret, third time out for Pletcher. 3-5 favorite to start the late pick 5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Riders off number 5, Forbidden Secret behind the gate. Forbidden Secret going into the starting gate riderless. And Arad Ortiz Jr. will now get back up. We're waiting now on Weekend Tizzy and Flashy Alex. And they're all in. And they're off. Slow start for number 2, Break the Ice, who trails the field. Iya and Forbidden Secret. Those two go out for the early lead with Outlaw Country down at the rail. Going in Style is now moving up in between horses. Ulu Malo is next in 5th, being passed there by Chess Spectacular. And then comes Obscured by Clouds, who's down at the rail. On the outside, Weekend Tizzy and Flashy Alex. And it's a huge break back to Break the Ice, the trailer in 10th. The favorite, Forbidden Secret, is the leader now by a half length, with Going in Style alongside in second, E-Yar on the outside in third, the quarter one in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Weekend Tizzy now moves up on the outside and takes 4th. Then comes Flashy Alex. Down at the rail is Chess Spectacular, Ulu Malo in between horses. Up front, a 3-way battle now. It's E-Ya, Going in Style, and Forbidden Secret, the half in 46 and 1/5 seconds. It's a 3-pronged battle here as they hit the top of the stretch. Forbidden Secret down at the rail. Going in Style is right there. Now E-Ya has tailed off. Then comes Weekend Tizzy. And now Forbidden Secret shakes loose here. It is Forbidden Secret clear quickly by a half dozen lengths. Going in Style left behind in second. Weekend Tizzy is on the outside. Forbidden Secret has turned this into a rout. Forbidden Secret gets his maiden victory going 7 furlongs. Weekend Tizzy was second, and Going in Style was third.
Forbidden Secret was in a battle, and it did not look good coming out of the turn, and then just powered away.
As I turned to Greg coming to the 8th pole and said, maybe 3 to 5 was the right price on this horse, because the figs don't lie, and this horse just absolutely buried the field. My long shot first-time starter they shipped up here. I'm a little, we got to call on Maggie on this one. Isn't this like a Maryland connection? Shouldn't Maggie have been all over the 9 Weekend Tizzy here? That horse actually ran fine to be second, but I got a feeling second in this race might not have been a Herculean effort. The winner, much the best.
Second here might equal a drop down next start. This was a pretty dominant win by your favorite, Forbidden Secret. Third time the charm. Todd Pletcher, Red Oak Stable, Rad Ortiz Jr. And this horse fought. I mean, did all the dirty work up front and then have this much left in the tank to pull away. Maybe a little bit the rest of the field, an indictment on them too, or just impressed by this horse?
Maybe, but for this level of horse on this track that we've been looking at, this is an honest pace and a fast race. This horse ran. I mean, these are those restricted races for horses that are innate or sold for under 50,000 or 50,000 or under. This was some performance by this horse. This is a very promising effort.
Forbidden Secret, 2 starts under the belt and then breaks the maiden here by as many as he wanted to start the late pick 5 at 1-2 in the end for Todd Pletcher. Late pick 4 is coming up next from Churchill Downs. It will begin with a maiden special weight as well. 2-year-old fillies sprinting 6.5 furlongs. We'll be back to set the stage for the 7th out of the Twin Spires next. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We have the Late Pig 4 under the Twin Spires. Coming up next on the program, it will begin with a maiden race. A lot of very good card, competitive races coming up these final 4, including this one here. This one, there's a Brad Cox first-time starter that Paul had mentioned was taking a lot of money in the double the race previous.
Cyen's, the 9.
That would be the 1.
Yeah.
Who's also, the 2-1 favorite.
Also the outside, pretty mischievous, the Dam dead heated in the spin-away for Mark Cassidy with a Todd Pletcher runner.
Here's Graceful Union, first-time starter Cherie DeVoe to start off the post parade.
One of the 4 foals to the Dam was okay. Very nice second Dam, but going long.
18-1, classy Bridget for Chris Hartman.
No pedigree whatsoever for this one that sold for $70,000 at the 2-year-old sale.
Start on turf going long last start for Save Your Tears. Now dirt sprinting.
Yeah, but did no running. First time out sprinting on the dirt. Unlikely.
Positano Sunset Ian Wilkes. 8-1.
Not a trainer that's well known to do well first time out. 2 foals in the Dam. Didn't do much running.
Taking some money, though, here.
Yeah.
With Julian Leperoux. Windy Bay, John Ortiz, and Raylo Gutierrez on the second-time starter.
You know, I'm going to bet a few dollars this one. Broke slow, stayed a little bit in the turn, kind of stopped, but I thought this one was a little interesting second time out.
Yeah, muddy track in the debut, so it gets fast going today. Here's the 6, Wits and Wagers.
I watched the race source ran. It broke a little bit slow, as it says in the chart. Was pretty wide in the turn, 5 to 6 wide, cut over a little bit, but ultimately stopped. But maybe run better second time.
Gunrunner, first-time starter for Mark Cassidy here, super explosive.
Paid a lot of money for this one, not taking much money, though.
9-1 for the debut. Here's Paint Me Perfect, first time out as well. Steve Margolis trains.
This is the first foal from the Dam, not taking much money.
21-1. Here's Signs, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, 5-2.
A homebred. 3 foals did very little running from an unraced Dam. One of them ran okay, ran buyers in the 80s.
She's Magic, Ian Wilkes, another Ian Wilkes here by the 2-year-old champ. Good Magic.
Nice second Dam. More turf, though, for the first family.
Fee has a start under her belt. Steve Asmussen trains.
I'll tell you, though, she just stalked the horses that ran 1-2 and kept moving backwards, but maybe she'll run better.
And first-timer on the outside by Into Mischief, Pretty Mischievous for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, the Dam actually really hasn't produced that much, but she was a fairly nice runner. She's a bit precocious. She never really improved over time, but she does have that dead heat in the spin-away.
Nice appearance on the track, too, for the debut coming up. She gets Tyler Gaffleone as well. So some positives with that outside filly. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, this is a tough race here because, you know, when you look at the filly in here, Signs, the 9, the horse I understand is getting a ton of money in the doubles, but the 12 is getting bet into this horse as well, like Andy said. When you get to the 11 Fee, you know, first time out, it was an okay effort, you know, in 5 furlongs. Sort of just ran along, broke a tiny bit flat-footed, but then didn't have much of an excuse. But I just think experience might help her the most in here and maybe gives her a big shot. Now, obviously, the steam is on 3 horses in here, the 9 and the 12, and you guys mentioned the 4 for Ian Wilkes and Julian Leperoux. That horse is taking sneaky money. But the 9 in here, you know, I don't know if it's because of Brad Cox, but this horse has got some bullet drills, and you even go back to the Thoroughbred Training Center, very, very tight racetrack. To work 48 and change on that racetrack, obviously he has, or she has a ton of speed. And then the outside filly in here, the 12, Pretty Mischievous. The word's out that she's been training well. Also, in that Tyler Gaffleone has said that she's shown speed in the morning. So it looks like the outside 3 horses in here. But I know, Joe K, you're going to go with experience here with Fee?
Well, I'm going to go with experience. We saw that at Saratoga all summer, how far experience can go. Sure, I'm sure some of these firsters can run a little bit. They're taking money like they can from operations that will occasionally have a very nice horse. But the one thing I do like about Fee is it is a second start for Steve Asmussen. We always know how his horses run second time out. As a first-time starters in his career, 17%. His second-time starters, 23%. They take a step forward. This horse took some money on debut and caught a sloppy racetrack going 5 furlongs. Now you get a furlong and a half more to work with. You get a dry racetrack, and you're hopeful that you'll get a little bit of an improvement second time off of that. When that horse Fee, the 11, was wide all the way around there as well. So this is a horse I feel like can take a step forward at 7-1. Not going to be shocked if the 9 or the 12 win, but I feel like there's a little bit of value with the 11 Fee.
Yeah, experience. There's nothing like it. I love the way this 12 is looking. We did see the 12 rear up a little bit and misbehave a few moments ago, but looks like settled down now.
Well, she's vying for favoritism right now with the Brad Cox first-time star, which is interesting because you don't always see Brendan Walsh, not a trainer you expect to be live with firsters. He rarely wins them on the turf. He's much better second time out. Excellent, excellent trainer. I took a one who's got experience, comes out of the same race as Fee, but I took the 5 Windy Bay. I bet a little to win this horse and used an exactas with the logic, the firsters, the 4, the 9, and the 12.
How bad was that trouble?
It was not terrible, but it was enough to suggest the horse had lost a little bit of position. Not major, but it's a first-time starter that broke slowly, that moved up, got in some trouble, and then sort of gave up. I have no confidence, but, the other thing is this horse was bet. Because it's one thing for Steve Asmussen, who was in the race with Fee, to be 7-2 first time. I don't think John Ortiz is guaranteed to be 6-1, So I feel like this horse was bet as strongly in some ways as the Asmussen horse at a much better price. I'd rather take a shot with this one who at least had a little trouble.
So favorite remains the Brad Cox debuter. The 9 in here with Florent Giroux, but as I say that, the 12 becomes top choice on the board. Pretty mischievous, the first-time starter for Brendan Walsh outside. So as Paul said, word out that this horse can run in the morning, according to the workouts. Has looked the part as well, and right now is the favorite.
Yeah, obviously there's a big story because we're talking about, if Brad Cox is bet with a first-time starter, you're not surprised. You're probably a little more surprised to see one getting bet like this for Brendan Walsh. Though I think the world of Brendan. I think he's a terrific, terrific trainer. He struggled a bit in Saratoga this summer, but that's no indication of his talents as a trainer.
So, late pick 4 begins with this maiden race here. 6.5 furlongs for these 2-year-old fillies. Still going to wrap up and discuss more what happened yesterday in that 2-year-old filly race. The first on the prep series to the Kentucky Oaks, Kenny McPeak. With that impressive victory, our colleague Tom Amos in the male counterpart in the Grade 3 Iroquois with Curly Jack. We'll discuss both those races coming up and the prospects for those two going forward. There's Brad Cox's filly stepping in the 9 with Florent Giroux. 4 stepping in, Positano Sunset. Another one, too. That was the one taking sneaky money for Ian Wilkes. 15-1 on the line. I believe half that number on the board right now.
I like watching these 2-year-old races and learning about these horses going forward. You learn more things about the horses that are the also-rans than the winners, but it's fun to see them and sometimes see potential stars.
Well, let's go to Travis Stone. Race 7 kicks off the pick 4 on this Sunday card.
Waiting for Pretty Mischievous, who's gone in. They are in the gate, and they're off. Fee from the far outside breaks alertly. Signs is there. Positano Sunset down toward the rail, and Pretty Mischievous on the far outside. Scramble on early. Fee short lead. Signs right there. Positano Sunset at the rail. Pretty Mischievous with a good tracking trip on the outside in 4th. Windy Bay advancing toward the rail 5th. Super Explosive right along while 6th. Graceful Union 3 lengths farther back in 7th. Similar margin Classy Bridget 8th. Wits and Wagers is 9th. Save Your Tears 10th and toward the rail. 4 back to Paint Me Perfect and 3 back to the trailer. She's Magic. The opening quarter contested in 22-2. They round the far turn. Positano Sunset comes on through to grab a narrow lead. Signs is keeping pace with Fee. Pretty Mischievous has been wide throughout. The 4 of them across the track at the quarter pole. Positano Sunset cut the corner, holds the lead, but it's narrow. Fee's right there. Pretty Mischievous set down for the drive, and with a sudden burst has taken charge. Classy Bridget, meanwhile, has rallied up into 2nd, but Pretty Mischievous got the jump and is clear by 4. Classy Bridget finishing well, but will be 2nd best to Pretty Mischievous. A flashy debut there. Classy Bridget, Wits and Wagers, Positano Sunset.
Pretty mischievous runs to her looks, and so the way she was working in the morning as well, 4 wide around the turn.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get a better trip than just stalking those horses. They're moving a little bit up front. I actually would say that the 4-horse, the firster for Ian Wilkes, that's one to look forward to, because that horse was in the inside of the duel, taking all the pressure, and while finishing 4th, did all the dirty work. This horse got a perfect trip, was absolutely best. And you can see it because, I mean, look at how the 2nd and 3rd horses were coming from the clouds to get 2nd and 3rd. Pretty Mischief was relatively close, but always in a good spot. And it's just the value of having that outside post. You can get that position, whereas a horse like the 4, they're forced a little bit more. But this was a nice-looking debut, Greg. It's got bet, has some pedigree, and this horse ran. And I'm happy for Godolphin, because they haven't had any good horses lately. You know, it sort of sucks how
Poor them.
They can't win any races. That Charlie Appleby guy can't win a race. So I'm glad they finally have one good horse.
Jockey Club Derby, Woodbine Mile,
Yeah,
Summer Stakes,
like
all on
couple
Saturday.
grade ones up there.
Yeah, pretty productive weekend. I know we had the Grade 3 Pocahontas yesterday. This is a filly to maybe put a little future book wager on for the next year's Oaks.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, you know, this is that time you're sort of in the middle, right, where you can't really make you probably can't make the Alcibiades is the 2-year-old race at Keeneland or our Frizette. So maybe they consider running in the 2 stakes that come up at Churchill Downs to go forward. But there's more than the Breeders' Cup out there, a lot of important races.
Impressive first time out, pretty mischievous for trainer Brendan Walsh. New audience FS2 joining us here in just a moment. Slight pause. We'll be right back. Welcome to those just joining us on FS2. And those already with us on FS1. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Sunday card action from Churchill Downs under the Twin Spires and Belmont at the Big A. Grade 3 Pebbles, our feature on this Sunday afternoon. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling.
Nice to be here. Good racing coming up. Looking forward to the Pebbles. A little action at Churchill Downs as well. A lot of fun stuff. Nice to be here with you.
Yeah, beautiful weather at both racetracks. Yep. FS1 audience, we're going to take you up to the top of the hour. Then we're going to head over to strictly, or stay with, I should say, FS2 until NHRA concludes. So keep that in mind if you want to swap over and watch the rest of our program in between there. Pick 4 underway at Churchill. We'll give you those prices in just a minute. Meanwhile, our feature later today, rematch of the top 2 finishers from the risk-averse in today's Pebbles, stablemates for Chad Brown.
Yeah, actually the top 3 is you've got a Moray who finished 3rd. I prefer the 2nd place finisher in the race. I really felt as though that's the horse, Faith in Humanity, that did more dirty work. All these horses had decent trips. They saved ground, angled out. But this was a pace that completely collapsed. And the first smoother was Faith in Humanity. And while it looked like she was going to get it done, this race just came apart at the seams in the late stages. Gia Romantico ran very well, but she also had a good buried trip, saving ground, angling out. Similar to Mo Ray. And I feel like Faith in Humanity, especially the scratch of the 3, she's potentially the main speed in here. And I think she may have more of a run of the race this time than she did in the risk-averse.
Several that could move forward in the stop. Moray, that was her first try on turf as well for Todd Pletcher. Luis Saez will ride, and Pletcher with another one. Todd with Majestic Glory, going to make the state's debut coming up. That's our feature later this afternoon. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
The horses here assembled in the paddock for today's 7th race. It does kick off the late pick 4. We'll start with the horse to the inside of the current favorite, and that is number 1, Bay Jewel. And it seemed as though Jimmy Ferraro taking her in her start 2 back with the intention of switching her to the turf. She is a turf horse, and last time out going the 5.5, she just left herself with too much to do. She looks fantastic here in the paddock, just carrying her weight and conditioning really well. And 2, I like the 6 furlongs. Maybe she won't get caught out so much with that extra half a furlong. As we'll move on to number 3, Mucha Mezquina. If she didn't have such a good record sprinting on the turf, I'd say, oh, she probably wants a bit longer. But this is where she belongs. She's 1 for 1 at the 6 furlong distance and gets a little bit of class relief here and ships in here looking fantastic from Penn National for Mark Salvaggio. We want to thank you guys for joining us here on FS1. Make sure you switch over to FS2 for continuing coverage of America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsledowns.com.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Thanks for being with us as we get set for the Late Pick 4 coming up here at Belmont at the Big A program, brought to you in part by the champion, one-of-a-kind sprinter Run Happy, his debut. If you have not seen it, one of the great races he ran. Several great ones, but that one was just had a lot going on in it.
Trip handicapper's dream.
Yes, it was at Turfway Park.
They ran the comp about 20 minutes later, going a mile and 70. But the rest of it were all sprints.
Well, we got the 7th coming up here next. 6 furlongs, outer turf, 25 claiming race. Here's Bay Jewel at 4-1.
Bay Jewel was the right play last time. A little bit unlucky to lose the race. I just worry this race is tougher.
Athwak, Pat Reynolds, Jose Ortiz.
I picked Athwak. I like her. Feel like last time was the time. She's going to have to be able to rate and win, though. She's a better horse in the front end.
6-1 on Mucha Mezquina.
It's a very inviting price on a very logical horse. The rider must keep her in contention and not lose position.
5-time winner on the turf, by the way. Here's more Mango for Jimmy Ferraro.
She may need more than Mango to be effective here.
It's a keeper, Luis Saez for Tom Albertrani.
She's the wise guy horse dropping down in this race. Her recent efforts, albeit against better, are poor, though, and 5-1 to me feels like an underlay.
Omar Hernandez Moreno, 10-1 on Quality Stones.
I guess she's the speed. Her one race in the turf was not a good effort.
Jasmine-esque, 14-1, Trevor McCarthy.
Smart friend of mine likes this horse. I have no idea why. I can't make a case for it.
Angelinka, I thought a lot of reasons to like 4-1 right now.
Well, I think Bay Jewel is better than she is and probably should be her last time. Canterbury's not a lot of success with a claim with turf horses, but the 3 they claimed in turf sprints, 2 ran second at prices.
And here's Jen's battle, 32-1 from the outside.
Yeah, she'll have to run a lot better than she's ever run before.
And the 8 we missed, there's Angelinka.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You know, this horse was claimed for Rob Atras. As much as I respect the job the Canterbury's do, their numbers are much better with dirt horses. But I said, 3 horses off the claim in turf sprints, no wins, but 2 seconds. One at 5-1, one at 6-1. So their horses have run well off the claim without winning.
4 minutes away from the 7th here. I want to remind you, you could bet Belmont at the Big A with Naira Bets today for that $20 bonus. Wager at least $200 on the action today here at Belmont at the Big A. You get that $20 back whether you win or lose. Go to NairaBets.com. You got to opt in to take advantage of that promo and start earning that bonus right away. So 2-1, Athwak. Jose Ortiz will be aboard in this horse if she chooses to use it, even though she's cutting back in distance going long, which sometimes can dull that speed. She's quick sprinting.
She is, but she's got to deal with Quality Stones. And if Quality Stones shows her dirt speed on the turf, she's likely to be in front. Now, Athwak has won. She won her debut on the dirt rating. She did okay rating on synthetic, I want to say. She is not a horse that has won rating on the turf. But she's done it before. Hopefully she can do it here. I picked her, but I'll be honest with you, 2-1 is too short for me. I do think she's the best horse in the race, but she's going to have to do it in all likelihood rating, and she may be a horse that really just wants to be in front. You know?
Yeah, seems like a lot better, but it's been a while since she's been on the lead, sprinting on the grass. You got to go 4 starts back for her doing that. As we take a look at Angelinka, so price starting to come down now on this filly, who comes in off a win in that 32 claiming race when she just finished ahead of Bejewel.
Yeah, I mean, she got a very good trip here. Bejewel had a little trouble to start and probably cost Bejewel the win. The problem was this was an extraordinarily weak field. You know, you look at it, and these two were first and second because there's just nobody else in their competition. And not trying to knock horse like Violet Point, but the horse who ran third, a narrowly beaten third, she might be 20-1 in a race like this. Athwalk, Mucha Mezquina, shipping in or not, these horses are better, I think, than the ones that they were facing. Even a drop down like the number 5, It's a Keeper, could be a dangerous horse. I bet Bejewel last time. I don't think she's really good value at the same price against what I think are just better horses. And as far as the 8, she's not impossible, but not for me.
2 minutes away, 7th coming up in this turf sprint. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, I'm with the 1, Bejewel. In turf sprints, I like inside draws if a horse has some tactical speed or drops way out of it. I hate those kind of tweeners that draw the inside because I feel like you kind of get stuck in no man's land. Bejewel's going to take back, make one run. If she decides to stay in there, great. If she decides to circle wide, I just thought she had a tough trip last time, and she feels like she improved switching to Jimmy Ferraro. I understand that she didn't win, and she was switching surfaces, but I feel like she ran well enough, and she, if you want to say that she took a step forward, I think she did. And, you know, she's got some back races in her career that suggest that if she takes another step forward or has a better trip in here, that she can win. I just like the value with her at 5-1. If you like the 8, Angelinka, you kind of got to have to like the 1, Bejewel as well. So hopefully she can work out some sort of a trip from the inside. I know Andy's probably smiling right now. The inside's not always my favorite place to draw. I just feel like more things can go wrong than can go good. But I'm really curious to hear what Maggie has to say about the 6 hopping on the turf almost for the first time. It was so long ago, you probably don't even see it on the past performances.
I actually went back and watched it, JK, and, you know, sometimes we talk about it often that dirt speed doesn't often translate to turf sprint speed, but it did with her, at least for that lone turf try, in which she was in a much better field. I mean, that field included stakes winner, lead guitar, and just some really accomplished and nice New York breds on the turf. So I think she's facing possibly lesser here. Obviously, she's kind of fallen through the ranks herself since that race, to be fair. But the main thing with her is she's going to be a thorn in the side to the favorite, as Andy was mentioning, Athwalk in here, because to me, Quality Stones, at least on paper, is faster, and she showed that she can be fast on the turf too, at least in that lone try. We'll see if that rings true here, but the blinkers go back on with a French cup, so a 3/4 cup, and the apprentice rider, and usually that means get up and go and see how far you can last. As we'll take a look at number 5, It's a Keeper. As Andy mentioned, a drop down in here. Yeah, she has run, you know, the beaten Claimer 35, non-2 for 30 in the past, which she won. And last time she broke through the gate, she was wired by Get the Candy. She was just in chase mode where nobody really kind of was effective in that race doing that. And it's just an easier field today. She looked great in the paddock, as we briefly saw Manny Franco off of Angelinka for a moment there, but has mounted back up, so I think all things good there. But It's a Keeper, I think, is an interesting player at 7-1, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Yeah, 5 horse It's a Keeper, Saez for Albertrani. 3-time winner on the turf at a number, as the price has become very short now on Athwalk.
I picked Athwalk. I never imagined she'd be this kind of favorite in this race. And to be honest, I picked the race 2-3. I would have gone 3-2 if I knew they were going to be 6-1 and 3-2. I think the 3 is very bettable. I worry about the 3 not keeping position, coming out of a route race, a rider who at times he does very well keeping position, but at times he can lose it in these turf sprints. That concerns me because position is important. I think Jose will hold at least, I agree with Maggie, the 6 is faster, but hold that position behind her. But 8-5 on Athwalk.
Way too short.
Yeah, I'm surprised that she's, well, we thought the horse last race was short at 3-5.
Yeah. I mean, you do look the last 3 times she was sprinting, tons tougher than what she's going to face here.
Oh, this is a significant. That's my problem with the 1 and 8 here. A horse like the 2 has just been running at so many better horses. Not that they're impossible, and if you like the 1 or 8, I mean, I think 7 to 2 is too short in the 8, but listen, I picked Athwack. I have to live with the horses I pick, but I like the 2 and 3, and they're the 2 I would use in the pick 4 going forward.
Post time coming up, loading here for the 7th, starts the pick 4. And 8 to 5 favorite Athwack did run for 32,000 going long last start, but in terms of her sprinting, facing much, much better. She was in against allowance optional 62 the last time she was sprinting. This for 25 today. Jose Ortiz, Pat Reynolds teaming up with the favorite. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
Battle. There in the gate. And they're off. And it is Quality Stones who goes out for the lead. Athwack down on the inside is running in second with Angelinka next in third. More Mango running in fourth. Is a keeper on the outside in fifth. Bejewel at the rail runs in sixth. Mucha Mezquina next in seventh, followed by Jen's Battle in eighth. And trailing the field is Jasminesque in ninth. Quality Stones leads here by a length and a half. And then it is Athwack. And down on the inside is Angelinka. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Quality Stones with a 2.5 length lead. The favorite Athwack and Angelinka right together second and third. It's a keeper. Has now moved up into fourth. And on the far outside is Mucha Mezquina. The field is in the stretch. And here comes It's a Keeper now to challenge Athwack for the lead as Quality Stones drops out of it. Angelinka down at the rail and Mucha Mezquina on the outside. There's a 16th to the finish. It's a Keeper along with Athwack and Mucha Mezquina on the outside. And it will be Athwack who prevails as the favorite. Photo for second. Mucha Mezquina and It's a Keeper.
Class prevails here. Athwack picks up just the second win of her career on the grass.
You know, I think this is the kind of ride that Richie would love. This is exactly that getting your position going forward, right? The way Jose was aggressive with the 2 to force the 6 to go fast enough to create that separation so you could then sort of let the 6 take the lead but easily get outside of her. Because by going a little quicker earlier, you create that separation. It makes it easier to get your position. And I really think that was the winning move by doing that, because then he gets her out in the clear and she's comfortable out in the clear. It's a Keeper made a big, bold move to her, got a good ride from Dylan, just couldn't quite get to her. And I thought Eric rode Mucha Mezquina well, got her into good position as well behind them. She just came up a little bit short. 7 to 5 seemed too short a price, but she gets it done.
2-3, 5-8, Athwack. 5th career win, just her second on the grass. Jose Ortiz, Pat Reynolds. Prices for you when we come back. 7 to 5 favorite starts off the pick 4. More coming up, including our feature, Grade 3 Pebbles, still ahead.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Welcome to those rejoining us here on FS1. Good to have you back here at America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Sterling, Grade 3 Pebbles. Our feature coming up later on this Sunday card. Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, several others with contenders in that race.
Yeah, Chad Brown. Christophe Clement. You've got some European shippers coming in. The one for Todd Pletcher, one for Graham Motion as well, who I think they're fairly high on. And Pebbles was the winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf, the second Breeders' Cup Turf, run right here at the Big A.
Yeah, first Brit, right, to win a Breeders' Cup race.
Sounds right. Philly against the boys. Pat Ettery beating Steve Cawthon and Strawberry. Something. Getting old.
Let's go to Churchill. 8th at Churchill, $30,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs coming up. It's going to kick off a late pick 3 on the card.
Yeah, I smoked out the 10 as the horse to beat, a horse we saw lose to heavy favorite in Saratoga, quite a trip. Does appear to be the one to beat. The 8 looks like the controlling speed, but I just don't know how good that horse is.
2 back this 20 to 1 shot, 1 at Thistledown, lesser track, going to be up against it here.
Yeah, going to have to bring the A game from Thistle. Big price, feel like.
But some of the figures.
Oh no, some of the figures make sense. I agree.
But can they translate here? Emerald Express, Mike Maker off the claim.
Claimed off a terrible performance at a short price by Mike Maker and drops. Not the kind that I like, but does have back figs.
Jimmy Graham on Belfast Boy.
Just didn't see races that were really fast enough for this one. Preferred others, but it does drop down a bit.
And you got to go 4 starts back. That was a win at Churchill back in May 19th, 9 to 1 on that son of Bayern. Here's the 4 El Franco for Mike Norris, the trainer.
Unlike some of the others, this horse has no figs to get there. Wasn't Mike Norris a really good pitcher for the A's many years ago? Probably not the same one. What do you think?
Oh, no, I would certainly say not the same one.
Last
Pastrami, by the way,
saw him.
went by for Tom Amos. Intriguing long shot would have been. He's out. Sorry, the 6 Shackelford Strong. Moving to the Steve Asmussen barn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this one. Started out his career pretty well. Does drop in for a tag for the first time.
Corey Lannery, 17 to 1, Lucky Promise.
Yeah, I don't really like this horse's form in general. Just looks a little slow.
Red Label taking money, and this horse has faced some good ones. Stellar Tap, couple back for $50,000.
Going to try to wire the field. I'm not sure this horse is good enough, but he's the speed if you want him.
Pure Panic, New Gelding, 10 to 1.
Looks like this one's a little bit better on turf than dirt.
And I thought the horse to beat, and being bet like he is as well, the 10 Mount Athos.
I think this horse is an hour, the horse to beat. Was avoided claim last time, did lose the short price, but he had a massive excuse in there, and that race was one wire to wire. I think 7 to 5 is not a bad price on him, to be honest. Probably drop from here.
3 minutes of post is 8th coming up. Yesterday, first points race on the road to the Kentucky Derby and the Kentucky Oaks, for that matter, for the boys, and next year's Kentucky Derby. It was a Grade 3 Iroquois. A lot of hype with Saratoga Special winner Damon's Mound and the Steve Asmussen runner Echo again, but it was Tom Amos and Curly Jack with the victory.
Damon's Mound and Echo again did not pass the distance test. And I have to imagine their connections, unless something went wrong with one of these horses, are thinking we may have sprinters on our hands, and they'll point them more to race like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Certainly in New York, we've got a great program to sprinters. As far as Curly Jack, though, he ran very well in here because he wasn't like just taking advantage of a total collapse in here. And I also thought he made that first move into the pace that was collapsing. And a lot of times the first move is the toughest move, and they sort of fall apart late. I don't know how good the horse were behind him. The race didn't come up that fast. But right now, Curly Jack is the points leader for the Derby, and that means something.
You just want to get there. And good to just enjoy this moment, too. I mean, this is a good win for these connections. But typically, yeah, he went backwards a little bit with the number. To see the number come up what it did.
It's not, listen, I'm talking about a 77 buyer. It wasn't a particularly fast race. As we pointed out in the show, it was over 2 seconds slower than the very nice filly Played Hard, who won earlier in the day, the older filly. But these horses can and will improve. I also think one of the reasons that Tom Amos is a great trainer is he runs his horses in spots they can win, which means he's realistic. And I'm sure he's very happy that Curly Jack won, as he should be. And I'm sure he's happy for the connections. But I also think he realizes that he's going to have to get faster to be a Derby contender. It's September of their 2-year-old year. There's plenty of time to get faster or show that he was a little precocious, got in the right situation, and get it done. But it's not a bad thing. It's a lot better to win a race like that than it is to lose.
Good
and it's better
position
to be
to be
him,
in.
right, than Michelle Lavelle and Steve Asmussen, whose horses ran poorly at short prices.
Talked about the dam yesterday on the show, too, was second, Grade 1 Mother Goose. There's some pedigree there. Let's get Paula Duca's thoughts on what he saw yesterday. Paulie.
You know, I know the figure came back low, guys, but I thought it was a better run race than the figure came back, because I just thought Curly Jack was up on the pace early. And if you look at the early pace setters, not completely up on the pace, but was part of it early, and then Edgar Morales kind of took him back. The early pace setters basically just fell apart. And for able to Curly Jack to sort of take back and have the handiness, and I think that's what Tom said to me after the race. You know, this horse has absolutely improved since going around 2 turns, and that this horse basically does whatever that you want him to do. He's very, very polished for a 2-year-old, and he even said to me, listen, I don't think we need to run another race before the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He was that confident. Maybe he will, that the number did come up a little light. We'll see what happens, but I thought it was a better looked race than the number suggested, just because he was part of the early pace, took back, put all those other ones away, and then held off the challenger. So I think Tom's got a really nice horse. The pedigree, listen, we've seen pedigrees that are great, not go long, and sometimes they do go long, but I think Curly Jack might have somewhat of a say, and I think that number will come back a little bit stronger a little bit later. Let's get to this race, guys. I'm with you. The 10 Mount Anthos just lays over this field, and it's really, really hard to tell. You're getting 4 to 5, and what does it say on the last comment? Void of claim. This horse was in for $35,000. Somebody went in, and when it says void of claim, what ends up happening, there was an issue. The state veterinarians look at it, and they think, okay, maybe it could be something there, and the claim did not go through. That means Rudy Brissett gets the horse back. And it could be something something simple, and maybe somebody doesn't want it. It could not be, I don't want anybody out there to think that this horse had a major injury last time and now is running again. That's not the case one bit. The issue with the 10 is he has trouble getting out of the gate. That's his Achilles heel. And you look at a lot of these runners in here. The 3, Belfast Boy, can't get out of the gate. The 1 struggles to get out of the gate. I thought the 2 was the only horse that really has a shot to beat this 10. There's really, if you look at the 1 and 3, in a lot of horses that don't break, this 2 in the 7 could break away from this field. If the 2 can get out of the gate, maybe stalk the 7, and the 10 might have a lot to do. I get it. The 10 is the horse to beat by far. I really think this race is 2-10, 10-2. If it gets heated up on the front end, look for the 3 to run late.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, that's Belfast Boy. That would be 12 to 1 if that horse could get this set up potentially in here. But 3 to 5, this looks awfully tough in this spot. Mount Athos figures he have run, even if he does break poorly in this race, it would be tough to beat him.
Yeah, he drew the right post for a horse that's sort of with his running style. I mean, he is a little bit pace dependent. And I think that gives a horse like the 2, if he can still run, Emerald Express, an advantage on him, because he can be forward more. He won't be as forward as the 8 probably, but he'll be close. But Greg, I know he's 3 to 5. If there's an alternative out there, I didn't see him.
I'm with you. Tyler Gaffleone for Rudolph Brissett. Sometimes you got to take your medicine. We'll see if that's the case here with Mount Athos. Let's go to Travis Stone, race 8 from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Lucky Promise stumbled coming out of there. Shackelford Strong and Pure Panic both broke well, and they are racing for the lead together. Shackelford Strong a little quicker, grabs the lead. Pure Panic is tugging at Rene Diaz, but is right there second. Mount Athos is keyed up as well, comes on to be third. Alibre toward the inside is racing fourth. Emerald Express comes away fifth. Red Label 3 lengths farther back in sixth. El Franco on the move inside seventh. Belfast Boy stuck 3 wide eighth. 4 wide at the back is Lucky Promise. So round the far turn, Pure Panic coming after Shackelford Strong with an opening quarter and a rapid 21-4. Mount Athos makes it 3 across the track for the run to the quarter pole. Alibre is tucked away in behind fourth. Emerald Express is fifth. Red Label sixth. Off the turn, Mount Athos takes charge. Mount Athos opens up by 3, heading for the eighth pole. Emerald Express full out, trying to get up into second. Red Label is there. Late on the scene is Belfast Boy. Ali Brihé was stuck behind. Down to the final 16th. Mount Athos. Emerald Express is a hard-charging second. Here comes Emerald Express to get there. Narrowly, Mount Athos right there on the wire. Farther back, Red Label or Belfast Boy.
Emerald Express running down the 4-5 favorite. Mount Athos looked home free.
I thought Emerald Express was a danger, the threat I could see, because I thought he'd have better position. So I was clever. He ran him down from behind. I mean, Mount Athos looked home free in this race. You want to say he moved a little soon? I don't think so. There was a lot of separation there. Emerald Express claimed, dropped down. He improved substantially. It's not like Mike Maker has great numbers off the claim with dirt horses, because he doesn't. But he gets the money with this one, spoiling what looked like an easy win for the 4-5 Mount Athos.
Emerald Express. Big upset of a 4-5 favorite, even though one of the logical ones, but Mount Athos might have been a single for a lot of players out there in multi-race wagers. Still to come, our Pebbles, and we're going to look back on a couple big ones from yesterday. Nation's Pride takes 2/3 of that Turf Triple Series, and now November potentially back in play for this horse. We'll have that story when we come back.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports. Great to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Gorgeous weather here in South Ozone Park. Feature still to come. Grade 3 Pebbles feature from Churchill as well. And you can play it all, of course, with Naira Bets. Our 8th race is next, and the race goes through this horse right here. 1 turn mile in this New York bred entry-level allowance. Dr. Blute, the one to beat, and likely the one to catch as well. Short price for Saffie Joseph Jr. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, Dr. Blute's making a nice impression in the paddock. They had to saddle him on the walk, meaning the groom has to keep him walking. They make the saddle up, so the pad, the saddle towel, everything's in place. They put him on him, and they walk him as they continue to put the tack on. He's not a horse that'll hold still. And Talia Lynch deputizing for trainer Saffie Joseph. They did a good job. They got the tack on him. He looks ultra fit. He's a horse that just seems to have thrived on the workload that Saffie Joseph has thrown at him. And he looks like he could be controlling speed here. So Dr. Blute at a short price, certainly nothing to knock here in the paddock. He's making a good impression. The 6-horse 42 Ace, He looks great for Charlie Baker. I love what I'm seeing from him, and he could have a big say in this race because there's times he shows pretty high speed. He looks very fit. Now, he's a horse that has won at the mile distance, is proficient at it. Almost gives the impression he might like a turn back a little bit, but he has 2 wins and 3 seconds from 6 tries at the mile distance. And again, very well turned out for Charlie Baker. Horse that would get the Paddock check mark from a physical perspective is a 7 great workout. Just like what I'm seeing from him. Really conducting himself well. Looks great. Coat's got that rich, hydrated look that I like. And I wonder if it's not maybe a little bit of that Goldilocks effect. He ran a 1 1/8 in the slop. Didn't run that well. 7 furlongs, maybe a little sharp for him. Looked like he got on track late. Now he gets a mile in a shorter field. With the outside draw, kind of could get into a good rhythm and maybe find himself in a decent stalking spot.
All right, Mig, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. Dr. Blute, even money favorite. We're going to look back at yesterday's Caesars Jockey Club Derby Invitational, and didn't sweep the series, took 2/3 of the sequence, but he was the best in all 3 legs.
He was. He should have swept the series. He was very unlucky to lose the first one. Bad break, wide trip, good inside, tough trip. No disgrace.
Nation's Pride we're talking about.
Yeah, Nation's Pride. Classic Causeway, not suited the 1.5 mile. Nice horse, overachieved in these races. But Nation's Pride was just much the best. And it was sort of the crowning win for him to be able to get it done in this race. Just so much better than those horses.
And not that he needed a brilliant ride from Frankie Dettori the way he won. He just dominated this group. But it was a brilliant ride from Frankie Dettori.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I like, they really learned from his first race in the country, right? They realized that the key to him was getting him out of the gate, you know? And I know it sounds simple, but sometimes it is kind of simple. I think they were probably a little underprepared first time, and that's one of the reasons he lost. The next 2 races, they concentrated on getting that position, and once he got the position, though in this race, I'm not sure what it mattered where he came from. He was
6+ lengths, the margin in the end in this grade 3, and there was talk that this was going to be it for him. We wouldn't see him in the Breeders' Cup, but Chris Conant, assistant to Charlie Appleby, winning trainer, says after this performance, we got some things to think over now in terms of the Breeders' Cup.
I think they do, and I think one of the reasons is that who are they really afraid of the U.S. horses? With all due respect, the distance U.S.-based horses are a nice bunch, but they're not exactly a bunch that strikes fear in your heart. Now, I'm not sure this horse is that fast going forward, and it may just depend on what Euros decide to come for the Breeders' Cup, right?
Great to have Frankie Dettori here. International superstar, one of the great riders of all time, great personalities, too. And we saw that flying dismount. Fun to see that here in New York at Aqueduct.
Yeah, a great rider who really seems to love the game, love the limelight, and it's always nice when he's here, and a great, great rider. And it's incredible how long he has been riding. And he's still as good a rider, really, as there probably is in the world.
Yeah, pretty amazing. At 51 years old and still going strong. But, yeah, back to your point. No monsters in this division. I guess a lot determines who's going to come over from Europe.
Right.
If the best of the best are going to come.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the question. You see the Arc, and you see those races and the English champions, and I guess Godolphin will decide. Listen, to be fair, Nation's Pride's a nice horse. He's not running huge figures. He's not exactly beating up on killers. He's dominant in that group, and I think that may be what they're thinking. You know, is he necessarily, just because he's beating up on these horses, good enough to take on, especially if good Europeans come?
Here's the 4-5 favorite in our 8th, Dr. Blute. And it just looked like pace-wise, too. He's going to control here, isn't he?
I guess, but I feel like Richie does. The number 6 horse, 42 Ace, can stalk him, and I think he's dangerous. I get Dr. Blute. He repeats his last. He'll probably win. I wonder if he's going to keep that big improvement. He showed up in Saratoga coming down here, and I'm going to try to beat him with a horse that finished well behind and blitzed to win, but he was compromised by being inside in that race. And I'm going to try to beat Dr. Blute in here, and I'm using 3 and 6.
And I'll say for the 5, Whittington Park, look, 3-year-old on the improve, who was, I know, well behind Dr. Blute last start, but 3rd off the layoff for him. Intriguing as we look at Blitz to win for Barclay Tag Sackatoga Stable.
This horse has back races before the layoff that make him a contender in here. And last time out, right down the rail, not the place to be. I'm taking him as an upsetter.
There's Dr. Blute. Just missed by a neck to Best Idea at Saratoga. And here's the 3-year-old that was behind him, Whittington Park.
Well, he's going to have to hope that he can improve some and or Dr. Blute doesn't really show up because there was a big margin between them. But I think the whole race depends on whether or not you believe Dr. Blute can repeat that effort.
42 Ace, Charlie Baker, Luis Saez.
These races are very good if you take them apart. He's had excuses when he's lost, and I think he is probably the biggest threat to the favorite. A crazy price is the longest shot on the board.
And great workout, 4-1. Flavian Pratt for Linda Rice.
Linda's having a great day with 2 wins, so maybe this horse will step forward. The big win 2 back was because of a monster pace. I'm not a big fan, but maybe Linda's barn is starting to heat up.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here for our 8th here at Belmont at the Big A. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Match 200, that code to use at sign-up. You'll get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch it in. There it is again at NairaBets.com. So 4-5, Dr. Blute, and that was a horse who's had now 9 career starts. Took it to another level, even though he got beat last time out. Figure-wise, by far, well, at least recently, the best he'd ever run.
He's really improved in the Savvy Joseph barn. Or I should say, he's found that potential he showed during his career. But don't forget, his best figure was on the turf, even though he broke his maiden slop in Aqueduct. He's starting to put it together. I mean, I didn't bet him this day. In fact, I needed the big favorite that ran him down. But it's still kind of those painful races to watch, right? It's hard to watch 8-1 shots get nailed like this because he did everything but win the race. But he's also a last time was the time horse. Now, maybe he's going to control on the front end, but I don't think that the number 6 horse, 42 Ace Louis Saez, is going to let him get out of his sights. And I think that horse is a ridiculous overlay at 7-1 right now. The board is telling you this horse can't lose at 3-5, and maybe he can't. And he runs his last race, he probably can't. But I'm going to take a small shot that he doesn't run it back.
So 3-5, wow, very short price, and he should be favored, or should be forward, doing it on the front end, but potentially this is the one who could try and harass him a little bit, or at least stay close to him. 42 Ace with Louis Saez.
I thought his last race was a good one. He lost to a very heavy favorite. It was dropping down in this race, but it's not as though he packed it in. He continued to run well, even though that horse passed him. And if you take his form apart, I think it's a lot better than it looks at first glance. The poor performance 2 back isn't really that bad. He was attacking a wicked pace that essentially fell apart. The time before that, turf off the layoff. The time before that at 3-5, something obviously went wrong. He didn't show his normal speed, and he was laid up after that race for 3 months. His prior 2 races, the 78 buyer and 86 buyer, make him a player in this race. And they're betting him as though he's not even a consequential player here, and I don't see it that way.
3-5, 4-5, Dr. Blute hanging around that number. Jonathan, what do you think here with the favorite?
Well, look, I agree with Andy that, I think it makes sense from a handicapping standpoint to question Dr. Blute's last race. But the problem is that even if I question his last race, his race 2 back and his race 3 back are good enough for me against this group. And that's the situation why, look, I'm not cutting in line to bet this horse at 3-5 to win. But I think if you want to get started with a multi-race wager here, I think you're pretty safe to single here. I think it makes sense in terms of that. Like I said, his last race was really good. If he runs his last race, he definitely wins this race. But let's just say that was a little bit of a dressed up performance. I thought his race 2 back wins this race as well. Showed a ton of early speed in a situation like this with the 1-turn mile. I just think he'll be able to get himself into position, and he showed that he can go the distance. He ran the kind of out of the chute at Saratoga going the mile. So I don't think the distance is going to be a problem for him. And if you were going to try to get cute, I guess the 5 Whittington Park would be one that you could try to get cute with. That horse took a little bit of money last time. Didn't run particularly well. Ran 3rd, but I think probably had expectations to run a little bit better. For me, it's the 4, Dr. Blute. Richie?
Well, I tell you what, the intentions were clear with the warm-up on Dr. Blute from Jose Ortiz. JK, he warmed him up aggressive, basically let him open up his lungs a little bit, his airway, got his legs moving. And, I'm certain that they're going to employ the same tactics as last time, go to the front. And he made a nice impression. I'm not going to pick him because I just wonder, is he going to repeat that big performance of last time? The other 2 that caught my eye warming up were the 6, 42 Ace, who I do think has enough speed to be in a very tactical position. If your favorite doesn't come up with the big effort, he could be the one to take the biggest advantage of it. Feels like his form is a little dirtied up, as Andy pointed out, and any of his better races certainly puts him in the frame. The 7 Great Workout continued to impress me on the racetrack, as he did in the paddock. Kind of a heavy horse, kind of hits the ground hard. He looks like a horse that could take a little while to get going, and I kind of vacillated back and forth between him and the 642 Ace because I just don't think he's going to get quite the pace he could need maybe to help set up his late run, where I think 42 Ace can help create his own trip. All three horses made nice impressions on the racetrack.
All right, Mig, thank you. Great workout, 9-2. That's 7 with Flavien Prat for Linda Rice. 42 Ace, the 6. Charlie Baker trained, coming off, too, for him, one of the biggest races he's run in his career. It's 7-1 next door.
Yeah, I think he's a massive overlay at 7-1. I also think my horse is a very inviting price. Blitz to win, I bet here. I had a horse yesterday at a big price that I bet off a rail trip at Saratoga, and I think there are horses that were right down on the rail that you want to give chances to. And you look at Blitz to win, and I think it's fair to look at his last race and look at the majority of his races and say either he can't run anymore, which is always a possibility, or something went wrong. And that something that may have gone wrong was being on the rail, which really wasn't the place to be, especially late in races, a lot of days. You go back to his race before we broke his maiden. In a lot of his races, he was running figures that certainly make him a possible contender here, and I don't disagree. If the 4 runs his last race, he's going to win this race. But if he doesn't run his last race, he may be the horse to beat, but he's no 3-5 shot. And I'm going to hope that he doesn't run the last race and it makes him a bit vulnerable, and then horses like the 3 and 6, who to me are very inviting prices, are possible upsetters.
Definitely being overbet in this spot, but deserves to be the favorite. He is the horse to beat, as you said, and we'll see if he can come close to even reproducing what we saw at Saratoga last time out on August 20th. Even though he didn't win that race, he ran huge to miss by a neck. There he is stepping in. Jose Ortiz back aboard for Saffie Joseph Jr. We're set for the 8th. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting for 42 Ace, and great workout. They're all in line. And they're off. Slow beginning there for Blitz to win, number 3 at the back. Dr. Blute, the favorite, right out for the early lead with 42 Ace on the outside, racing in second. Great workout. Now advances on the outside from third. Then it's Whittington Park and Blitz to win. They cross over from the chute to the main track. Dr. Blute pressured here by 42 Ace. The two of them are heads apart. And just in behind, it's the trio of Great Workout, Whittington Park, and Blitz to win. The opening quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Dr. Blute leading the field up the backstretch in front by a half length. 42 Ace on the outside continues to keep up the pressure in second. Great Workout in the clear on the outside in third. Whittington Park is in between horses. Blitz to win is down at the rail. The half mile, 46 seconds. They begin the run into the far turn. Dr. Blute by a length. 42 Ace is second. And on the outside is Great Workout in third. Dr. Blute still there in front by a length and a quarter. 42 Ace now being asked for more. Blitz to win now comes through on the inside to grab third. Great Workout is back in fourth. And the trailer is Whittington Park. And they're at the top of the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:10 and 2. It is Dr. Blute who has the lead. Blitz to win has now moved into second. Dr. Blute has opened up here by almost 5. Blitz to win runs in second. Then 42 Ace and Great Workout. Dr. Blute pouring it on here through the stretch. And it will be Dr. Blute who gets the victory by about 6 or 7 lengths. Blitz to win was second, then Great Workout and Whittington Park.
Pretty much knew after how sharp he broke out of the gate that it was going to be very tough to beat Dr. Blute today.
He is a new horse. He is a new horse since going into this barn for Saffie Joseph. He was so impressive today. Just able to dominate. The pace wasn't super hot, but it wasn't a walk, and he just crushed the field. He is a different horse for his new trainer. He's putting it together and showing the potential he had early, and now he's putting it together. I had the right idea with the 3 is the other horse. Bad play on my part, not at least having the exact a little bit, but I just took a shot and bet the 3 to win.
3-5 favorite, and he wins like a 3-5 should. This was a dominant effort put in. Gate to wire, Jose Ortiz taking advantage of his speed, loose all alone on the front end, and takes it to this group to get through this New York bred first allowance condition.
It's exact as $28. I should have my head examined. the 5-horse field. He was impressive.
Too good for this group.
I got to think. I mean, I guess you have to decide, who shows up, and then I don't think American Revolution is going to be showing up in the Empire Classic. I mean, do you consider a race like that for a horse like this?
It's going a mile and an eighth.
8th or 16th?
I believe it's an eighth.
I think you're right. Well, I don't know. With his speed, did it look
he
like
was
the
not
distance was a
slowing
problem
down.
here?
Definitely was not slowing down late. So 3-5 favorite with the win. For those watching on FS2, we're going to say goodbye, but our coverage continues through the end of the program till 6 Eastern tonight over on FS1. So you can flip on over and catch the conclusion of America's Day at the Races over there on FS1. We got the Sunday feature still to come. Up next, out at Churchill Downs under the Twin Spires. That'll be coming up next on our FS1 coverage. We'll see you over there after a short timeout.
Racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Corgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon from Churchill Downs and Belmont at the Big A. Action brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 9th at Churchill, 1-turn mile. Open Company first allowance race here. And Ice Orchid, last time she was in action, the 11, she was second in a grade 3 to Secret Oath, who would go on and win the Kentucky Oaks for D. Wayne Lucas.
Right, and obviously Gross was good, but she was second by default in that race. I have some negative stats for her off the layoff.
Here's the one, Rock's Princess, 18-1.
Yeah, she's in a little bit tough in a pretty contentious field.
Next door, Take Care.
I don't know where that figure came from last
82
time.
buyer.
That was a fast race. Doesn't make sense for some of the other runners, certainly not the second runner.
That was start number 2 stretching out to a mile, and they're going a mile today. Implosion, Francisco Arrieta for Steve Margolis.
Would have to get a lot faster to be competitive here.
Big price at 25-1. Duplicitous, 4-time winner.
Yeah, comes turf to dirt, but probably as good in the dirt maybe as turf. We'll see.
7-1 next door. This one interesting. Dorothea just broke her maiden. It was in the slop, though, at Ellis.
I agree. She's the speed, but with the 9 scratching, there's a little less pace in this race, so she's possible.
Joe Talamo for Brendan Walsh here with the 5. Dame Jovial. Rusty Arnold gets Lasix.
Maybe second off the layoff will help her chances, but she'll need the Lasix and to improve.
There she is, 7-1 as well. Daughter of Run Happy. Tried Stakes Company last start. It was her first start of the year, so we can forgive the poor performance. Stanley Market, not thought a little interesting here at 17-1.
Well, she's nothing if not a thorn in the side of the 5 potentially because she does have early speed.
John Court, the ageless wonder, will ride. Bella Runner, Steve Asmussen just broke her maiden at Ellis.
Yeah, but she ran fast enough to say that she can be a player in this race and draws well towards the outside.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's 11-1.
Yeah, seems like a generous price.
5-2 favorite. Here's Ice Orchid, who was that distant second to Secret Oath.
I looked up stats for this trainer off of 4 to 8 month layoffs, and he's just 2 for 30 on the dirt. And he's 0 for 8 in routes with none hitting the board. The stats are not conducive to the price.
Dirt debut off a long layoff for Rocky Causeway.
This is an interesting one. Ken McPeak takes over the training of this horse and goes turf to dirt. He's a half the classic Causeway. Ken went dirt to turf with him and won a grade 1. But this is really a lot of dirt in this pedigree. I think this is an interesting wise guy horse.
And this one interesting, too, that several may not realize did get in. This also eligible for Shug McGee. He does draw in off a 73 Beyer win. It was at Colonial going 7/8.
After incinerating Cash in her maiden races, she went down to Colonial and won at 3-5. But I agree, she draws well on the outside and is far from impossible. And I think if you look at this race, Greg, and take the opinion that the 11 is a vulnerable off a layoff and a little over bet, there are a lot of horses, like you mentioned, that maybe are worth another look. Now, maybe with Rocky Causeway, Ken just wants to give this horse a race off the layoff. But I think this horse could be a little interesting. He caught my eye. She did.
3 minutes away. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, kind of a tricky race in here because when you look at the numbers in here, Ice Orchid is by far the filly to beat. But now she's been off since a long layoff. And I get it. Listen, she ran second to Secret Oath, and a lot of people are going to see Secret Oath on the forum and go, okay. But on the Thoroughgraph sheets, which I'm a Thoroughgraph player, she ran a 6 that day. There's not a filly remotely close to her in this race. Now, can she run back to that? Can she stalk a little bit? She has not run since February. There's a lot of different questions that need to be answered in here. When I look at the 2 in here, Take Care for Robert Medina, this is a horse by Honor Code that took to 2 turns last time out and was pretty darn good. And then you look at somebody like the 10, Bella Runner, you know, maybe this is a horse that she finally figured things out, considering they paid $750,000 for her. So she might be somebody that could be tough to handle. I thought the 11 was the horse to beat for sure, but the 5 could be loose on the lead. And I know, JK, you like her a little bit.
Yeah, Paulie, I do. I think the 5 Dorothea is interesting. You know, it's 6-1. I mean, I'll get to the 11 in a second, who I think is obviously a very big contender in here. But I think with these younger types, these 3-year-olds, they can kind of show up and change on you and show up and improve. And the thing about Dorothea is that her first time going a mile was in a sloppy racetrack, and she won that day, and she ran okay from a speed figure standpoint, but there's an opportunity to take another step forward. She seems to be working well. She's been working over at Ellis Park, and now she shows up here. She took a lot of money last time as well, so I just think she's interesting at what could be a little bit of a price. The 11, Ice Orchard, I'm not going to add much that anyone else didn't already kind of touch on, but it's not even so much that what she did against Secret Oath, right? That was great. She ran well that day. But what I liked about her is back in February, early in her 3-year-old year, she ran a speed figure that is better than anything else has run then or now. And that is what makes me feel like she's the most likely winner of this race. I think that she makes a ton of sense at 2-1, but if you're looking for a little bit of a better price, take a look at the 5.
All right, JK, thanks. So he's siding with the 3-year-old filly, who was a distant second behind this year's eventual Kentucky Oaks winner. For D. Wayne Lucas, Secret Oath, off since late February. And things can change, too, from, then to now. Certainly, maybe you don't move forward, or maybe you do.
Right, but
it's a question.
It's a question, right. There's this assumption that they're all going to move forward. It's one thing when one of us, and Jonathan and I, have a similar philosophy on the amount of improvement horse rate to show, and we like a horse who's 6-1, and we say, well, yeah, the horse has to get about 3 lengths faster to win, but routine improvement puts the horse there. It's another thing to say I'm going to take 2-1 for a trainer who has lousy numbers off layoffs, and I'm going to get that improvement. And it's always the questions with the favorites. The questions are more extensive with favorites, right? When you're betting horses at 6, 8, 10-1, you're willing to accept some negatives. With favorites, you're willing to accept less negatives, if that makes sense.
And you have a couple of fillies that more lightly raced than your favorite, who are sort of on the rise, certainly the 2. But it was at Ellis. To stretch out, first of all, forget the number. To stretch out start number 2 and win it a mile in a straight main race, it's impressive by itself. But the figure she did it with makes you say, whoa, with take care of the 2. It was a big number, bigger number than anything Ice Orchid has put together.
Yeah, and Time Firm US agrees with the Beyer figure. I found it a little hard to believe the second place finisher ran a 66, a 69, and then ran an 80. And maybe that horse improved. Robbie Medina, the trainer, if you're not familiar with him, he was the assistant to Shug McGay in New York for a long, long time. So obviously he's worked around a lot of good horses. I'm not going to bet that horse off a big maiden win figure. I want to see it again, but I understand why some are betting it. The thing about the 5 Dorothea, if the 7 Stanley Market was not in this race, I'd bet her. Because I would say she's loose in the lead. I'm a Brendan Walsh fan, and she can improve. She's going to have to improve, but not how much does she have to improve? But with the presence of the 7 Stanley Market, I worry this pace may get a little bit hot.
Dorothea does as well. They both have
That's what I'm
sprint
saying.
speed.
It's just, I worry that the 7 Stanley Market's going to make Dorothea's life miserable. If she doesn't, and Dorothea controls, I think she's going to be tough to catch.
She's got talent.
What about my silly horse, the 12, Rocky Causeway? Is this just a prep that Ken McPeak says, oh, I haven't, the horse hasn't run in a year and a half, I got to get a race into her? Or is he thinking, you know what? Maybe this one is more suited to the dirt. It's not like Classic Causeway isn't a good dirt horse. I mean, he was opportunistic and he ran well in the grass, but he's probably purely a more talented horse in the dirt. He's got some brilliance on the dirt.
Belmont Derby winner. Was an early contender for the Triple Crown this year.
Ran a huge fast maiden race going 7 furlongs first time out in Saratoga. 90-plus Beyer. I mean, they've never given him a chance to show if he could be a dirt sprinter. I think it's sort of odd, but listen, they won a grade 1 at Belmont, so you can't fault them for that. $1 million grade 1 at that.
15-1 on Rocky Causeway. Getting a first try on dirt here coming up. So interesting race, but it is the 11 has remained the favorite throughout. Ice Orchid off the layoff. Haven't seen since late February when she was briefly in contention for the Kentucky Oaks off that runner-up finish in the Honeybee. Went to the bench after that. This is the first start back for her with Raylu Gutierrez. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call. Race 9 from Churchill Downs.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Ice Orchid off near the back of the pack, bit of a stutter step start. Down toward the rail, Rocks Princess is showing speed. Take Care is there. Duplicitous as well. Stanley Market comes on. Bella Runner from the outside. Rocky Causeway, and farther out is Aunt Naughty. Stacked across the track as they move up the chute and come for the main track. They cross over. Rocky Causeway comes on to take a narrow lead. Stanley Market keeping pace. Bella Runner pushed on between them third. Aunt Naughty outside fourth. Take Care right behind fifth with Rocks Princess down inside sixth. Dorothea moving up on the extreme outside to seventh. Duplicitous is now eighth. Dame Jovial is racing 10th, but is only 3 lengths off the lead. Implosion is buried at the rail and behind horses, and Ice Orchid is the trailer. It is 8 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Up top, Stanley Market, Bella Runner, and Rocky Causeway head to head through a quarter in 22 3. Aggressive half, 45 seconds flat. Aunt Naughty is there on the far outside, and Dorothea coming with a 5-wide sweep. Take Care's in behind. Dame Jovial comes on. Duplicitous is begging for racing room, nowhere to go. So too is Ice Orchid, stopped and stymied and bounced around like a pinball. Down to the final furlong. Bella Runner still in front somehow. Dorothea coming on from the outside. These two head and head. Ice Orchid tough tripping behind. Duplicitous toward the rail. Final 16th, and Dorothea has come away with the lead, and it will be Dorothea in a roughly run mile. Bella Runner was second. Ice Orchid might have grabbed third. It's tight. They're to Implosion or Duplicitous.
Dorothea, last 2 starts, she had been to the front, including a sprint, this time from off the pace. Back-to-back wins.
We were suspect of her because we would have to deal with some pace from the 7. So they rated her, and 4 horses went to the lead, and they went fast. And she just got it done over Bella Runner. who, if you bet her, you have a right to be a little nauseous because she ran unbelievably. The horse who was crazy unlucky was Ice Work. It got completely and totally left in this race, as hard as it is to see the beginning of these mile races at Churchill, and then got stymied badly in traffic there. But they were moving up front. Tough loss to the 10, but change of tactics for Dorothea. Joe Talmer gets it done for Brendan Walsh. She's got at least 2 wins in this card, right? They're looking first.
Impressive 2-year-old filly winning earlier on in the card.
And it's Godolphin. I'm so happy. Godolphin's now got 2 good horses. They won another race. Their year is really turning around at Churchill today.
Tough go for them. Yeah. Somehow they've overcome it.
In 24 hours since they won Grade 1.
Incredible weekend for those connections. Still to come, featured here at Belmont of the Big A, Grade 3 Pebbles next. One of 3 from the Chad Brown barn, Gina Romantica, winner of the Risk-Averse. Last time out, that was in her turf debut. What will she do for an encore? She's opened up as the favorite. We'll be back.
Catholic Boy. This dual surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Pebbles with racing room now, and a daring move by Pat Ettery, and Pebbles has taken the lead. It's Pebbles now in front. Strawberry Road coming after her from the outside. Strawberry Road and Pebbles, they're dueling to the finish. Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England Super Filly. Pebbles has won it.
1985 Breeders' Cup Turf, the Super Filly Pebbles. Looked like she might be in trouble as Strawberry Road came to her, but able to fend that one off in a brilliant victory, and a champion regarded as one of the greatest fillies of the modern era.
Pebbles able to hold off Strawberry Road, and of course Pat Ettery getting the win, coming up the inside over Steve Cawthon, who at one time was quite a star here at the Big A, but this was about 8 years after that. Exciting time having the Breeders' Cup at Aqueduct.
First British-trained racehorse to win a Breeders' Cup race, first filly to win an Eclipse as well. She was special, and we have the race run in her honor coming up with the Grade 3 Pebbles ahead. Mile on the grass, 3 from the Chad Brown barn. There's the filly we saw going to break, Gina Romantica. Flavian Pratt getting a leg up, coming off that win in her turf debut. That was in the Risk-Averse when she beat, among others, her stablemate, Faith in Humanity. And here's the one, Majestic Glory, Todd Pletcher sends out.
Kept some very good company as a 2-year-old. Has not been quite as good as a 3-year-old, but comes over here, and we'll see if she can improve.
Golden Rocket, big number, 19-1.
Yeah, she's going to have to improve mightily off her win last time.
Another one for the Chad Brown barn, Faith in Humanity, the runner-up in the risk-averse.
My top choice. I'd like to see her try to wire the field. She attacked the pace that collapsed last time and ran well.
Third in the risk-averse, Todd Pletcher's Amore.
I believe, though, she ran her best career race switching the turf, and maybe that's where her future lies, that she took advantage of a race that was collapsing at the end.
Breeze Easy shortened up to sprinting, now back to a mile.
She was bad last time. There's no doubt about it. She got a good trip, a good ride, and didn't have anything. But I thought her race 3 back and even 2 back are good enough to give her a chance. I used her.
2 for 3 on a limited career resume here for Chad Brown's Bohemian Club.
She rode a gold rail in a perfect trip victory last time.
10-1 on Miss Carol Ann, State's debut for Grand Motion.
She's another interesting one who goes out for Grand Motion. Roger Varian, who's having quite a weekend as well. Connections are high on her.
Some good efforts from Sail By for Leah Giramati with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, I think she took advantage of circumstances, a 2-year-old, and she has been a disappointment, though not impossible in here.
And the risk-averse winner all the way on the outside with Flavian Pratt.
Right, but with the scratches in this race, right, she draws down to, post number 9, but still, she got an unbelievably great ride and trip last time, saving all the ground, and she came out and she ran, but the race was collapsing. She was also 14-1 last week, and now she's 2-1. So I think you're taking all the worst of it with this filly, in my opinion. And I prefer the horse that finished second to her.
Well, let's look at her win. So it was August 25th at Saratoga. Second and third place finishers in this race as well. Faith in Humanity, her stablemate, wound up second.
Right, and the horse that runs third, Moray, is last. She's third to last. Faith in Humanity, not that she had a bad trip, but she made that first move in the pace that collapsed. And that's a tough move. In just her second career start, she looks like she's on her way to victory, and it's not until the final 16th that the race just starts coming apart. I thought she still did well to hold on for a narrow second place here. I'm not knocking Gina Romantica. She clearly ran better in the turf than dirt, but she also got a great trip in there and a very good setup. And now with an outside post at 2-1, I just think last time was the time. He took the worst with her, and I think that there may be more on Faith in Humanity. Is a much better price. I prefer her.
She did show some turn of foot.
Yeah, but it also was a race that was collapsing, and a Moray was coming at the end as well, and maybe she has a future in the turf, but she was toiling and doing no running, so I'm a little skeptical of the horses that made that final move in that race. Not impossible, but not my kind of horse, especially at a short price.
Well, you got a trio from Chad Brown, a duo for Todd Pletcher, and you got Christophe Clement in here as well, JK.
Yeah, it's what do you expect in a turf race, turf stake in New York? I like the 7 Breeze Easy. I understand, not ideal last time, going a little bit shorter, but does have some races showing that a little bit more added distance can work. One of the things that I love, especially in New York, is horses that can be tactical, can find themselves getting position, moving forward. Breeze Easy feels like one of those types of horses. And you see Sail By, the 10 in this race, also shows up in that Soaring Softly. But I just feel like Breeze Easy with Javier Castellano should be able to get their position moving forward. And if they can do that and run those races that they ran back in June, or even this race they ran back in May, I do feel like Breeze Easy should be around late. The other situation is the 12 Gina Romantica, just drawn poorly, ran extremely well last time, but I never believe in horses that take that long to get to the turf for Chad Brown. Yes, in the third career start, they tried to get on the grass. The horse won in an off-the-turf race, so why not try the dirt again? But I just feel like drawn poorly, kind of an afterthought when it comes to the turf racing. Was 14-1 last time, is 2-1 in here. I just feel like there's other opportunities in this wide-open race. That's why I landed on the 7 Breeze Easy.
She was. I'm almost certain that she was an MTO the day that the race was rained off the turf. I hear what Jonathan's saying, but she ran last time. But I hear what he's saying.
5 minutes away from the Grade 3 Pebbles. Favorite is still Gina Romantica. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And we'll start on the inside, the 1 Majestic Glory, one of only 2 graded stakes winners in the race. She did win a graded stake at Newmarket last year as a 2-year-old. She's very small. She looks very handy. Maybe that bodes well for her from an inside post. Maybe get some position. Talked with Todd Pletcher. He said she had trained on the dirt like you would expect a turf horse to train, but when they put her on the turf course and the Oklahoma training track, she really skipped over it. And that's witnessed by the best of 49. And Todd, not a trainer that works horses. So I think Majestic Glory certainly has a real look here. The 7-horse Breeze Easy from the Christophe Clement barn. But this is a narrow filly on the smaller side, very edgy. I could see why they turned her back in distance to the 5.5, because I think she's a little bit of a keen type, and I think she's probably the horse that is either going to go to the lead or be pressing the pace because she looks like a horse that wants to pull. And I think they're just trying to figure out what the best distance is for her. Witnessed by back in June going a mile, she was kind of on edge, and Joel Rosario has very good hands, was trying to get her to settle, and she's just not the most easy horse to ride, if you will. The 10 Sail By is my top selection. I really think she was in need of the last race from a fitness standpoint. She's faced better. I like the way she's turned out today. I think she tucked up. She looks great, and she could get a nice trip, maybe stalking just off the pace. Again, who I think Breeze Easy will be a part of. And the 12, Gina Romantica, I agree. The post is very, very difficult, but from a physical perspective, she is the best turned out of the Chad Brown trio. I mean, she just made a beautiful physical presence. Now, we know that these fillies come in all shapes and sizes, particularly turf horses, and some of the smaller ones have no issue. And the ground is firm and fair, so it's not like we're worried about a heavier horse bogging down into it. But again, just her coat, her weight, everything about her presence, the 12 Gina Romantica, was very well turned out with a difficult post.
So Flavien Prat, the return ride. And again, it's not quite as dramatic, just to revisit that again with the scratches, as you were just saying off air here, post 9 for this filly right here.
Right. It's it's harder because she ended up working out such a good trip last time, getting inside, but she had post 7 last time at 10. She's got post 9 today, and she's got a pretty good rider for getting position.
Still, you want to get as close as you can to that fence and try and save ground at some point.
No,
so it's not ideal.
It's not ideal by any stretch. It's just not 12 post. It's post 9. That's all.
Meanwhile, a look here at Bahamian Club, one of her stablemates, who was 2 of her 3 starts. She has been a winner by slim margins, but she won first time out as well. We saw her win at Saratoga this summer.
Right, but the difference is that she had a super gold rail trip in here. Now, she was on a dead rail in her prior start, which is why I liked her in this race. But to be fair, she didn't get lucky in the sense because the horse she beat was on the rail and she kind of drifted the stretch, so maybe that horse ran better. And they both ran well in here, but her last win was a product of a good trip, probably in a slightly softer spot on a course very favorable to that kind of trip. But on the other hand, she's 6-1 if you like her, and she's lightly raced for a pretty good trainer. So I don't think she's impossible in here. I just prefer other horses.
So there she is, Arad Ortiz Jr. in those Peter Brand silks, who sends out Gina Romantica as well. When you look at this board and you look at where is the big overlay, if there is one, where do you land?
I think the horse that Jonathan likes is a big overlay.
That's the 7.
Breeze Easy. I think it's a very fair price on my horse, Faith Humanity, at 5-1. I don't think it's a massive overlay. I think probably the horse that Jonathan likes, so I pick second in here, she's probably the overlay. We haven't really talked about Majestic Glory. That work shows up as a very fast one. On the other hand, she worked with Wasp, who's known as a dirt horse for Todd Pletcher, so I don't know how impressive the work really was. But she does have pretty good European form, though Todd Pletcher not known for doing well with his European imports. But the reality is he doesn't have that many of them.
You don't see them much,
yeah,
no, with him.
So, he's a pretty good trainer, so he probably can do well with them. You just don't see it happen with him that often.
Dylan Davis here filling in, riding for Pletcher. From that inside post, 6-1, a Majestic Glory U.S. debut. Group 3 winner at Newmarket. Back as a 2-year-old. Grade 3 Pebbles. Top 3 finishers. Back from the risk averse. Let's go upstairs to John Embriao for the call.
Waiting for Sail By and Gina Romantica. Set for the start of the Grade 3 Pebbles. And they're off. From the inside, a Golden Rocket is going out for the lead. Now Faith in Humanity moves up. Faith in Humanity takes the lead. And right there is a Mo Ray. On the outside, Sail By is a close-up third, followed by Breeze Easy next and fourth. Gina Romantica alongside in fifth. Bahamian Club is running in 6th. The Golden Rocket down at the rail is in 7th. Then comes Majestic Glory in 8th. And Miss Carol Ann is the trailer in 9th. As the 3-year-old fillies go on to the backstretch. The quarter won in 24 seconds. Faith in Humanity by 3/4 of a length. Amore on the outside is second by a little more than a length, with Breeze Easy hard held there in third. On the outside is Sail By, next in fourth, gap of 2 to the favorite Gina Romantica, who's in mid-pack in fifth right now. To her inside is Golden Rocket. Then comes Bahamian Club, Majestic Glory, and Miss Carol Ann continues to trail. And the half was running 49-2. Faith in Humanity is the leader here, with Amore still in second. Breeze Easy down on the inside, now moving up a bit from third. Gina Romantica is now making a move on the outside of Sail By. As they come for the top of the stretch, it is Faith in Humanity with the lead. Ran 3/4 in 1:13-3. Faith in Humanity has the lead in the stretch. Gina Romantica's on the far outside. Breeze Easy is next. Majestic Glory is making a late run down towards the rail, but it is still Faith in Humanity with the lead. Gina Romantica, one last try on the outside. Faith in Humanity and Gina Romantica, and Faith in Humanity has won it in front-running fashion. Gina Romantica, the favorite, completes the exacta and the mile, 1:36-1.
Faith in Humanity turns the tables on Gina Romantica, gets to the front, goes gate to wire, and even though she did not win, impressive late run from Gina Romantica.
Right. I would say the loss by Gina Romantica really legitimizes her in a way. Because unlike the last time, where the pace was quick, she saved ground, I think Flavia did a decent job, but it was a completely different set of dynamics. And it were dynamics that favored Faith in Humanity. Because when you scratch the 3-horse, she was the controlling speed. I mean, I don't even think that Manny was really asking her to be the speed. There was just nobody to keep up with her. And I give credit to Luis Saez at least trying to keep up with her in the 5. Gina Romantica ran extremely well in second and probably is the better of the two at the end of the day. But if you have that speed and you can take advantage of it, that was the advantage that Faith in Humanity had today, right?
1, 2, 3 for trainer Chad Brown here.
That's happened
with
before,
Faith in
right?
Humanity. We saw it in the Diana this summer as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, in fact.
But the third horse ran well, Bahamian Club, right?
Yeah, and you know, back to the there should not have been this disparity. Should there have been between these top two in the odds?
I like the 4,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's a question of how you look at racing. And listen, just because I look at racing one way doesn't mean it's going to work out, or people necessarily agree, and that's what makes the racing world go round. But I think it makes sense that the 4 was able to have more of the run of the race today than she could last time, which favored her and perhaps worked against the 12. But at the end of the day, Gina Romantica probably ran the best race, but the winner got the money. And I don't think the margin's that extreme between the two. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's how it works sometimes in this game. Big effort from Gina Romantico, but in defeat. Faith in Humanity, gate to wire score. Klarovich Stables, Manny Franco. Nice job on the front end here to get the score in the grade. 3 Pebbles, our Sunday feature here at Belmont at the Big A. We'll have prices in reaction when we come back, and we will set up the nightcap on the card when we return. Stay with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on a gorgeous Sunday in both Louisville and South Ozone Park here in New York. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event taking place on Sunday, November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Where will you be? Faith in Humanity. Picture time here for Claiborne Stables, Chad Brown and Manny Franco.
First of all, this filly has done a lot in just 3 starts. Breaks are made at Monmouth, runs second a stake, wins a stake, and it's going to get to the point where people are going to start not betting on Chad Brown when Irad Ortiz and Flavien Prat are riding, because they're going to say Manny Franco seems to ride all the good ones, and he's certainly had a tremendous year riding for Chad Brown. It's done so much, I think, for his confidence. Nice win for him, and obviously a good performance by the stable, running 1, 2, 3 is an understatement.
Yeah, Manny and the opportunities and how he's delivered riding for this barn this year, that's been one of the good stories this year.
It really is, and it also, it's had such a good ripple effect for Manny, because it says to Manny Franco, top trainer in the country wants to ride me on his horses. He has enough confidence in me. Manny's a terrific rider, and I think this has really given him the confidence to ride for other people. And to me, he's had a lot of good years, but things are going very well for him, and his agent, John Panagot, has done an extremely good job as well.
Let's head downstairs. Meg standing by with Manny now.
Yeah, with Manny Franco, it executed an absolutely beautiful ride on Faith in Humanity, excuse me. Manny, you made the lead so easily. Ears went up. She looked so comfortable. Was that the plan going in, or just play it off the break?
I spoke to Shad early, and he told me take him from the break. She's a filly that can put herself in the race early. So today, in the paper, don't look like too much speed in the race. So he told me if you end up on the lead, let him go, and if not, just ride him with confidence. So, and that's what I did. She made the lead, and she was so comfortable, and she did the rest.
For a jockey, how much confidence does that give you when a trainer has the faith in you to make the right call?
Man, it's a lot, man, a lot. Because you can do whatever you want, play by the break. Because sometimes you come with a plan and doesn't happen the way you plan, and you can be your judgment and do whatever you have to do.
Coming to the 3/8 ball, it looked like you just kind of gave her a little bit of rein, and she took it readily. Well, how good a feeling is that to know you have that much horse under you?
Man, I think it's the best feeling in the world. And I knew that I got a lot of horse under me, and when I asked her, she just took off.
Great job, Manny.
Thank you, Richie.
Guys, he rides so good, he rides so strong, and he's just got so much confidence right now, and you could see it shows in everyday riding, whether it's a stake or a lower-level race. Manny Franco's really in form.
Well, and we say it a lot, too, just in terms of athleticism, he's probably, if not the most, certainly one of the most, but maybe the most athletic rider in that jockey's room.
Very, very strong rider and a terrific rider. And, you know, I would also offer, and there are a lot of reasons, and I'm not trying not to take credit away from any rider. I think the addition of Flavien Prat to this riding colony not only makes it better and it makes it more competitive, but he's more aggressive. He's not afraid to go to the lead with horses that might not look like speeds. And I think it's made a lot of riders here get a little bit more aware of being forward. And that's obviously a good thing.
And not, too, just up their game a little, knowing someone of that caliber.
Of course. Every time there's an extra, I mean, you may say this room is full of Hall of Fame riders. A guy like Flavien Prat shows up, you think, I better ride well or he's going to be getting this mount for me, a new guy to take my mounts.
Churchill, 10th, maiden special weight, 1-turn mile, and the 8-5 favorite, Brad Cox with the first-time starter, Higginson, son of 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, 8-5 on the board. Let's check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, Greg, Godolphin going to look for a natural, not a natural, but a hat trick today with Higginson on the outside. You know, the worry that you have in here, you got a Chad Brown running Klarovich, who just obviously just went over there at the Big A, the Belmont and the Big A, and a nice little ride there on the front end. And, you know, when you look at the 3 in here, you got Troy Green. Troy Green has a very small barn and is a very sharp trainer. When his horse is taking more money at the windows, right now the 11 just went to the favoritism, than the Chad Brown runner, the 2, who opened up live for Klarovich, and the 11 Higginson for Godolphin. You know, the other 2 Brad Cox first-timers really didn't fire. Now, do you want to rest your laurels on an 8-5 shot, getting all the way to the outside post with maybe, I know goes to the 10 with a scratch of the 5, but could break into open space. I get it. I'm going with the horse that has the most experience in here. I thought Call Me Fast ran very, very well last time out. First time out, Greg, this horse was bet down to about under 6-1 in an 8-horse field and showed a lot of speed. The crazy part is they put blinkers on this horse in third career start, and he actually was sitting well behind horses and was waiting and waiting to make a move, and I thought he ran on okay. So I like him at a little bit of a price. I'm just taking a shot against the outside runner here. I thought there's some vulnerable favorites. Jonathan, what say you?
Well, I mean, what are you going to do in a race where it's a maiden special weight and you got Chad sitting on the board at 6-1? You got Todd Plet with the 2-horse reserve currency. Then you have the 4 electromagnetic for Todd Pletcher sitting on the board at 8-1. It tells you it's a wide open race, or it tells you that there's a standout elsewhere. It could be the 11 with Higginson making his first start. Godolphin, like Andy said, poor Godolphin looking for some kind of winner around here. I kid, obviously. I'm going to go with the 1 York Tavern down on the inside. It's a horse that took a little bit of money, ran into Actuator, a stakes winner who actually ran in the Allen Jerkins. Didn't run particularly well in that race, but it feels like that was a productive race that horse comes out of. Didn't do much running in there, but that was the first start for Cherie. Comes back, catches a muddy racetrack, breaks a little bit slow, and runs well enough. I feel like this horse might be a little bit better than it looks. Sneaky money to me, too. The horse has been beaten 21 and was 5th. So to be 8-1 in this race makes a little bit of sense to me. Has to work out a trip from the inside. The 3 Shipman and the 11 Higginson taking all the money, and they make a lot of sense taking that money into the teeth of the Todd Pletcher firster, as well as the reserve currency for Chad. But I'm going to go with the 1 York Tavern on the inside, try to pick up a little bit of value here.
Yeah, look, 8-5 on a first-time starter for Brad Cox probably can run a little bit, and that's why I'm taking the money. But first-time starter going a mile is not easy to do. And I don't, first time out from a far outside post, I don't love because they can tend to break outward.
I don't mind the post, but there was a half of this horse that ran at Saratoga they supposedly liked, though it was a big price, did not run well. Dickinson was a very, very good turf horse that ran from Dolphin, was second to Late Eli at least once in big races, a terrific horse. They're betting like this horse is going to produce dirt horses, but I'll be interested if they have the turf. I bet the 2 reserve currency, who actually made a little bit of a move against a very, very good Todd Pletcher firster last time, my prankster, with some other good horses running second and third, Seal Beach and From Another Mother. I think this is a very interesting horse, reserve currency. I used Jonathan's horse, York Tavern. I used the 3 Shipman, and obviously used Higginson defensively.
So heavy favorite, a firster, Florent Giroux for Brad Cox. But it is never easy to win going a mile in your debut.
He won with one yesterday or 2 days ago, but I agree. And I think his numbers are not great with these kinds. But this horse is getting bet strongly, and Godolphin seems to be firming up the stable this weekend.
Incredible run they've had the last couple of days.
You know, you put a few billion into the game, and you just never know. Good things can happen.
Set for this finale at Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Eagle Feather sent on for speed right off the mark. Reserve currency with speed as well. York Tavern down toward the rail. Electromagnetic broke alertly and is back off the pace. Call Me Fast comes on, and farther out is Majestic Flag. 5 across the track as they move up the chute and come for the main track. And it is Call Me Fast who comes away with the lead. Eagle Feather is keeping pace, and Reserve Currency is holding that spot at the rail. Shipman comes on to grab 4th. 2 lengths back, Higginson now racing 5th. Majestic Flag in 6th. York Tavern is on the move down inside 7th, 6th, and now 5th to within 3 lengths of the lead. Farther back in the field, Boko comes away 8th. Working from home is 9th. Electromagnetic has tailed off to trail the field. They are halfway home in 45 and 3. And Reserve Currency has come on through. But Call Me Fast responds to that challenge and reclaims the lead and is opening back up. Call Me Fast back in front by a length now. Shipman comes on. Shipman now second. Reserve Currency is back racing third. Eagle Feather couldn't keep up in fourth. Higginson's in a full-out drive fifth with York Tavern. Off the turn, into the stretch. Call Me Fast tried to cut the corner, but is still in front nonetheless. Shipman trying to sustain that rally. Higginson down the center. One furlong to go. Call Me Fast is still there. Call Me Fast holding on to the lead. Shipman, Higginson lifting late. York Tavern is there too. Call Me Fast in deep water. Here comes Higginson. Here comes Higginson to win it. Higginson runs down a tough customer in Call Me Fast. York Tavern, Shipman, Electromagnetic, or Reserve Currency.
This is a big effort. First time out from the outside post here for Higginson to win against some horses with experience.
Yes, gets it done first time. I'm crying for Paulie. Paulie liked the 8 Call Me Fast, and that was ran too well to lose. This pace was excruciating. They went 45 and change in the half. Higginson, Call Me Fast put away Reserve Currency, put away Shipman, and along came Higginson, the first-time starter. Gets it done was bet, but that's a very tough beat for the second horse. All due respect, not easy to win first time out with horses going a mile, but this was an excruciating pace, and I feel for Paulie, who had a great idea to Call Me Fast.
It's a nice horse, though. Another one for Godolphin.
Thank
Keep
God.
your eyes on son of the two-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, who may have a future. To wait a long time for him to make his debut, but it was worth it here. Florent Giroux for Brad Cox. And he graduates, gets that maiden score in his debut. All the prices for you when we come back. Short break. Still have the nightcap coming up here at Belmont at the Big A. Mile and a 16th on the turf, 25,000 claiming race to close it out. And big agenda. The favorite right now, Rat Ortiz Jr., for a horse that has been very popular in the claim box. A reclaim for trainer Joe Sharp. We'll be back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsledowns.com.
Tap it. Standing at Gainesway.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS1. It's brought to you by Naira Bets. If you're not already signed up, you can do so at NairaBets.com. Match 200, that code for new members to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. We have the finale coming up here at Belmont at the Big A on our Sunday card. Mile and a 16th on the outer turf course, $25,000 claiming race. You and I were just talking off air. We felt like anybody could win this race. We'll talk more about it in a moment. First, let's hear from Mig downstairs.
Yeah, I think this race is a bit of a handicapping conundrum because the lack of pace in it. But I'll talk about horses from a physical perspective, and then I'll pose the question to Andy, who he thinks the real pace is coming from. The one, Montauk Summer, is an absolute standout here in the paddock. He's got a great post. Jose Lezcano's riding in great form. And from a physical perspective, this horse is just making all the right impressions. I love what I'm seeing from him. He's got tactical speed, so I do think he'll be close in a race that I don't feel has a tremendous amount of speed signed on, but he absolutely gets the paddock check mark. The 5-horse Big Agenda, who makes a lot of sense on paper, also looks terrific, looks very sharp. Came in with cotton in his ears, trying to keep him a little bit quiet, a little bit contained. The cotton is now out of his ears, tacked on, looks terrific. And the 6-horse, The Last Zip, who is tactical and certainly a horse that can show speed at times. Different type than the 1 and the 5, a little lighter framed horse, but certainly making a nice impression here as well. And maybe tactically he could have an advantage.
All right, Mig, we'll get to the post parade coming up here in a moment. 10 minutes away from the last on the card. Flavien Prat usually has a crowd around him because he's quite often in the winner's circle. He's going to be in the last zip in this race, coming up the 6-horse at 7-2. Back at Churchill, Higginson, horse to watch going forward, winning first time out at a mile distance for Brad Cox and Godolphin.
Gets it done, got a fast pace to do it, took advantage of his good position there, running him down. Interesting race. I think this is actually a pretty live field looking at it. The second horse, as we said, ran terrific in here. Sharita Vo's horse was closing along, the number 1, and horse Jonathan Light closing along with the winner and narrowly beaten. And I also think the number 2, Reserve Currency, he ran pretty well. He was forced in the inside post. The pace got hot. I think he'll run better second time out. Now, this is a tough division. I'd be curious to look at the times and look at the figs when they come out because it felt like a pretty live race, didn't it?
Wins at 8-5. He was certainly impressive against this group.
Yeah, but I downgrade horses to take advantage of fast paces, and I can't get past how well Paulie's horse ran the 8. I really think it was a terrible loss if you bet that horse.
Back here in New York, we're going to get to this post parade in a moment. The favorite right now, this has become Flavien Prat's run of the last zip. So, 4-time winner on the turf.
Well, I guess, Richie asked the $1 million question. Who's the speed?
He has been on a couple of occasions when he's won the speed. But of late, he has not been.
But I picked him because I think Flavien's going to be more aggressive. This was the kind of race that I wish when Richie rode, if I thought a horse had a little bit of speed, I always felt like these are the kind of race Richie would win because Richie would look at it and say, there's no pace, I'm going. And I think this race could well be won by the rider that seizes the bull by the horns unless 4 guys try to do it. But I like the 6, The Last Zip, over the 5, Big Agenda, the 7, Monarch's Glen, and even a little quiet out east, the 4.
Here's Montauk Summer, Jose Lezcano, Mike Deeney, and this horse trying to win 3 in a row.
Richie had some good things to say in the paddock. I thought the company got much, much deeper here. But listen, I'm not going to say anyone can't win this race.
Shady McGee intrigued me a bit. Now a troubled beginning, still won last start at Ellis.
Yeah, I just thought this was a much, much tougher race. But listen, you've got a horse coming off a win, but this one doesn't have any speed unless Saez gets aggressive.
Hieroglyphic went by, at 18-1. And quiet out east, Dylan Davis aboard.
His last race was very bad, but his prior races are good enough to give him a sniff here. I think he's usable for a piece.
Big Agenda. This horse has been popular. Again, Joe Sharp reclaimed him.
Right, different owner, but back to Joe Sharp. The last trainer had him when he won.
And Flavien Prat still the favorite here, the 6th, The Last Zip. Will he be forward?
I believe he's coming out of a tougher race. I think he was taken back too far, and I think he'll be forward today.
I thought going in maybe the horse to beat here at Monarch's Glen.
He was taken out of his game, and Irad was right to do it because there was no pace last time. The problem is, same situation today.
He's faced a lot tougher
company, no question about it, but the dynamics don't favor him, but 5-1's a fair price.
It's mandatory. They went to the lead last start. He has a bullet drill, albeit on dirt. But I wonder what they try and do if they try and be forward with the 8. The 9, Jack the Cat at 5-1.
Jack the Cat has no speed at all, and this is the wrong race for a horse like Jack the Cat. It's a good name, though.
6-1. Or sorry, 6 minutes to post, I should say. 5-1 on the 9, Jack
Wait
the
for
Cat.
1 minute, and it'll be 5-1 and 5 minutes to post.
Play it all with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. With that code right there, match 200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com or on the app. Good race to close out this Sunday card. It's been a fun opening weekend of this meet at Belmont at the Big A. New for everyone with Belmont under construction, putting that infield tunnel in, hopefully back in the spring. But as a result, we're here at South Ozone Park.
And I've done the work on Thursday's card, taken a good look at Friday's card. Good racing coming up here, and the racing has been historically very good throughout the fall at Aqueduct. So I think we're looking forward to excellent racing at least into the winter months.
Well, there is Irad Ortiz Jr., big agenda, 7-year-old, who has 7 wins, 11 seconds on the grass, over $400,000 in earnings, and was at this level last start at Saratoga.
Was terrible last time.
Non-factor. This is back in April, though, and this was a win.
This was the win, and the horse ran well in here. Pace was honest, but the horse ran well to get it done. And this is the last time Joe Sharp had him, but it was not claimed by the same owner. But I think it's one of the things where Joe Sharp probably says, listen, I know he's not running well. It's Jordan Wyckoff, but I think he's still sound. We'll take a shot with him. I don't like him tailing off, but I think you have to respect him going back to Joe Sharp.
Yeah, going back to a barn he won with, usually a positive sign. 4-1 right now. And even the race after that, your Grand Journey, a pretty good horse who beat him by a length and a half. As we take a look at the favorite, the last zip, wow, his numbers. No one should be separated that much as a favorite in here, should they?
I picked this horse. I wouldn't bet this horse at 5-2 in a million years because I'm not really sure how good his recent form is, to be honest with you. I just sort of felt like that Flavien Prat was the rider. I'm looking at the race and I'm thinking this horse potentially could be forward. And Flavien seems like the kind of rider that might look at that and see that. But you can't be sure. And let me ask you a question. If they hit the first turn, this horse is in 4th or 5th. Do you want any part of him? I don't. Maybe he'll still win, but I only want him if they're aggressive.
So 3-1. Will Pratt go to the front? We will find out shortly. Let's check in with JK.
Yeah, I don't love the fact that this horse is this price. I thought I was going to be a little bit cuter here with this one, but the last 3 races all are pretty darn good, right? 3 back, closed into a slow pace, ran well. 2 back, closed into a fast pace, almost got there, just missed. The last race closed into a slow pace. He always shows up and runs, but he's starting to kind of become a little bit of a problem as the favorite in here. I'm going to go with the 1 ultimately in here. I think I originally picked the 6, so hopefully graphics doesn't kill me for changing my pick here. But the 1 Montauk Summer. Oh, they already showed it. Okay, I'm picking the 6. Just kidding. The 1 Montauk Summer, drawn down on the inside. This horse is tactical. The last 2 races worked out well. And for a horse in the 6, who I'm frustrated with, keeps getting into situations where it's pace dependent, the 1 is a horse that I do think can be forward, can kind of find that forward position, save ground around there. So, look, I know I picked the 6, so I'll stick with the 6. But I think the 1 is tremendous value compared to the 6. Richie, have you ever been to Montauk in the summer, or were you always working?
No, actually, when I was a kid, I actually hit Montauk a couple times in the summer. Nice place to be, no doubt about it. But I like the 1 Montauk Summer because of the post and because he has tactical speed. It's not a very long run to the first turn with the 1/16 on the outer course. And the rails are very, very far out. And I think that if you can get forward position and have the ability to save ground, this first turn is going to be interesting. I think it could be, the most critical part of this race as far as if a horse is eliminated or gets position or gets shuffled back or gets, wind up getting caught wide. So I went to the inside. Full disclosure, though, I'm betting I boxed the 1, 5, and 6 in exactas and tries. I'm going with the Nassau County area code, guys.
Yeah, Jose Lezcano knows to take advantage, too. A horse who's shown at least tactical speed, has the inside post already. I'll just say, and I hadn't looked at the only turf race, I should say. He'd been on the turf 14 times. It's mandatory. But in the past, had he ever been close? Because he went to the lead last start. He has that bullet drill quickest of 136 coming in. Are they saying we want to be aggressive and be forward here? I don't know if he's going to be any kind of factor in the race at all late. But do they want to put some pressure on early?
I'm not going to be surprised by anybody being the lead because if somebody wants to be aggressive in here, they can get the lead here. And that is one of the trickier things to do, especially around here, right? Just try to figure something like that out. So I'm going to sort of stay away from that, trying to decide that. But I'm not going to be surprised. Jose Lezcano, as you say, is the kind of rider that at times is capable of doing that.
4-1, there he is. He'll be on Montauk Summer, who has won 3 of his last 4 starts, but those were all at Monmouth. Second appearance here at Aqueduct.
I thought this was a much tougher spot for him. I preferred others, but his race last time was good enough to give him a chance here. I'll give you that. I just preferred others. I mean, I think the long shot to try to get in there is the 4, Quiet Out East. That's my position. I'm going to try to get him second in some exactas and third in some tries for the most part.
Back to Mig's point too. If you're wide early on this first turn with those rails out, that could be it for you in this race. So getting early position to try and save ground, critical here in this nightcap.
Yeah, I mean, position is going to make. I'm going to be surprised if a horse wins this race without having favorable dynamics, being forward, saving ground, because it feels like a race where it's hard to distinguish between a lot of the horses, so that's when the trip becomes so important, right?
And that's when you start to look at who are the craftiest turf riders on the circuit.
Absolutely.
Lozcano, certainly one of them on the 1. Flavien Prat on the last zip. Obviously, Irad.
Yeah, I mean, Irad may have little choice. He tried to go last time. It kind of, it's not his fault. He was trying to do the right thing. And maybe it just wasn't the right for that horse, and maybe he doesn't have that winning kick anymore. This is an interesting chess match. You would think the riders are thinking about being aggressive. We'll see how aggressive they are being.
Let's go upstairs. Sunday finale from Belmont at the Big A. Here's Johnny Brielle.
And they're off. Montauk Summer is sent out for the early lead with Quiet Out East. And now up on the outside, it's Mandatory. Goes up to challenge Montauk Summer. The two of them are right together going into the clubhouse turn. Quiet Out East is next in third. Big Agenda is in between horses in fourth. On the outside is the Last Zip racing in fifth. Shady McGee down at the rail is in sixth. Alongside is Monarch's Glen next in seventh. And then it is Jack the Cat in eighth. And at the back of the pack is Hieroglyphics in ninth. They've reached the backstretch after a quarter in 25 seconds. Montauk Summer by a half length. It's Mandatory is on the outside in second. And in behind, it's the trio of the Last Zip, Quiet Out East, and Big Agenda. Then comes the duo of Monarch's Glen and Shady McGee. Those two are right together, followed by Jack the Cat and Hieroglyphics, who still trails. Half mile in 49 1/5 seconds. Montauk Summer by a head. It's Mandatory on the outside. Now moves right alongside. The two of them are right together. The Last Zip runs in third. Down at the rail is Quiet Out East, followed by Big Agenda, and then Monarch's Glen, Shady McGee down at the rail. Jack the Cat is on the far outside and now gaining some ground. 3/4 went in 1:12 4. The field is at the top of the stretch. It is Montauk Summer, challenged here by It's Mandatory, looking for a way through. In behind is Quiet Out East. On the far outside is Jack the Cat, who's coming on along with Big Agenda, and Shady McGee way out in the middle of the course. They're coming down for the finish. Montauk Summer trying to hang in there. It is Montauk Summer with the lead. It is Montauk Summer who wins the finale. Big Agenda was second, Photo for third.
Jose Lezcano on Montauk Summer. Gate to wire for the victory.
Yeah, well, Richie called it. Be aggressive with him, and it worked out. Was able to seize control, and we talked about it beforehand. The horse that was able to control would probably get it done. A very good ride, by the way, by Dylan Davis, getting position with the long shot I liked. Ended up holding on for third. Unfortunately, I didn't use the one in my tries. Should have listened to you guys, and I would have hit it. But Dylan did a good job getting that position. I think the 5 tried the best he could. Big Agenda, Irad got good position, but he couldn't overcome the advantage the 1 had, and maybe the 1 was just the best horse, too.
Controls on the front end, Gate to wire. He had a knack, Jose Lezcano, late in the meet. Saratoga taking the nightcap. Does it again here at 7-2, 1-5-4. 7-2 over 4-1 over 19-1. And aggressive tactics pay off here in this finale.
Well, they went 25.19. Sort of says it all, doesn't it?
Opening quarter, you're going to go that slow on the front end. Things are going to look very good for you.
Pass horses when they go that slowly, especially when they have some talent.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, revisit yesterday's Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. And this filly taking 2/3 of that Turf Triple Series. McCulloch, Klarovich, Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr. We'll talk her performance when we return here on America's Day at the Races.
is Taba. Taba in the center of the track with good-looking strides, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Taba going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Taba. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
Come dream with us at Three Chimneys.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS1. Card in the books at Belmont of the Big A. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Jose Lezcano. 3-win afternoon for him, by the way. Montauk Summer puts this 5-year-old on the front end. And as you said, the 25 opening quarter, that is slow. Everyone's going to be having a hard time trying to play catch up with that. He goes gate to wire.
Well, look at them try to close, right? It's all like they were running in quicksand behind, right? They're all sort of making a little bit of a close, but they couldn't even catch the 4, who was close to the pace and saved the ground down the inside as they ran in place. Montauk Summer, very heady ride by Jose.
$9.70 for the win, 1-5-4 finish. Pick 4, just over $90 on a fairly formful afternoon. That pick 5, $268. And the pick 6, wow, $8,226.
Congrats if you had it, any of that.
So that one number, and it was, Chad Brown at 3 in the race, but Faith in Humanity, $13.80, the biggest price in the sequence.
So it's about a $500 parlay, a little less for $2, and it paid for $2 like it was $1,100. So close to $1,100. Not bad, right?
No, but some of those races, even though it was short prices, they were tough to come up, to narrow down was difficult.
I guess. I mean, they were, but they were, well, you and I always think that, but you and I are often thinking of it against favorites. Regardless, at 3 short prices and a 1380 horse, the biggest one, and you still get, 2.5 times the parlay. That's strong.
Yesterday, Jockey Club Oaks, McCulloch, she takes 2/3 of this Turf Triple Series as she prevails and proves that a mile and 3/8 right up her alley.
Yeah, I actually ran into Irad Ortiz a little earlier today, and I say, a little anxious moment, she drifted out. He said, yeah, he said, she must have been spooked by something. He said, because she's never done that before, and she ducked out. He said he was able to straighten her out, as he told, I guess it was Maggie after the race yesterday, or maybe it was Acacia, I think, no, Maggie, whatever. He said he was able to do it quickly, and he did, and it kept her to her business. She got it done a mile and 3/8. We've talked a lot about Nation's Pride winning 2 legs of this triple. Well, he did the same thing. She had 2 wins and a second as well. Nice performances by her, and she's done very well, and obviously a horse very meaningful to Chad Brown, named for Mary McCulloch, who was first employee, but also a friend, and somebody thought very highly of, who passed away way, way too young, and somebody who, not just Chad Brown, but quite a few people have said was a very positive influence in them as well, and was fortunate enough to meet her brother at Saratoga also. And so nice to see a horse able to do this well, to live in the memory of somebody important to so many people.
6 of her 7 career starts, she has been first or second.
And the only time she was third was Miss Grillo when she got hurt.
Pretty good resume she's putting together. As both fillies and the boys, we see someone take 2/3 of that Turf Triple Series. Meanwhile, Kamari next week for Wesley Ward, going to be back, it looks like, in New York after that huge effort. What a return to action in the Grade 2 honorable miss. We're going to see her in the Gallant Bloom.
She did. I mean, she ran very well in there. She's run well before. She's a Grade 1 winner, and obviously she benefited from the fact that Bella Sophia is not the same horse that she once was. And she's an enormous favorite in this race, a no-show here, and then a no-show when she ran back in the honorable miss. But Kamari was not a no-show, and this was typical Joel Rosario, the confidence that Joel has, and able to run down the leader in the late strides.
Biggest number by a long ways she has ever run. I mean, different stratosphere. She's got a 105 buyer for this win.
Yeah, it was a fast race. It's a funny horse, huh? Wesley runs her about 3-4 times a year, but when he does, she usually runs pretty well. And she'd had a couple of tough trips against the grain of the race in her previous starts.
And you got a poor Frank Roquette. She's run so good, so valiantly, so many times, and it's come up just short on so many big occasions.
She strikes me as a horse that is as talented as she ever was, but she just doesn't quite have that oomph that gets the winner's circle. And I agree, she just runs her heart out every time against good horses, and it's sad. You almost want her to win a big race. You know, you want her to, because she's run well enough on many occasions to do it. She's been in tough spots, and she just hasn't been able to seal the deal. Still a very good horse, had a terrific career.
So Gallant Bloom, part of our action next week, and Kamari
Sunday,
for Wesley
right?
Ward. We look forward to seeing, that'll be on the Sunday card. We hope you join us next week. We're actually back on Wednesday. That's our next show. Back on Wednesday, FS2, 12:30 Eastern Time. We saw some really big performances, though, all weekend. To me, I have one as well, I'm going to say, but who to you stood out?
Wow. I mean, I think Nation's Pride was most impressive we saw, but I'd want to go back and look them over. I'm curious to hear what you're thinking.
Honestly, I thought the filly played hard.
Oh, yeah.
In that distaff division.
At Churchill. I thought you meant
at Churchill. It's back-to-back races now that she has looked just outstanding. And I know it'd be an aggressive spot with how deep that distaff division is this year. I'd love to see her go to the Breeders' Cup distaff.
She got a 98 buyer, so it puts her a few lengths behind them, but I'm with you. It's the Breeders' Cup. Run 8th. Don't stay home. Don't stay home and pass on it. Take a shot. You're better off, some races, you're better off losing than not running.
And what happened in the race last year?
Right. Crazy stuff happens in these races. And I'm with you. And I think she's earned a chance to take a shot against the big girls. What's the worst thing that happens? You lose? It's worse. People are too afraid to lose in this game sometimes.
She's been dominant the last 2 starts. That would be against a different level of competition, of course. And then Curly Jack, congratulations to our colleague Tom Amos. Grade 3 Iroquois, the first prep race of the entire season, going towards next year with the Kentucky Derby, earning the first points into that starting gate with Curly Jack.
Has Tom Amos ever theoretically been on the cusp of even favoritism for the Derby at any point? It could be a new thing for him.
He is.
It's very exciting.
It's got to be a good feeling. Again, we'll see you Wednesday, FS2, 12:30 Eastern start time. Dorothea, new tactics today. Back-to-back wins, this time sitting off the pace in the feature at Churchill Downs. Meanwhile, Chad Brown, he had 3 in the Grade 3 Pebbles, and it was Faith in Humanity turning the tables on Gina Romantica for the victory. Fun opening week in Belmont at the Big A. The action continues next week. We'll see you Wednesday with Churchill action.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a complete completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.